we see a terrible image. A young woman is lying on the road. The papers are stained red with her blood. It seems the girl has died. She decided to tell us the story from the beginning. Before her story began, she was an ordinary student, almost a graduate. The only thing she did was F in front of the teachers. An unjust death, as she believed. However, she later came back to life and found herself not only in the world of the stupid novel she had read the day before, but she also transformed into the body of a villain who will suffer a terrible death at the end of the story. She didn't know what to do, because if you leave everything as it is, then there are two main characters. They will simply kill her at the end of the story. It's not fair to die immediately after being reborn. Both in the past and in the new world, she will say goodbye to life early. But suddenly someone called her name Syria, and she opened her eyes. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered she was sitting very close to one of the main characters of that same novel. The boy looked at her fondly and ran his hand through her hair, saying she had that expression on her face again. He looked at her alarmed and said she was really thinking about that bastard Collies again. Syria, having regained consciousness, replied that this was impossible because she was his wife. And she hugged him. What is incredibly strange is that the person she possessed was the worst villain. Well, by far. Everyone's hatred towards her must be completely justified, she thought, as the boy told her to stay closer to him. The guy said that only one person in the world could make her an archduchess. And that was him. Furthermore, the main character was sobbing as he knelt before her and begged her to come back to him. The boy was crying and holding her hand, repeating that he would do anything. He just needed to say what. And the second main character is a girl. They show her to us. She tells Syria she wants to see her put on a wedding dress. Syria thought she was strange because she wanted to see her naked. She said Syria's mother was a commoner who managed to become an artist. She seemed a little sinister and said she would also like to speak of her mother like that. Syria thought that even the main character had changed a lot and that she could make the most of this unusual story. After all, in this world, everything goes directly against her expectations. Suddenly, someone calls Syria. The mysterious girl asked if Syria wanted to survive. If so, she must think carefully about your desires and what you want to achieve, and again we see her die, but in the church. And in a wedding dress. But let's go back to where Syria was sitting on the balcony, and her assistant said the empire had a bright future. She said that the saint had descended, which means they were blessed from above. It's not clear why that girl is considered a saint. A boy ran towards the girl and took off his cloak to apparently give it to her, and the assistant asked Syria if the person next to her was her fiancé. He said they seemed to be getting closer, and that it would be logical for her to be jealous. In her thoughts, she shamefully called Collies because their wedding was only a week away. She dreamed of getting closer to him and pulling out all his hair, but there were many prying eyes around her. And she would have to restrain herself. So she laughed and said that her fiancé was very sociable. Suddenly, she started coughing, and the assistant said she probably hadn't recovered from the cold. And someone told her that it looked like she was going to spend the whole day with her patient on the terrace. It was Archduke Hercus Rushburg. He said that if she stayed on the terrace, her condition would worsen, and her annoying fiancé would consider it his duty to make a scene and call the high priest. He ordered the saint to be escorted to the main church as soon as possible, saying he would not tolerate scandals in his house. Syria thought that he might seem unfriendly, but the day would come when love would appear in his gaze towards the saint. This is exactly the fate that awaits the main character at the end of the story. They are characters from a romance novel about a dimension-hopping heroine named Lena. She finds herself in another world where two main characters show her their love. And the villain whose body she possessed will face a terrible death at the end of the story. Syria inherited the power of the gods and was also able to receive the title of Stern. But there was a problem. She could have become the holiest creature in the empire, but her bad temper led her to pettiness. If you ask 100 people what they think of her, 150 will describe her as a walking problem of high society was worried about the waste in what she excelled at. Unlike family relationships, which have become extremely disgusting. As for our heroine, after moving into Syria's body, there was only one thought in her head. She does not want to die. She already lost her life prematurely, so she doesn't want to die in vain in this one either. Before the main character, Lena, appears, we must find a way to get rid of all the enemies. The enemies Syria has made through apologies, gifts, and attempts to change her reputation are like a one-man uphill battle. The boy said he once tried to cut off her hand, so he was worried. But Syria told him not to move because she wanted to heal him. She thought Kallaz was one of those who killed Syria, and she needed to find something to please him. The boy blushed, got up, and asked what made her change so much. In the original story, the protagonist and the heroine fall in love, and Kallaz commits suicide out of despair. So this turn of events is for the best. As the Archduke walked away, she thought this was the perfect change of pace. But she began to worry that if she hadn't been in their way, their love would have worked out. She hoped not to end up in a love triangle, and that the heroine would soon get along with the Duke. But a few days later, Lena ran up to her and wanted to greet her. Although she was smiling, she thought she didn't want anything to do with her. Lena said she was a little embarrassed that people called her a saint because she came from another world. She said she heard that a wedding dress fitting would take place today. The girl kept talking annoyingly about clothes from another world and such. Syria was surprised that she was already calling Kallaz by his name, as it took her 11 months to do so. And here is the moment when Lena asks to see Syria change clothes. But fortunately, her dressmaker told Lena that trying on garments is not a performance. Furthermore, the privilege of attending fittings extends only to the bride's guests, her close relatives and her friends. She indicated that she was not related to any of them. Lena started complaining that she still wasn't used to the customs of the new world. In the original story, Begonia the dressmaker was a villain. Syria was worried because a moment that was also in the original book occurred. When she was with her fiancé, this phenomenon started telling her that she needed to change dressmakers. Zilug said that Saint Lena was sent from heaven, and that she is completely different from the vicious aristocrats. And since he couldn't understand this, it would be better to fire her. Syria began to worry that the story wasn't changing. She got angry and said that it was Lena who behaved rudely because she wanted to see her try them on. The guy called Lena by her name, and Syria said that she had just called the saint by name only in the presence of her fiancé. He apologized and excused the dressmaker for acting that way because he had been named protector of the saint. In the original, Lena's divine power became extremely unstable after she entered this world. And those in power, the Supreme Church, chose a protector among the heads of the 17 houses. Who possessed the power of the gods? It turned out to be the head of the Hanat house. Under such conditions, it is quite natural that they became quite close. The boy asked what was bothering her and forgot to tell her about his appointment as defender. She was worried about being too rude and that it might lead her to death. So she smiled at the boy and told him she understood everything. The slug was immediately delighted and hugging her thanked her for her understanding. Syria thought she didn't need that much love. We are shown that the boy ran to Lena because her power was out of control again. She thought that since she spoke his name, not a day had passed without her meeting him. She seemed to start understanding why Syria was a villain when someone turned towards her. It was the commander of the Knights of the Burke House, Elliot. He said he heard she had a cold, and apparently he was tired of checking the glacier today. Let's explain what the knight is talking about. In the Burke House's possessions, there is an unusual accumulation of ice, known as the Monster's Tomb. The Burke House was assigned the task of periodically checking the nearby barrier to prevent the appearance of monsters. This requires the power of the gods possessed by the Sterns in the original story. Syria postponed trips to the lake. But if she wants to strengthen her position and survive here, then she needs to fulfill her responsibilities. The knight suggested that she finish her business and return when someone called Syria's name. It was the Archduke. He asked what Syria was doing here, but upon hearing the silence, he asked again if she hadn't heard his question. The boy asked her why she had come to the lake in such weather, and hadn't recovered from a cold. She thanked him for his concern and told him she was already better and that it was her duty to come here. External. The Duke asked since when she started taking her duties seriously. The poor knight watched from behind the scenes. He asked her if she was trying to further weaken her health to attract her fiancé's attention. But Syria said she had no personal reason to come here. And no matter how sick she is, her fiancé won't cause a panic in his palace. The Duke asked if it was because of the saint and said that Marquis Colles had a love affair with her. It is rude to say that. Apparently, the Duke wasn't taught manners. Of course, this annoyed her, and she walked away from the ill-mannered lord. He still left her behind and asked if they had finished the check, and the knight replied that thanks to Miss Syria's work. They finished quickly. The knight continued to say that without her, they would have had to stay an extra half-day. And Syria was just thinking about how the Duke behaved, how he communicated with such arrogance that she didn't like it. He is still the main character, she thought, and regretted that they made him so handsome. Because he has an unpleasant character. After hearing the knight, the Duke said they could return then, throwing his cloak to her. He said that the external's precious health must not be allowed to deteriorate further. She felt embarrassed and wondered why he suddenly became kinder after her caustic remarks. Already at the palace, she began to think that maybe he liked her more than she thought. Or start avoiding him. There is something so terrible about him, and you can remain silent about the manner of conversation. She wanted the wedding to take place as quickly as possible. To leave here she only had one reason, to go to the Birkhoff Palace. The Sterns are considered saints in the empire, so they are allowed to participate in important ceremonies, such as the exchange of marriage vows. She sat alone again in the cold, and thought she wanted to avoid holding a wedding here by all means. Mainly because there are two main characters, Lena and Roch, who marry at the end of the story. Furthermore, in the end it turns out that Lena is also Sterna. And the saint and the Rastroja, no wonder the real Syria was jealous of her. But the fact that she is stern will only become clear at the end, and if our heroine gets married and leaves quietly, everything will be fine. Suddenly Syria was called. It was Syria's knight who accompanied her, Abigail Orion. She bombarded her with a bunch of questions about the expedition, the monsters, and so on. Syria asked if she had accidentally killed anyone, but the knight replied that she specialized exclusively in bandits, and that she was a former mercenary. She said everything went well, but that she disappeared when her armor cooled down. Syria was annoyed because she felt uncomfortable and thought she should have gone with her. One of the most important reasons why the world needs POPs is because constellation steel is used in the manufacture of equipment. A special armor created from it, known as star armor, protects its owner from magical poisoning. Star armor with prolonged contact with the body will steal heat from the night. But returning to Syria, Abigail put her cloak on her and said they should go inside so they wouldn't catch a cold. Why don't the heroines start dressing according to the weather? She finally reminded the Duke of his words and felt embarrassed. Syria thought that because she was stern, that rude person behaved so well. Then she invited Abby to tell her everything that happened to her. She decided to strengthen her belief in her usefulness until Lena realized who she was. And Lena was already watching her. Lena asked why Kali's fiancé goes to the glacier every day. They told her she was Sterna, and that only they could clean the lake, and that she had recently received an award for being diligent in her duties. Lena said she was jealous of her, and asked if she could also receive the title of Esterna. She believed being Esterna was cooler. Only her magic could clear the barrier, so everyone in the palace was interested in her. The man replied that a luxurious reception would soon be held in her honor. But that first, she needed to learn all the proper etiquette rules. While he kept talking about Stern's uniqueness, she just looked at Syria and repeated that she envied her. The doctor said it would soon be Syria's birthday and gave her medicine. The Syria was born on a winter Wednesday. A person must meet a couple of conditions to receive such a title. A child born on Monday has a beautiful appearance. Tuesday is filled with divine mercy. One of the conditions is to be born on a winter Wednesday. Those born on Wednesday are imbued with sadness. Thursday is filled with love. Friday is kind and affable. She thought it was unfair to those born on Wednesday. In the original, when Syria heard these lines in a church song, she considered them unfair. But after becoming a Stern, she soon fell in love with her birthday. The title was granted at the age of 15. When her spiritual powers awakened, she was marked by the appearance of a small star on her neck. She immediately abandoned her family surname, Keliden, and proudly used the title instead. And because of this, her already bad relationship with her parents worsened even more. Her doctor said that the saint remained interested in constellation steel, and that this worried her. Syria asked if it was dangerous for her to approach the steel when her power hadn't stabilized yet. The doctor only replied that she had a curious character, a walking curiosity at the height of the typical main character. However, she became a Sterna by touching the constellation steel. Syria began to worry about this. She hoped to leave after the wedding and live quietly at the Hannett house until the story reached its end. That was her plan, but she and he kept running into each other. A few minutes ago, in the Green Garden warehouse, Syria was still admiring those silver branches, admiring them sweetly, and thinking that if Sterna could become a plant, she would probably be like this. Without this, it is impossible to stop the glacier, the silver laurel, whose branches have purifying power. Also used by knights as an analog to Sterna in her absence, she was thinking of calling Evie with her when she knocked. It was the Duke. And he said he was in a good mood today. She only responded with a bow, but then her branches crumbled to the ground. The Duke knelt down. He helped her pick up the branches and asked if she was heading to the lake today. She froze for a moment and then replied that she was indeed going there. And then the boy said he couldn't understand it. He continued by saying that as far as he knew, she was constantly looked after in her rooms. The Duke stood up and said that she didn't need to check the glacier so often. Then he asked if she didn't try last time because she needed something. And the Duke's verbal attack began, saying that every time she came to his palace, she would squeal if something displeased her. Over 100 servants were laid up after serving her. Reputation is a tricky thing, Syria said. It just means she has to try even harder to compensate for the damage done to those people. The Ice Lord smiled at her and said she was very mysterious. And it seems it will be a little sad when she goes to the Hannett house. Having said that, he left her with doubt. She kept thinking about what was happening. Even after a while, she kept thinking about what was going on in this story. But finally, 2 maids brought her back to reality and told her that her wedding gifts had just arrived. Marquis Hannett personally sent the sapphire, and they admired this gift. But she kept thinking about the Duke's words, that such words from the main character gave her some guarantee that she would cope with everything. She thought the cursed ending was finally moving away, and she could focus on the wedding. The maid handed her the bracelet she was talking about. Syria prepared a bracelet for Collies that she had given him as much as a gift for him. The maid started getting emotional about this and asked her if she was going to give it to the Marquis today, and that it was incredibly romantic. In the original, Lena found a mine with crystals. Until this happens, they will be considered gemstones. But while she was thinking embarrassedly about how she would like the gift, a girl entered the room and shouted that a disaster had occurred. She said that Saint Lena fainted after touching the constellation steel monument, and the monument itself became transparent and started to glow. It seems not everything is going according to plan. The slug, of course, was next to the heroine and held her hand. Syria thought this couldn't happen because they are at the beginning of the story, and Lena should wake up much later as a Stern. The Duke entered the room and asked how the saint was. They told him that the worst was over and that he was lucky the Marquis was nearby. And then Syria realized that Mr. Slug hadn't even noticed she had arrived. They told the Duke about the new Sterna, but he didn't seem particularly happy. They walked away, and the Duke asked her if she suffered when she woke up, but Syria said that her strength is not as great as hers. The strength of the constellation steel affecting a person is proportional to their own. He suddenly got angry and said that the saint, who couldn't know that her body was full of power, still deliberately touched the steel and thus created a scandal in his palace. They told him that she didn't suppose she was Sterna, so she touched the monument without thinking. The Duke said he taught her lessons and ordered her to tell him why she did this. He replied that she simply admired Miss Syria, which surprised Syria. The man apologized to the Duke, and the Duke added that at least he knew something. And Syria thought that Lena really touched the steel out of admiration for her, or wanted to see if she could become a Sterna. In the book, this happened by accident. Her power burst out so powerfully that it almost killed her. What happened is different from what was written in the book, Syria thought. And then Rochberg's main assistant, Lennon, reported that he had woken up. He immediately said that they could go now, but his assistant started telling him that it would be good if he visited her. But the Duke looked at him angrily and asked if he looked like his nurse. The funeral sweetly began to beg him to do this for the sake of good relations with the high priest. And the Duke said that Syria should also visit her, as she had become stern. But Syria was sad. When Lena peeked her head in, this slug began to moan while worrying while his fiancée was near. Evie, a lovely girl, suggested that Syria cut off the slug's hands. And the Duke, who was watching Sari, said that, from what he could see, his house was full of events this winter. He pointed at Lena and said he no longer intended to bear this burden. The Duke ordered Lennon to write to the main church, and Saint Lena would return there as soon as she could walk. Of course, our slug started shouting that this was too much and that he didn't intend to get sick. And Mr. Rich asked if he really couldn't express himself as he saw fit in his own house. The Marquis started shouting that it was still rude and that she was not disabled. The Duke said that by saying this word, his relationship with his fiancée was also unhealthy. He continued by saying that it seems their priorities have changed. People might think the saint is a fiancé. And finally looked at Syria. Syria restrained herself from crying. She thought she must be angry with Collies for getting carried away by someone else. And not with Rush. She thought she had never shown anger and firmly endured everything, while Lena kept clinging to someone else's husband. Syria did her best to avoid the novel's fate, and Roch continued to push, saying that it had been a long time since they had a Sterna wedding. The oath made to her must be preserved like a sanctuary. How humiliating. Thoughts spun in her head that she wanted to go home, she wanted to live in peace. The Duke interrupted her thoughts and told her to go with him. While saying this, Mr. Slug seemed to have done nothing. But then Lena coughed and called Collies, and he immediately forgot about Cyrilla. Syria, of course, was annoyed, and the Duke took her hand and again invited her to leave with him. And this time, she took his hand and agreed to leave with him. Syria remembered Collies' words that he was nearby, and that everything would be fine with Lena. Picking up the branches again, she thought that scoundrel hadn't said a word to her since yesterday. The Duke approached her. She remembered yesterday and realized she had never thanked him. He asked her if she could check the barrier correctly after what happened yesterday. And if she needed that as an excuse to get out of here, then why not move to the annex? But she said he had nothing to worry about and that he should carefully fulfill his duties. As always. And she would never neglect her severe duty. Then Collies appeared. He said he was looking for her everywhere, and it turned out she was here. He didn't greet the Duke, so he apologized and said he couldn't find his fiancée anywhere, and that he had been looking for her all day. And he added that he didn't expect to see them both in such a secluded place. This worm dares to speak so brazenly after everything that happened. The Duke noticed that Syria was sad and threateningly told him that he did not allow him to enter the vault. He continued by saying that he didn't know that anyone other than Sterna could come here without his permission. But Collies said that as soon as he returned to his lands, he would reimburse everything. He just wanted to pay, but the Duke said he had no right to choose his own punishment. It would be assigned to him, according to the traditions of House Burke, for example, cutting off one hand at the wrist. It seems the triangle has begun. The boys glared at each other menacingly. Collies said he didn't know he needed the hand so much, and they talked about war. Syria thought they were going to start a war, just to see who was braver. The Duke declared that if he was committed to war, then the House of Burke would gladly meet the challenge. But Collies replied that only he was looking for him. He replied that he would immediately send an urgent telegram to his domain. Syria got scared and told the Duke that her fiancé had disrespected him, but that there was no need to start a war over such a trifle, and it would be cruel to the knights. She asked the Duke to show him the favor he had shown her, and added that her fiancé would swear never to do anything so disrespectful again. The boy didn't expect this. The Duke turned and said he had the most beautiful fiancé. She was glad she managed to convince the Duke. But it seems the slug was not happy. Collies looked at her and asked to speak with him, a strange guy. He was chasing after another one himself. He chased after her like an annoying leech and scolded her for her behavior. It was funny how nothing looked down on her. The slug dared to brazenly say that her disgusting and rude behavior was due to simple anger. He finally turned around and asked her if she thought his behavior was rude. The slug started rambling again about Lena and that she was sick. He grabbed her hand abruptly and continued his hysteria over the fact that Syria was behaving so unpleasantly. A warning sign, folks. She tried to break free from his grip and shouted that, unlike him, she didn't call the Duke by his name. Syria still managed to push him away, but for some reason her hand was covered in blood. Collies screamed how she could take out his hand. He hit a tree, but Syria said she would have requested the termination of their engagement instead. And he would have asked for the saint's hand. The boy said she was his love. How absurd. Syria kept shouting, who would believe a man who tenderly holds another woman's hand in front of his fiancé? She thought that, unlike the heroine, she wasn't madly in love with him. Although she liked him, she was definitely hurt. He killed Cyrilla and took his own life when Lena rejected him. A lonely fate awaits them. But since the main characters are already destined for a happy ending, then it would be fair for them to be happy too. She could find a side character and live peacefully with him. She thought this justified her action, but now they could die again. Cyrilla, with tears in her eyes, said she didn't know the fear she felt every time she saw them together. The slug apologized and said it wasn't his intention to make her cry. Then he hugged her and invited her to leave for his estate as soon as the wedding took place. He said that when the saint gets better, he will no longer communicate with her. Everything will be fine if you believe Collies, Syria thought. After all, believing him is the easiest way to avoid death. She told him not to be late for the wedding, and Collies replied that he had no reason to worry. Collies approached Lena and told her that this was the last day they could call each other by name. And Lena asked if this had anything to do with her fiancé. Normally, the main characters are not this stupid. Lena started complaining that now she should call him Marquis, and he should call her Saint Lena. Collies said this was true, and added that after the wedding, it would be difficult for them to meet. She said she was his dear friend and would like to see him. Lena noticed the bracelet Syria gave her and said she had never seen this bracelet before. He replied that this bracelet was given to her by Syria. It is not clear why, but Lena was angry. Lena said she supposedly wants to be his friend and wishes him all the best. Collies reminded her that etiquette dictates that you should call someone you are not close to by their last name. Lena threw a tantrum just because she had to call everyone by their last name. She started shouting if he knew how much she had to restrain herself. And Archduke Berg said she should return to the high church. She screamed. She complained that her life was changing so fast that she was scared, and that when Collies told her, he would protect her. She became happy. Collies knelt down and touched her, telling her not to cry. He himself thought she came from another world. And that's why it was difficult for her. He decided to stay with her so she would calm down. Lena told Collies she wanted to go to the glacier, which surprised the boy. He said that she was Sterna and that she could help Syria with her duties, and that this can improve her relationship with her, keep flirting with her fiancé. That's what will improve their relationship. Collies tried to convince her because she was still sick, but she said she would go there even alone if he didn't help her. However, he agreed, thinking that she was a saint under the protection of his house. And if anything happened to her, his family would be in trouble. The boy mentally convinced himself that this was the last time. Lenin reported that the Marquis and the saint had left, and all lines of communication with the Marquis had been cut. Maybe they got caught in a heavy snowstorm and just got lost. The Duke got angry, turned around and asked if the Marquis was trying to get Syria killed. It might have been a snowstorm and they just got lost, but that's no reason to put Miss Syria's life at risk. The Duke said that at Sterna's wedding, there is no room for anything simple. Such things cannot be taken lightly. If all the conditions of time, place, and other rules are not met, the power of Sterna will explode. And she will even die. The Duke thought this bastard was aware of the danger of the Sterna wedding and, however, he left just before the ceremony. He decided he could punch him and just throw him in the Bastille when he looked at Cyrilla. When he saw her, he asked what she was doing with the search party, and Lennon said that maybe she was worried about her fiancé and wanted to search with them. The Duke thought she had changed a lot this year and wondered if it was because of love. Then he ordered them to inform her that he forbade her from leaving the palace. Syria was in her chambers and sadly looked out the window. She thought she should have found Kali's before the ceremony. Evie entered the snow-covered chambers and reported that they had been ordered to stop for today. The closer they got to the glacier, the harder the blizzard hit. Syria started shivering and asked fearfully if she could return. Evie approached Syria and told her that the Duke had asked to relay a message to her. She started speaking on his behalf. He promised to return this bastard to the wedding hall, even if he had to tie him up personally and throw him there. Syria's eyes lit up as Abby continued to say that if she didn't hear any news about him by the day of the ceremony, she should continue preparing as if nothing had happened. No matter what, her wedding would go according to plan. These words finally calmed Syria down. Evie said that when he said this, he got very angry. Syria turned and calmly said that the High Church constantly emphasizes the importance of punctuality. Evie told her not to worry, because the Duke himself went to look, and Syria said she had no doubt that Kali's would return. The day of the Sterna wedding arrived. Lena shouted at Kali's that it was too dangerous to go out. Kali's told her there was little time left before the ceremony. Lena shouted that she could reschedule it for a day or two, but he still wouldn't make it on time. He replied that that was impossible, that if it was about the Sterna wedding, then nothing could be postponed. Suddenly, he started bleeding, and the wedding ceremony began. Syria stood alone at the altar, and people whispered that perhaps the Marquis would not return. They said something must have happened, that he couldn't run away with the saint. They said he was so rude to Stern that he knows what will happen if he doesn't show up. Syria looked so beautiful in her attire that everyone feared Miss Syria's divine power would explode. Then, Evie overheard what the church officials were talking about and asked what it meant. However it began. Syria started losing her strength and began to bleed. Evie noticed this and ran towards her, but they stopped her, saying that if anyone touched her, the power would become even more absorbing. Everyone started panicking. Someone was looking for the symbols of Esterna. Someone was shouting where the Marquis was. And Syria thought it seemed to her that she could avoid a bad ending and repeated why this happened. Tears appeared in her eyes. She repeated that she only wanted love. Suddenly, the door burst open dramatically, and the Duke appeared in the threshold. They told him not to touch her, but he asked them if they really expected him to just stand by and watch. He lifted Syria up and asked her to calm down and that she couldn't die here like this. The Duke continued to hold Syria in his arms and said that it would be unfair to die like this. Suddenly, Syria placed her hand on his and replied that such a death would be too regrettable. But then her hand fell to the floor and she lost consciousness. After a brief silence, the Duke told them to prepare for the wedding ceremony. The Duke looked at them and with an angry look told them that the Sterna wedding must proceed as planned, and that Syria would be saved. Syria ran in her nightmare and screamed not to kill her, and kept shouting his name. Finally, she opened her eyes. The poor girl was terrified, and tears were frozen in her eyes. Next to her was the Duke. He looked at her with a tender gaze and said that she remained beyond his comprehension. He wiped her tears and asked what dream could have made her cry. She asked him if she was crying, and the Duke replied that otherwise he wouldn't have woken her up. She realized it was him who was calling her name. Then the Duke asked her what she was dreaming about. After a brief silence, she told him that in her dream she was dying. The Duke asked her if she was afraid of death, and Syria replied with questions about who is not afraid to die. He placed a cold rag on her forehead and said that after all her scandalous antics, he didn't believe she was afraid of death. Then Syria asked what happened to Collies, and the Duke remained silent. And then he covered her eyes with a rag and said that she probably had amnesia. He looked at her and asked if she really didn't remember what happened at the ceremony. At the ceremony, the head priest began to say that he was commanded by the head of the Burke house. Archduke Rausch Burke makes the oath of the Stern series before the owner of the constellation's blessing. Syria stood up and asked them to become husband and wife. He replied that it was true, that the head of House Burke could not allow his family to be disgraced by the loss of Sterna. Syria was surprised and asked him to know that she could die even before the ceremony. The Duke gave an affirmative answer and continued that the Sterna wedding must proceed in strict order to avoid the worst-case scenario, since according to custom, they are not informed. However, their fiancés are always notified, as they too will be in danger if the ceremony is interrupted, because then the power of Esterna will be unleashed. This was big news for Syria, and she said it meant that Callies knew from the start that she would die if he was late. And then our dear Marquis returned and burst into Syria's chambers. But Syria looked at him with a cold stare, making it clear she wasn't happy with him. The maids told the Marquis that the Duke had ordered that no one be allowed entry. But Syria told them to let him in because they needed to discuss something. He grabbed her and started shouting at her. How could she marry someone else? The boy's impudence knows no bounds. But then Syria gave him a well-deserved slap and said that he hadn't come to the ceremony, and that she married someone else solely because of him. Finally, she shouted at him that if it weren't for the Duke, she would have had a terrible death, and painful because of him, and that judging by his facial expression, he was curious how she knew. She swore that he himself understood that he would destroy her if he was late for the wedding. She moved closer and asked him if maybe that was what he was trying to achieve. And that's why he went for a walk with Lena. Collie started making excuses, saying that there was a snowstorm and that he had no other choice. He complained that he was terribly worried about her, and even during a snowstorm, he tried to escape to her. But he lost consciousness. Collie said that she was the only woman he wanted to marry, and that his words came from the heart. He confessed his love to her, took her hands in his, and suddenly she felt something. But this was not a pleasant feeling. Some kind of force surrounded Collies, and Syria started wondering why he was still alive. After all, his powers were supposed to explode, just like hers, as payment for breaking his oath. Collies participated in the ceremony at the moment he promised to marry Syria. Having thus associated himself with the steppe as a whole, it means that he can theoretically marry anyone. He found himself in a situation where all the conditions were met. Presence of a wedding ceremony. Time and place. Don't forget that there is another Sterna in these domains. And Syria realized this and asked Collies if he had married Lena. His level of attractiveness was already negative. Syria said she fell in love with him not long ago, but regrets wasting time. She decided she wouldn't humiliate herself so much, just to avoid repeating Cerilla's fate from the book. A pang in her chest, recalling the moments with Collies. And Collies kept making excuses that it was a temporary marriage, just like hers with the Duke. That they were necessary for survival. She thought she was constantly careful so that Collies wouldn't get angry, but her behavior as a beautiful bride and submissive ruined it. Collies, a shameless man, suggested that she divorce and marry him because they now had time. But it was too late, and Syria looked at him with a severe expression and said that her feelings for him had disappeared. She left after these words, but Collies continued to follow her. Collies grabbed her hand and ordered her to let go, because the power of another Sterna emanates from him. And she feels it. She said she found him repulsive, so he didn't dare touch her. Fortunately, the Duke came and told him that she had told him to let her go, or he would go deaf. Due to the fact that Collies casually held her hand for a long time, the wound reopened. and the Duke ordered a priest to be sent for help. He said the reason for her pain that he could take her to the priest himself, but the Duke said the lady could decide for herself who would accompany her. Syria hugged the Duke's hand and said with a tender look that she was indebted to him. Obligated, the Duke repeated, then hugging her and telling her that such words are unnecessary between spouses. The Duke ordered Lenin to call the priest to his office and they left, leaving Kaliz behind. The priest asked to refrain from any active movement. When the priest left, the Duke asked if she felt better, but she did not answer. And the Duke asked if she was going to answer. She stood up, bowed, and said she was a little late, but still wanted to thank him for saving her. The Duke became concerned and stood up and asked if she had hit her head. It seems he can be kind too. She replied that she did not hit her head and had finally regained consciousness. The Duke looked like a scared puppy. Syria thanked him for saving her. She thought she owed her life to the main character, the man whom I considered the most terrible in this world. Syria told the Duke that she would do everything in her power to return the kindness he had shown her. She asked him not to worry too much and decided she would try not to undermine his marriage prospects. This amused the Duke, and he said it was the first time he had heard of a woman worrying about such things. But she continued by saying that even if she married 3 times, she wouldn't stop lighting up women's hearts. The Duke decided to joke with her and asked if she considered him a rake. Syria finally replied that no. Syria continued by saying she intended to spend all her Esterna powers for the benefit of his domain for as long as their marriage lasted. He noticed she was observing his reaction and asked if she was scared of him. In any case, he will look forward to her contribution to the well-being of House Berg. Syria said she would do everything in her power to meet his expectations. Evie is shown to us, who for some reason was behind bars. As soon as she saw Cyrilla, she smiled, got up to greet him and asked how he knew she was here. It turns out Evie challenged Kali's knights, and this was considered disrespectful. Syria was sincerely worried about her friend, and Evie calmly said she had only challenged them to a duel. She said she had to restrain herself so as not to challenge the Marquis himself. When Syria tried to persuade Abby not to be so quick-tempered, a knight entered and said that Abigail had challenged them not to a knight's duel, but to a fierce battle. It was Sir Eliot, he continued, who barely escaped expulsion from the Empire. While Abby looked at Eliot with irritation, he told Syria that thanks to the Archduke's grace, she would be released in a couple of days. Syria and Eliot continued having a pleasant conversation, but Abby was already tired, and she asked them to leave. When they left, Syria asked if it was too cold in prison and if Abby would freeze to death. This seemed to frighten Eliot, and he asked if it was possible. Eliot then said that she was the type of person who would always find a way out, even if she ended up in a glacier. Syria decided that as soon as Abby was released, she would bring her hot meat soup and give her the best cloak. And Abby should also live in her rooms for a while. Eliot laughed and said that now he understood what the Duke was interested in about her. Syria was surprised and asked him if he was talking about him. At first, she remembered the Duke's threatening gaze and then remembered all the sweet moments with the Duke. And she became embarrassed when she realized that the Duke thought she was interesting. Suddenly Lenin appeared and said they were having fun. He himself looked very tired. Syria asked him what happened, and Lenin began to say that he had more work because the Duke suddenly got married. This unexpected increase in work made Syria feel guilty, and suddenly Lenin added that it was nothing compared to his work checking the glacier. She thought he was worried that she might feel guilty, so she said it. The servants of the Burke house were much kinder than she thought. She was delighted and thanked him with a bright smile. Lenin became embarrassed and said that the year-end celebration would take place the day after tomorrow, and that they had to start preparing. Then he asked Sir Eliot if he wasn't busy, could he help him with his luggage. 2 days later, Syria put on a luxurious outfit, and her dressmaker admired her beauty. Syria felt embarrassed and asked if she had dressed too pretentiously. But the dressmaker said that she would soon become a duchess, so this level of elegance was acceptable. Syria said a little sadly that the Duke married her only to save his house. And the dressmaker replied that she knew cases where good gestures ended up being fatal. Suddenly, a maid knocked on the door and said they wanted to speak with her, and Lena peeked her head in and asked to speak with her. Begonia started saying she was probably crazy, but Syria asked to leave them. They sat down, and Lena started saying that she constantly bothered collies with stories that she wanted to go to the glacier, and that they got caught in a snowstorm there. After listening, Syria asked her if she knew that Collies was her fiancé. She said she knew, but he was her dear friend and she wanted to create one last memory with him. Syria repeated her words about the last memory and said that since she has it now, that means she won't see him again. Lena froze and looked sadly at Syria and thought that in the end, she started bullying her like in the book. She started crying and saying that she only wanted to be her friend. This statement irritated Syria, and she said why not, that the ex-wife and the current wife could become friends. Lena said why not, because unofficially they are married, but Syria said this is their business. And it's none of her concern. The maid came in and said it was Syria's time, and Lena started saying that she was really looking forward to befriending him. After all, her mother is a commoner who became an artist. For some reason, this really hurt Syria. In his office, Lennon complained that Syria had recently fainted at her wedding, after suffering a severe loss of blood. And she is already working hard and helping with the decorations, sparing no effort. Lennon shouted because the Duke didn't forbid him from working too hard. But the Duke, sitting behind the papers, said that he could interfere with someone who sincerely wants to work. Besides, it's better to keep her busy than to succumb to vain thoughts. And then the Duke looked at Lennon and asked why he was suddenly worried about her well-being. Lennon confidently stated that he is not indifferent to those who fulfill their duties quickly and efficiently. He continued that he didn't even know that they had prepared for the year-end celebrations so quickly, thanks to Madame Syria. Lennon stopped complaining. He approached the table and read a letter in which they wrote that Bork would invite a magician from the kingdom of Nesla to expel the demons from the Laurel estate. Having finished reading everything, Lennon said that this would be his last visit to the estate, and he asked if he would take the lady with him. The Duke said he must, even though their union is temporary, they are husband and wife. Lennon said he would be looking forward to the story of how the demons would behave when they saw their lover. And the Duke said with a smile that he himself was interested. The Duke headed for the door and said that the reception would begin soon, and that it would be insensitive of him not to accompany his wife. On the way to Syria's chambers, the Duke ran into the Marquis and, of course, he asked him what he was doing here. The Marquis replied that he had come here for the saint, but the Duke asked him why she was here. After a brief silence, the Marquis asked when he was going to dissolve his marriage with Syria. The Marquis replied that he was grateful for her salvation and that he would pay her all the money. But the Duke stopped him and asked why he should pay his wife's debt. The Duke asked if there was something connecting him to her after everything that had happened. Collies replied that he intended to divorce Lena, and moreover, he received official consent from her father. He brazenly asked if he had asked for his consent, and naturally, the Duke thought this was absurd. After all, he entered this marriage to save her, to have time to consider all aspects. The fault for what happened was entirely his, and the Duke, of course, wondered how this clown dared to brag like this. The Duke said that for a man who endangered the life of his fiancée, he was too talkative. He was about to leave when he and Collies heard a scream and fear froze in their eyes. We are returned to Cyrilla, who remembered how they laughed at her, that no matter how beautiful she was, her mother was an ordinary, low-level artist. When this happened in the book, Syria reacted very violently. She became furious like a rabid bull. Even though she was only in her body, she still felt the same emotions. The maids were also worried, and Lena did not stop talking. Syria noticed that she could not control her anger when she was among the members of the Kelliden house. In those moments, just like Syria, she experiences rage, Syria sways. But at that moment, she thought she was turning into the series from the book and hit herself instead of Lena. Then, with a stern look, she asked how Lena knew about her mother. Lena replied, stuttering a little, that her teacher told her everything. Syria asked if her wise teacher had also told her that she hated it when people mentioned it, or that talking about her personal family history was considered a serious insult. While Lena mumbled that her teacher was not to blame, Syria thought that she could no longer try to tolerate them. Collies and Lena deceived her. She is the villain here, so why can't she be angry? She thought, approaching Lena, and told her that no matter how many times Collies repeats that the marriage is temporary, she is still his wife. And people in this position cannot loudly say everything that comes to mind, dishonoring everyone and citing the fact that she finds it difficult to understand everything. Syria told her that she was not a baby and that she should be smarter, as she held a high position in society. And with that she left. She had every right to be angry, but she still doubted herself. Syria thought that Lena had insulted her, and maybe she should tell the priest everything. She stopped and wondered if this would change anything, since she was still the villain of the story. Syria decided to return because Begonia was probably in shock, but as soon as she turned around, she bumped into the guy. It was the Duke. He looked worried. Taking her hand, he asked what was wrong. He asked what she was doing, but Syria just looked at him and asked if he was following her. The Duke replied that he had been following her since the moment she left the room. He said he thought she was speaking loud enough to attract attention. Syria, of course, was lost in her own thoughts, so they didn't pay attention to anything. The Duke said nothing. He just came closer and looked at her cheek. He said it was like a mark left on others after interacting with them in the past. How funny. Syria replied that he was right and said she hit herself when they asked Lena. But she immediately said that nothing so serious happened, that she didn't want to talk about her past. The Duke suggested she go out for some air before going out into the hall to cool her cheek. At first she thought he was probably not interested, but then she thought he was showing concern. Collies, who was also looking for her, saw the Duke and her walking together. They sat on the bench. Of course, like a gentleman, the Duke put his cloak on Syria, who kept looking at him. The Duke noticed this and asked her why she didn't stop looking at him. She was surprised because he was sitting with his eyes closed. He said that white clothes could get dirty here. The Duke smiled and said that sometimes he wanted to look inside her head and see what was going on there. He said her thoughts were chaotic, but added that it would be sad if her dress got ruined. Syria started asking chaotically if he liked the dress and how they chose it with Begonia. But the Duke just looked at her calmly, as Syria thought, and walking away said they had to go. Although she thought he wasn't paying attention to her, his red ears said otherwise. Getting up, he asked if the Marquis had come to the annex. The Duke asked why she was asking about this. Syria simply remembered that she smelled his perfume when she walked down the hall. He likes to wear a certain perfume to events, Syria said. The Duke was surprised by this, and she said that it was quite an unusual perfume. So he remembered it, and when he saw the Duke's face, she started to worry. Then she asked him if she had insulted him, but he replied that they should hurry because otherwise they would be late. He himself thought that she remembered even the smell of his perfume. He wondered if she was so in love with that bastard that she even remembered the perfume. Meanwhile in the hall, everyone condemned Collies and Lena. They looked at them and whispered how they dared to come here after everything. Of course, the heroes of the rumors also noticed this, and Lena started saying that she was embarrassed and that they should leave, but Collies stopped her. He asked her if she was going to tell what happened to her and Syria. Lena casually replied that she had come to her to apologize and made a scene. Then she started shouting at Collies that she didn't want to talk about it anymore, so he should stop asking about it when suddenly the doors opened. Syria and the Duke entered the hall. They were introduced as His Grace, Archduke Rochberg, and Her Grace, Syria Stern. Collies kept looking at Syria, who shone next to the other. The people in the hall also started talking about how wonderful Syria is. Everyone noticed that their outfits matched and continued saying that she deserved to be called the star of the night. While everyone admired Syria's beauty, Lena moved aside and looked at her with disgust. No matter how much Syria convinced herself that she was a villain, it seems to me that in this story she is not the villain at all. Everyone approached the Duke and Syria, the protagonist couple of the evening, and the Duke asked her why she didn't cancel the saint's invitation. Syria replied how could she do this, and for what reasons, and the Duke said there were many reasons. That she could have chosen anyone, but Syria said that they deserve to be here as much as she does. And that she is not yesterday's star, as some say. After a brief silence, the Duke asked if she wasn't a star, then who? With such a calm look, had asked such a romantic question. Looking at the Duke and Syria, Lena suddenly felt like a third wheel in their presence. Her teacher approached Lena and told her that he had advised her not to approach Madame Syria for a while. The Duke looked at Syria and told her that this technique was for her. He asked her if she would do him the honor, and Syria, of course, held out her hand and agreed. They looked so beautiful together. The music started and the couple began to dance. Lena watched and asked the teacher why only they were dancing. The teacher explained that his lordship was a person with very high titles and that he was from the imperial family. After hearing the end, she asked what was wrong with her and Kali's. The teacher said that her status was also high. But in the empire, there is a clear boundary between aristocrats and the imperial family. Lena looked at Syria, and it seemed that she was no longer worried about love, but about status. She continued watching the couple and said that maybe it would be better on the other side. Syria went out onto the terrace and asked not to let anyone in. She said it was impossible to know in advance what would happen in the future. Just a couple of days ago, she was thinking about becoming the Marchioness of the Hanet house. Syria thought that if her wedding had gone smoothly, she would have been able to avoid the sad ending and live in peace. She thought Kali's feelings were real, but he still couldn't get rid of Lena. Like in the book. This scared her, and she wondered if it meant that others would stick to the main plot. She thought about the Duke, but immediately dismissed that thought because she didn't want to think about it. Before she had time to rest from these thoughts, she was called. It was Lena. She invited Syria to finish their conversation, as annoying as Kali's. And the Duke at that moment asked Lenin where Syria was. He said she was on the Duchess's terrace. Lenin was surprised that he called her by her name. Lenin proudly said that she had been locked up for a long time. Even though this was a temporary marriage, he took the opportunity to open it again. But he came to his senses and asked her if she had behaved too confidently. If so, he could close the terrace. But the Duke said everything was in order. The Duke said she was rarely alone and watched with joy how Kali's couldn't find her. Let's go back to the terrace. Syria told Lena that this is the Duchess's terrace, and not even the Duke dares to enter here. Just like her. But Lena again ignored Syria's personal boundaries and shouted that she asked Kali's for a divorce. Apparently, she wants to switch to the Duke. Lena continued saying that she heard that it is difficult for the country to divorce, and that maybe not everything will go well right away. With tears in her eyes, she told Syria that she would return what she had taken. But Syria made a gesture with her hand and said that she seemed to have misunderstood her, that she didn't care if the divorce or death would separate them. She explained that she no longer felt anything for him. I think Lena was quite annoying. Syria turned around and noticed that the second leech, Kali's, was standing at the door. At that moment, Lena shouted that she didn't feel important here. She shouted that she felt like a third wheel. These words surprised Syria. These words are exactly the same as she said to Raj. Syria thought that he never intended to confront her. Syria said that Kali's was outside the door. Syria kept thinking that the main character was Lena, and that she just wanted to live in peace. She told Lena that she was sure she had noticed from where she was. Lena continued manipulating. Syria asked her why she said that, if she wanted him to hear it. Or did she do it to look bad? Of course this hurt her. And she said she had never done anything wrong. Syria declared that since she was not going to ear, she would leave, when suddenly the moon became larger. When Syria turned around, she only saw Lena's shoe, but not hers. The moon disappeared, and Syria wondered how this was possible. She didn't understand anything. And Kali's accused Syria of knocking Lena down. This surprised Syria even more. As always, he blames everyone for everything, without even understanding the situation. Kali's words completely destroyed her good mood, and crying, She asked him if he intended to torment her until the end. Suddenly, Lena appeared again in the sky, and it seems Syria finally understood what was happening. In the book, Lena left and returned from her world to theirs several times. Kali's naturally ran to catch her. He continues to annoy Syria and does not miss the opportunity to be with Lena. Lena started to get hysterical and shout that she was not ready, while Kali's tried to calm her down. Syria remembered that for the second time, she disappeared from this world for a year. But it doesn't matter, because it's none of her business. She turned around and headed for the exit. Angry that Kali's thought she was a murderer. Kali's held Lena in his arms while trying to get Syria back, shamelessly. Syria left anyway, and thought that since she got the body of an incorrigible villain, she did everything she could to survive. It was difficult to save her reputation. Even if she couldn't correct all the bad deeds of the last series, Kali's should have noticed her changes. She sat down from exhaustion, remembering how happy she became when he proposed to her. Although he finally chose Lena and left her on the verge of death, she couldn't even imagine that he would forget all her good deeds. And that he would call her a murderer. Hearing a man who had taken a liking to her and spoke of love say this, he fell completely before my eyes. He dared to suspect Syria of Lena's disappearance. All her efforts were in vain. The Duke found Syria in a terrible state and called her by name. She said that she always lets him see her in this state. He sat down next to her, and when Syria asked him if he had heard everything, he replied that the Marquis. And the saint spoke quite loudly. The Duke looked her in the face and said that she was about to cry. She agreed with him and really burst into tears, but the Duke took her by the shoulder. And he was by her side. Lenin arrived at Cyrilla's chambers in the morning and said that the high priest had taken Lena away. He was angry and took her away. In fact, Syria was also on the terrace yesterday. She thought he was severe. But not the kind that gets angry. Syria asked Lenin what he came to her chambers to discuss this. But Lenin said it seemed the Duke hadn't spoken to her about something yet. Lenin rejoiced and asked her if she had heard about the Laurel estate. But again, Mr. Slug dared to enter her chambers and begged her to give him some time. Lenin noticed his rudeness and asked him if she had noticed him, but Kali's replied even more abruptly that he could decide for himself whether to leave here or stay. Ignoring Lenin, he sat down and apologized to Ceres, but his words were not important. He asked to give him another chance, and Syria asked with a stern look what would change if they started over. If he was sure that he wouldn't run to Lena if she called. Syria corrected herself and said that he wouldn't go, but would run immediately. As soon as she said his name, she asked him to repeat what he told her yesterday. About the fact that she pushed her. Syria remembered that not even the servant had thought of such a thing. He was the only one who doubted her innocence. Still, he said he could understand why. Her reputation is quite questionable. Besides, she almost lost her hand because of him, but she was already fed up with his attitude. She stood up and said that he had inflicted a deep wound on her, that she was still against continuing to suffer to avoid death. Syria, she told the insolent man confidently that she did not want to worry forever about whether he would run to Lena again. She took the ring out of the box and decided from that moment on that she refused to be afraid. Throwing the ring on the floor, she finally told him that everything was over for them. Getting up, she told Lenin that they would continue their conversation outside, and Lenin immediately got up and followed her. They left, locked the door, and leaving Kali alone, the guy started crying again and aimlessly asking for forgiveness. The next day, Lenin and Syria went for a walk, and Syria asked him what he wanted to talk about yesterday. But Lenin should talk about it. He said it was tactless of him to bother someone who had just gone through a breakup, and that he probably cried a lot. But Syria stopped his flow of words and said that it was okay. Poor Lenin had just started talking when Syria noticed Abby. She ran straight to her, leaving Lenin and Abby behind, who was frantic about her condition. Syria was worried, took off her cloak and offered it to Abigail. Although Abby refused, Syria put a cloak on her and asked if it was cold in prison. Abby calmed her down and then asked her during her imprisonment if she decided which of the two she wanted to kill. Or maybe it would be worth killing both. The series ended, she abandoned this idea, but Abby convinced her that she would go unnoticed. At that moment, Lennon couldn't take it anymore and asked to let him finish. He said there was a place in the Burke's domain that was very famous in certain circles. At Laurel Estates, Lennon said it was unlikely they had heard of it. But that tomorrow, she and the Duke would go there together. Syria remembered that in the novel, only the closest relatives of the Burke could stay on this estate. It is mentioned in a couple of lines. And they also say that everyone has forgotten about this place. Lennon noticed Syria's facial expression and asked if she had any plans for tomorrow. Syria replied that she had no plans, and Lennon was glad he could explain everything to her. Because the Duke was busy and couldn't tell her in person, Lennon said that she was probably confused to know that she would have to go out on the road tomorrow. And he asked everyone to get ready. But Syria didn't understand anything that was happening, and then the day of the trip arrived. She kept wondering and was a little surprised by what was happening, even in this or that situation. The Duke said in a calm voice that the road was long and that she should sleep. But Syria thought that, in that situation, it was impossible. An hour earlier, the Duke was already ready to head to Syria's chambers, saying it was time to leave before the snowstorm got worse. But when the Duke entered her chambers, he saw that she was sound asleep. The maid, of course, said she would wake up her lordship immediately, but the Duke refused. He picked her up and told her that they would go like this, because it seemed that she was sleeping peacefully for the first time in a long time. Syria was completely embarrassed and asked to be allowed to go. She wanted to move to the other side. The Duke said he couldn't let her go because she didn't have shoes, and Syria asked why. He replied that he didn't have time to grab her slippers. There should be a pair in her luggage. But for now she could sleep, and Syria asked if she could sleep in that position. But the Duke drew attention to something else. He said that, in his opinion, Karate was cold when he touched her feet. She asked him not to touch her feet, but the Duke asked why, and Syria replied embarrassedly that he always touches others' feet so calmly. The Duke replied that she was no different, and Syria started to object. But then she thought of something. At this thought, she completely blushed, turned around and asked him what he was thinking about. She asked him if he took her to the Laurel estate to spend their wedding night. It can be understood that the Duke himself did not expect this. But he still decided to tease her and said that this would be where it would happen. Syria noticed his facial expression and asked him if he was lying. The Duke asked her how she guessed, and Syria replied that it was written all over his face. She thought that to survive, she had to understand the main character's train of thought. The Duke said he would hold her feet only because it was cold here. He explained that in karate there is no other way to warm them up, so there is no other choice. But Syria still started to say that he would allow her, as a duchess, to refuse. And this surprised the Duke when she called herself Duchess. She realized this and changed Duchess to Esterna. And the Duke asked why she corrected this. Because she is indeed his Duchess. The Duke added that if she is against it, he cannot contradict her, unlike colleagues. He respects boundaries and personal wishes. Suddenly the carriage stopped abruptly, so they jumped. The Duke asked what was happening, and when he looked out of the carriage, he saw that they were surrounded by monsters. He asked Knight Elliot how long it would take to reach the estate gates. Elliot replied that they were on the right track. The Duke ordered everyone to put on star armor, got Syria down, and asked her to stay in the carriage, and that he would send Lennon to her. But Syria grabbed the Duke's cloak and stopped him, which surprised him. Syria asked him to be as careful as possible, and the Duke replied that he certainly would be. She was still worried because the weather is absolutely terrible today. Syria watched the battle and wondered why the monsters appeared suddenly. She was worried that this happened because she didn't go to the glacier. But only a couple of days had passed, she thought, when Lennon came to her. He entered the carriage and said it was so hot there that it was like a real paradise. Syria asked him if he was riding a horse. Lennon replied that he was sitting next to the luggage, when Syria asked him why he wasn't with them. He started to say that then he wouldn't have been able to read, but then he said he just didn't have time. He remembered that they would be at the estate soon, and asked Syria that as soon as they crossed the gate. She should not speak respectfully to anyone or about anyone except the Duke. Lennon started to say that if she failed, they would die, because there are demons everywhere. And then one of them appeared in front of Lennon. The monster started shaking the carriage. They shouted to the Duke that the carriage had been attacked. Syria asked if Lennon was okay when he woke up. But Lennon himself stood up and asked if Syria was injured, but she had a dark wound on her cheek. Syria started to worry, because this is demonic energy. Lennon said he felt dizzy. She was afraid for Lennon, so she hugged him and her stern power started to work. Syria ordered him to sit quietly, and that it would be bad if he was poisoned by demonic energy. She thought that Syria's purification ability was not strong, but she could handle it. But something terrible happened. The monster managed to open the carriage, and with its mouth open attack Syria. Fortunately, the Duke arrived in time and killed that monster. He asked if they were injured. Syria replied that they were fine and continued hugging Lennon, and the Duke asked him if he was dead. When Lennon mumbled that he was alive, the Duke threateningly asked him that. Since he wasn't dead, how to understand his hug, jealousy is not bad. Syria replied that she was simply trying to clean him of demonic energy. She finished and sweetly rejoiced that everything was fine for him, but judging by the Duke's face, the guy was in big trouble. They managed to deal with all the monsters, but the carriage was broken and the Duke decided they would continue riding. And he called Syria. She told him that she knew how to stay well in the saddle, but the Duke asked her what difference it made. Of course, he took her with him. She said she felt like luggage. The Duke replied that if that were the case, she would have traveled behind him. The Duke said he was cold as ice and asked her to stay still, otherwise she would freeze to death. Although she thought he didn't need to express his concern that way, she still understood that the Duke was very warm. Finally, they arrived at the Laurel estate and dismounted their horses. The Duke picked up Syria and they entered the estate, but despite its beauty, it is scary. Syria finally felt it. Even from the outside, she felt that something unpleasant was lurking here. The Duke noticed this and asked what was wrong. Syria first said that everything was fine, only that this place is different from the estate. At that moment, the girl was restless and surprised by the Duke's appearance, and was surprised that he was not alone. When Syria said she was a temporary duchess, the girl started shouting at the Duke that he had really kidnapped her. She ran up to Syria, took her hands in hers, and said that her hands were cold. Syria thought her hands were very hot, and Lennon approached the Duke and told him that the knights were waiting at the door. The Duke asked Marta to pick up Syria. She felt embarrassed and said she had legs. Marta said the floor was dirty and easily lifted her up. How sweet. Syria realized this and said that Madame was quite strong, and Marta asked to call her by her name. The Duke said that then she would fall, and Syria wanted to tell him to take care of himself, but the Duke had already closed the door. Martha said that she did not need to address her respectfully, because she did not speak like that to Lennon. Syria naively said that this is what she was doing, and Martha looked angrily at Lennon. Martha, although smiling, said terribly that she was waiting for a satisfactory explanation from Lennon. Now it seems clear what Lennon meant by karate, and Marta decided to take Cyrilla to a warm bath. Marta continued to feel sorry for Syria, who had to go through the monsters. She started washing Syria's hair and said she thought the Duke had kidnapped her, and decided to hide her here, but Syria said he was not that type of person. When Marta said that he was much more excited than she thought, Syria became embarrassed. And then Syria noticed that the bathroom seemed simple compared to what she had seen. Marta explained that the servants usually use it, the others are now in an unacceptable state. At first Syria was afraid that Marta could read her thoughts, but then she realized something. She asked Marta if this meant that there were other people here. Marta replied that there was also a gardener and a butler. Syria thought that no one took care of the estate because it was empty. While Marta sweetly asked Syria if she was hot, Syria wondered why Rush abandoned this property. Meanwhile, Lennon was helping the butler with the table and asked him if the estate had changed. And the butler replied that it had remained the same since that day. Lennon was worried and asked him if he felt comfortable living here, because everyone was talking about the butler not showing up at the main estate. The man replied with a smile that he had lived here for more than 10 years, and that guests were rare at the main estate. And then he asked if the new duchess was the girl he used to call cruel and ignorant. Lennon became nervous and asked not to talk about how he used to talk about her, since they have a good relationship now. The butler agreed and still asked him what happened to her, since she completely changed her mind. While they were talking about this, Syria had already managed to get dressed and reach the hall. Lennon panicked. Quickly and with a smile, he helped her sit down, asking her a bunch of questions along the way. The butler approached Syria and introduced himself. His name is Bastian, and he told her that he would love for her to call him by his name. Syria realized that she had never seen the butler of the main estate, and said that she was also happy to meet him. Bastian bowed and said that the others were busy with their business at the moment, and he asked her to forgive them for greeting her later. While Bastian said he would bring her food, Syria noticed the mold. Syria realized that the mold was moving and thought that maybe it was solidified demonic energy. If Syria's assumption is correct, then these are demonic shadows, as Lena called the clots of solidified demonic energy. In the book, they played an important role in the events of the second part of the story. Lena gained influence in the imperial family when she was able to clear the strange shadows that disturbed not only the other Sterns, but also the high priest. Syria continued looking at the molds and wondering if Lena had cleaned those of the imperial palace, and if that meant that her help would be necessary to get rid of them. Lennon realized this and asked if his lordship had heard of this mold. He said they could cause her trouble. And the Duke tried everything, but in the end, he invited her to the estate. After trying everything, the Duke decided to invite magicians to the estate, said Lennon. Lennon said that, when he noticed that the property was infested with black mold, this had been happening for 15 years. They tried all known methods on the continent, but in vain. It turns out that the Supreme Church condemns magicians, calling them heretics. Syria asked him if she should tell him this, because she is stern, and Lennon said that the Duke would generously reward her for her silence. She asked if it would have been easier not to bring her here, but Lennon replied that he really wanted to introduce her to Marta. He had raised her since she was little. How sweet. Syria turned around embarrassed and said that they could come after the magicians performed their ritual here. But Lennon surprised Syria by saying that this would be his last attempt to clean up the heritage. Returning to the Duke, Elliot approached him and told him that they had dealt with the monsters. Elliot was nervous and asked about the magicians, and the Duke replied that most likely the snow had delayed them, and that they would probably only arrive tomorrow. The Duke told him not to worry and ordered him to take the knights and return to the main estate. I think the Duke himself is a little worried about his house, but still said that this time they will definitely save it. And Syria had already prepared to go to bed. Marta said that her rooms were not yet completely ready, but Syria was also satisfied with this. Marta took her hands in hers and said that since she lives here, there is no need to address others with so much respect. She said that Syria is a lovely girl and that it's a pity she is only here for a couple of days. Marta leaned on her arms and said that it was an honor and a joy for her to serve such a duchess. Syria remembered her conversation with Lennon. He said the mold was consuming the estate and that apparently it wouldn't last much longer. She became worried and asked why they weren't evacuating the servants. But for some reason, Lennon gave a vague answer that she herself would soon find everything out. Syria was worried because none of this is mentioned in the novel, so she doesn't understand what is happening. Marta was preparing to leave and said the Duke was late and that she had better go to bed. And Syria asked where his lordship would sleep. And Marta said that, of course, here. Marta said these are the Duke's chambers. Yes, Marta, we all understand what you're doing. It's not a bad move. Finally, the Duke returned, and Marta greeted him. He asked how Syria was, and she said she was already asleep. And Bastian asked if she was really the same Stern. He continued that she was like a different person. A couple of years ago, Lennon described her completely differently. Marta seems completely oblivious to this drama. And Bastian asks what made her change so much. The Duke stopped and, with a terrible look, said she had simply fallen in love with a scoundrel. And left. But upon entering his chambers, he discovered a surprise from Marta. The Duke thought Martha was deliberately keeping quiet, that Syria was sleeping in his chambers. And anyway, because she is lying on a chair, thought the Duke Syria, she lay down here when she found out she was in Rutsch's chambers. Of course, the Duke took Syria and put her on the bed. He himself sat on the chair, thinking it would be better if she immediately fell asleep in bed. But before he could sit down, he thought she might freeze. He got up and lit the fire, thinking she had fallen asleep without even doing this, and that she was causing a lot of trouble. But a little later, I realized the room hadn't warmed up. And getting closer to her, he covered Syria with a blanket, thinking it would be terrible if the precious Sterna died while sleeping. He is always afraid she will die from the cold. He looked at her sleeping and remembered how she spoke to him about their wedding night, and embarrassed, he was about to get up. When Syria hugged him, blushing Rush something new. Morning came and, of course, Syria got a big surprise. She would be doubly surprised when she discovered she was the reason for this. She rushed to free herself from his arms, while wondering how this could happen to her. Syria covered the Duke with a blanket, and, embarrassed, noticed that the Duke was incredibly attractive. She started looking closely at him, wondering how a person could have such perfect facial features. When she started thinking that the ideal would be for his gaze to be kinder, at that moment, Rach opened his eyes. The sweet gaze with which he looked at her disappeared after a second. She became nervous and wished him good morning and rushed to leave, and the Duke said she was already tired of admiring him. And now she was fleeing so modestly. Syria said she didn't do anything of the sort, she just covered him with a blanket. So she decided to solve the mystery, and Marta asked and moved her to the bed. But Rach calmly replied that it was him. She asked why, and the Duke asked her to leave his wife sleeping on the chair and occupy the whole bed alone. Rach asked her why she decided to sleep there, and she said she was more comfortable there. But he said she was lying, and that she did it because she was afraid he would do something. And then the argument continued. Rach said that she clung to him to stay warm, and Syria, embarrassed, denied everything. It was time for breakfast, and the cheerful servants said they could be called as soon as they finished breakfast. Syria said she knew about the magicians and debated whether she should stay in her chambers. But Rach replied that they should avoid her and not the other way around. She told the Duke that she would never report this to the church because she owed him her life. Finally, Syria decided to get to know the estate and said that the conditions here cannot be called ordinary. It seems this is a sensitive topic for Rach. She asked him why he kept insisting that Marta and Bastian stay here. The Duke replied that he had never done such a thing, and Syria asked why they didn't leave then. Rach replied that they were connected to the estate and could not take a step from here. But then he added that more precisely, only Merit could not leave, the rest claim they like it here. And they don't want to leave. Of course that's a lie. Marta is connected to a property that can no longer withstand the demonic shadow attack. Therefore, when the buildings collapse, Marta will die. Syria asked if the Duke called the magicians to rescue Marta. He said this was true and that this was not the first attempt. He had done it before. You can see how this situation pressures Rush. And suddenly, he declared that everything was his fault. After breakfast, the Duke went to check the borders, and Syria was worried because the snowdrifts were already as tall as him. Lenin, who accompanied her, replied that it was reasonable because they were attacked by monsters. But Syria was still worried and asked what would happen if something happened to him. And it seems Lenin couldn't imagine it that way. He said that she didn't know him well, that he was an unusual person who would come out alive even from their desert hearts. Syria remembered how he blamed himself and saw that the pain was reflected on his face. She believed that he did nothing to suffer, but Marta is a person close to him. Therefore, Syria decided to delve into this matter and asked if Lenin could tell her everything about this property. Lenin decided to tell everything because now it is an honor for the Duke's family. It happened when the Lord was 15 years old, Lenin began. His father, the previous Archduke, brought his illegitimate son to this estate. The Archduke always found something to reproach Roch Esmes. He threatened Sir Eliot, who was the master's only knight at that time. The Emerald Sea Chest. This chest is a relic of the Burghouse. It is used by glory-seeking experienced knights who wish to become protectors of the Laurel estate. Who place a lock of their hair in it will no longer be able to leave the estate. The Archduke continued to pressure Sir Eliot, demanding that he tell him why he refused to do this if he really wanted to become a knight of the Burghouse. As a result, Madame Martha placed a lock of her hair there so that the master's only knight would not become a hostage of this property. And from then on, he could not leave the estate, and those who were close to her decided to stay with her. Lenin said there is much more to the story, but the short answer is that I don't see why Roch blames himself. Syria thought that none of this was in the book and wondered why Roch's father did this. Lenin became worried and asked her not to feel offended by the Duke for bringing her to such a terrible place. He said the Duke only wanted to introduce her to Marta, but Syria calmly replied that she was not angry at all. She smiled sweetly at him and said that, on the contrary, she was grateful that he shared such personal information with a stranger. Lenin even burst into tears at this reaction and said that she was part of the Varro family, and that as soon as the imperial family approved their union, she would become the closest person to the Duke. While Lenin was saying that he looked forward to the day when he could call her Duchess, Syria looked sadly at the property. She thought that surely there must be a way to save the property and the people who call it home. Later, Syria tried to clean these shadows. She succeeded, but at this rate, it would take 1,000 years to clean the entire property. Her purification power is not that strong. Syria remembered that Lena discovered the source of demonic energy and purified it using her sacred power. When Syria thought there must be a source here too, Bastian interrupted her thoughts. He introduced Suzette. She is a seamstress and gardener of the Laurel estate. She asked Syria to accept her late greeting. Bastian invited her to the dining room. They prepared dishes to her taste. They covered the whole table with various delicacies. Marta said that no one on their estate eats those things. Marta said they were perplexed when the knight suddenly brought so many desserts. She assumed it was all because of Cyrilla, but she herself was not aware of it. Syria admitted that she could never eat that much. Marta remembered how the Duke brought all this and said he loved sweets. Syria, of course, didn't understand why he did this and remembered her conversation with the Duke in the morning. And she asked Bastian what he told the Duke when he said he wanted to stay here. What was the reason? Bastian said that on this estate, there is a peculiar rock that is made of a special type of sugar. He continued that he told him that after tasting that sugar, he no longer enjoyed any flavor. But of course, he didn't believe it. Syria looked sadly at the dishes and said that he was probably trying to show her what sweets existed outside the estate, hinting that it was time for her to move on, and although it was clear to her that he gave her this reason only to reassure him. This act made everyone cry. Bastian said that he didn't even know what meaning she gave it. And Marta said that the Lord remained the same little boy as they remembered him. Syria looked at them sadly, thinking that Roch was very worried about them. She believed she understood that this was none of her concern, but it still stung her heart. As she went down the stairs, she realized that she had grown attached to this property. Once in Syria's body, she suffered every day just to survive. And for a long time, she hasn't been able to relax like now thanks to Bastian and Marta. Syria fell in love with the spacious and serene property. Although Roch grew up here, the place is never mentioned in detail in the novel. It didn't say what happened here. Lena never came here. This place disappeared before she appeared. She has every reason to consider it hers. At least she can be sure that Laurel Manor will never leave her for Lena like Callie's did. First, we need to find the source of demonic energy. There must be a way to fix everything. A few hours later, she found a basement from which demonic energy emanated. Syria thought that stronger demonic energy clearly came from there. However, she remembered that Martha had said that the magicians had arrived and retreated to the basements. They would try not to attract her attention. Syria thought that maybe this was not the right time, when Lennon held out his hand to her. Lennon was so tired that he looked like a ghost, which of course scared Syria. Syria turned to him and told him that he scared her, that she couldn't show what Lennon was like. Lennon was about to apologize to her when he was hit and fell to the floor. Surprisingly, it was Suzette who knocked him out, who a few minutes earlier had been very embarrassed in front of Syria. Of course, this scared Syria, and she asked if one blow was enough to knock him out. Suzette replied that she did it because he dared to sneak up on her. And she asked not to call her that formally. Syria was very surprised when she said she had been trying to correct his bad habits for a long time. She thought Suzette reminded her of Abigail in a way, but she seemed much crueler. While she thought that all the servants of the Burke house were formidable, Suzette asked her if she was heading to the basement. Syria's eyes lit up, and she cheerfully asked if she could go there, and Suzette replied that there were no locked doors for her on this estate. Suzette said that the knight had given her permission, so she could go with her if she wished. Entering the basement with Suzette, Syria immediately noticed the unpleasant smell of herbs. She realized that it must be the magicians burning some herbs, and she was right. When she opened the door, where the magicians were conjuring something, she noticed insignia grass in the bag. Insignia grass is generally a weed, but it acts as a sleeping pill for those with divine power. She wasn't particularly worried about herself, but Rush is the owner of this property, and the head of 17 great houses, famous for their divine power. This made her angry, and she approached them, saying that the Duke was now on the estate, and that they knew they shouldn't burn this herb in front of him. The magician replied that they knew his lordship would be absent for some time, so there was no problem. He continued saying that an important part of their attempts to disenchant this sinister darkness was already underway. While Syria looked at everything, she noticed that they were casting a spell on the emerald sea chest. And the magician got too close and asked who she was. They decided to intimidate her, and Syria confidently replied that they knew perfectly well who she was, and asked where they got so much audacity to demand answers from her. But in reality, she was only feigning confidence because she herself was terribly scared. After thinking, she decided to approach the chest, but a magician threatened her path. Fortunately, Suzette stopped him with her sword and shouted that he dared not block the lady's way. Syria approached the chest and tried to empty it, but quickly realized that her powers were not enough for that. Annoyed, she told Suzette that they had no business here and that they could leave. Although she didn't manage to empty the chest, she did find the cause of the estate's problem. She later gave Roch the stern branch so that he could be with him, because he checks every day if monsters have appeared. But the Duke replied that it was unnecessary because Sterna was by his side. She said she couldn't hug him and cleanse him like she did Lennon. But the Duke found it strange and said that they are spouses. He shouldn't hug her more comfortably. Syria asks him to hug him. She decided to tease him and told him he could hug her, but not in his room. But for example, in the hallway. Syria said that today she went down to the basement, and Rush asked how the magicians were. She replied that they behaved boldly, but Suzette controlled them. And Rush laughed, saying that meant she herself hadn't dealt with them. Rush drew attention to the flowers, and Syria replied that Suzette wove them for her. And Marta brought the milk. Syria remembered again that she didn't remember any of them being in the story. This saddened her again. She thought that it meant all the services would disappear along with the estate. Neither from the real series nor from her should eternal kindness and good manners be expected. She just understood that she didn't want these people to die and decided to talk to Roch about it. Syria said she had been looking around here for a while and seemed to have found a way to clean up the property, which surprised Rucha. He said with a sad smile that he was convinced that Holy Lena could help with this. Syria was worried that she might end up being the one to unite Lena and Roch. She believed she understood that this was a temporary marriage, but first Kali's, now Roch. She felt uncomfortable with all of it. But she decided that both were the main characters, and it didn't matter how it ended for her. Because they were destined to be together, but Roch suddenly surprised her. Roch said he didn't want to hear any more mention of the saint. Then he asked if she could handle it alone. Syria replied that she couldn't do it. She explained that she was convinced that Lena would be able to get rid of the shadows. But Rach said that he had no desire to allow a woman with no connection to his family to enter this house. Syria said she could temporarily hire Lena to accompany her. However, Rach expressed it more clearly. He said he didn't want to bring women to this estate, except his duchess. Syria didn't understand why he refused, because only she could cleanse the property. He explained that he was asking this because he didn't want anyone to die here. Rush asked that he is not at all proud of asking to invite this girl here. The Duke continued saying that she could worry about these people, but she should think about herself first. Then he asked a question that scared Syria, about whether she was afraid he would follow in the footsteps of the Marquis. Syria thought how not to be afraid of this because this estate is beautiful, ideal, and peaceful. And the people there are kind-hearted and willing to share their kindness with her. If Lena ends up here, she can become the center of this world. She would be lying if she said she wasn't afraid to be honest. This thought makes her envious. And if Rush chooses her, this thought even made her shudder with fear. And yet, she kept thinking that everyone living here would die. And how can you pretend to be ignorant when you know the way to save them? She just wanted to help and did nothing to deserve such harsh words. She stood up and said that he was not like the Marquis. Syria said she chose him, but she didn't choose you or Laurel Estate. It seems this really hurt her. Yes, and Rush also got angry and said she was right, that he was not the man she had chosen. Syria replied that since they agreed on this, then he should refrain from showing her special attention. And Rush said that it seemed she didn't understand his words regarding his duchess. She replied that she was mistaken, which was very arrogant of her. Upon reaching the door, she turned to Rush and lied by telling him she didn't care if he called Lena. Or not. It turned out badly, but this is still their first fight. Nothing can be done. While the Duke was worried in the room, Syria was worried in the hallway. And she thought that recently they had managed to get along. Lennon said that Marta was connected to the place due to Roch's illegitimate half-brother, born from another woman. She understood that Roch simply did not want to follow in his father's footsteps, but she was still angry about his harsh words. But she abandoned this thought when she noticed that Marta was lying on the floor. She ran to her and shouted for her to wake up. Syria saw the blood, got scared and wanted to call Rush, but then one of the unpleasant magicians shut his mouth and said that he had found the best victim to offer to his god. The magician ordered her to follow him, but fortunately Suzette was nearby and hit him. Syria remembered that they seemed strange to her, because Syria has an unusual hair color. And anyone who heard about her appearance would recognize her immediately. She told Suzette that she suspected them and asked her to keep an eye on them. Syria was glad she asked Suzette for help, but she couldn't even imagine it. Suzette said she left one tied up on the first floor and came here to look for the other two. And then the last magician suddenly appeared and attacked Syria. Suzette pushed Syria, but fortunately Rose managed to reach them and attacked first, stopping him like that. He asked Syria to return to her chambers, which she did, but after their fight she felt uncomfortable being in his room. Syria thought it was good that they managed to save Marta. The attacker almost hit her vital organs. While she thought about this, Rush entered the room and sat next to her, calling her. But she closed her eyes and thought that maybe he had no hope, that she wouldn't talk to him, and that he could sit on a chair or lie on the floor. She didn't care. Roch ran his hand through her hair, and when she tried to pull the blanket back, Syria got up and, confused, asked him what he was doing. Roch replied that he was checking to see if she was injured. The Duke said he told Suzette that he suspected shamans and that she could have been seriously injured if the sword had hit the mark. He asked her if she understood how often she puts herself in danger and how she can be so reckless, and again throws hurtful words. Syria told him that they wouldn't dare harm her because they knew she was external, and that nothing that would bother him would have happened, she added. Roch got upset and said that he perfectly understood that this was not what worried her. And he asked her why she didn't share her doubts with him. Syria replied that she could tell the person who decided to end his marriage, and then simply ridicule his choice. She continued that he took every opportunity to hurt her. She annoyed her, that's why she tried to bully and silence her. Syria said that after all this, how could she expect her to talk to him about the issue of her safety? She asked how this was possible and what he would do in her place. It seems Rush didn't think about this, because he seemed surprised. Rush tried to touch her, but she quickly pulled her hand away. And then Rush asked for forgiveness and said he shouldn't have made such frivolous comments. Syria was very surprised that Rush apologized to her. She tried to pull her foot out from under the blanket, but accidentally hit Rush in the stomach. Rush said he didn't even feel ticklish, let alone pain, and that he had no idea how to attack a knight. But Syria replied that it was an accident. She thought that since he apologized, then she shouldn't cling to her pride. Besides, she understands why he said all this. Syria got out of the blanket and moved away, making room for Rush. Rush asked her if she wanted him to lie next to her, and Syria, shyly, asked him if she had to ask such an awkward question. She said that he was probably tired from everything he went through today, or that he wanted to spend the night sitting. He replied that he wouldn't be surprised if she offered him such a thing, but Syria asked him who she was taking him for, and that he himself wouldn't wish such a thing on her. Rush approached Syria and, touching her, asked her to call him by his name. At first she felt embarrassed, but still called the Duke by his name when he was already approaching her lips. But as soon as their lips touched, something thundered, and Syria asked what those sounds were. However, when Rush asked her what sounds she was talking about, she got scared and asked if he had heard anything. Rush noticed that she was clinging to his sleeve, smiling, and replied that of course he heard it. And he just decided to joke. She said she almost went crazy because of his joke, and Rush stood up and said that no one else notices this sound. Rush thought the sound was very loud. So why only the two of them heard it? And Syria remembered that the Grikyu's empire was founded by the great Saint Gremmel, who was blessed by the heavens. He received 2 divine gifts. The first, a great fortune that extended to his imperial family. The second is 17 houses that have their own personal divine power. Thanks to Gremmel, these houses continue to pass down sacred magic to new generations. Now they are also known by the holy title of Grand Vanchet. Among them, the representative houses are House Hanet, House Keliden, and House Borg. She wondered if those with divine power could hear this sound, and then asked if there was an altar in the basement. Rush was surprised and replied that nothing like that could happen on these lands. Syria said she definitely felt some kind of weak power when she was there before. It probably came from the ancient sacred relic. She believed that the Fountain of Shadows might also be there. Rush began to worry about her, approached her, and told her that he would go there. And he would let her remain safe here. Still, they went downstairs, and Rush said he asked her to stay in the chambers. But Syria reminded him that she was external. Syria held his hand tightly and wondered when this story managed to become a horror movie. Rush said that she was trembling a lot and thought she was cold, but Syria said she was simply afraid. Upon hearing that she was afraid, he took her hand and drew her closer to him. He told her that before he had behaved thoughtlessly, but now she was trembling in the dark. Holding hands, they walked down the hallway and reached the portrait of the former Duchess, Rush's mother. Syria thought she was very beautiful and wondered if their characters were similar. But Rush didn't seem happy looking at her portrait, and then started reading some kind of book. It was historical records of House Burke. A couple of pages had been torn out, so he took them downstairs for safety. This book was mentioned a couple of times in the novel, in which neither Rush nor she gave it much importance. The previous duke and his illegitimate son wanted to overthrow the master from his place as heir. Apparently, Rush's father tore out a couple of pages when he found out about the existence of his other son. Rush is the head of a great house, but inherited only a part of the family history that was passed down from generation to generation. Rush's father tried to alter his reign, Syria. She wondered if it would be possible to do this to her own son. Suddenly, Syria felt the energy and approached, and it turned out to be a monolith, made of constellation steel. Syria didn't understand why they would leave something so valuable in such a place. But then she saw something more interesting. It was a tiara. And suddenly, Syria heard an order to take the tiara. Rush noticed that Syria had moved aside and asked what she was doing there. Syria reached out her hand towards the tiara, and a great energy burst from it, and Rush ran towards her. She heard someone say that they only wanted to live normally, at least for one day. Then she saw Rush, who was giving flowers to Syria. But then the sweet image changed to a creepy one. Syria saw a scary girl who was begging her not to reject him. The creepy girl added at the end, "My moon," and with that Syria woke up. Syria was remembering where she was when suddenly Abby hugged her. She said that on the third day of being unconscious, she almost destroyed the entire dam property with her own hands. Syria was out for 3 days, and since Abby is here, it means that she was returned to the main estate. Evie said they were in the Duchess's chambers. His lordship ordered the servants to bring her here. But the most surprising thing is that Bastian and Suzette were here, and Syria asked them what they were doing here. They knelt down, and Bastian asked to accept also their deepest thanks on behalf of Madame Marta. Bastian said that they would never forget the cost she had to pay to save Laurel Manor. Syria was surprised and said to repeat what they had just said, and Bastian replied that the shadows had completely disappeared. While Suzette said that they wanted to dedicate their lives to serving her, Syria was still in shock. She thought about how the demonic shadows would leave if Lena didn't approach that place. Madame Martha admired the estate from the garden and rejoiced to see that the estate had returned to its former greatness. She remembered how Syria tried to cleanse the property and said that House Burke had finally found an excellent duchess. Syria got out of bed and saw the same tiara standing in front of her. She remembered this tiara in the book ended up in the hands of Syria's older brother, Kelidon. After a fierce fight between several minor characters, Kelidon gave it to Lena, and from now on she would wear it every time she went out. Syria wondered how this tiara ended up on the Laurel estate. She thought Kelidon bought it at some auction house. She told Suzette that since the tiara was found on the estate, she shouldn't give it to Roch. But Suzette surprised her by saying that the Duke gave it to Syria. Syria asked why he did this, because it was an important family relic. And Suzette replied that everything the Duke owned now belonged to her. She remembered how she touched him and how she had those visions that were not in the book. Syria went out into the street at night and ran into Roch, who put his cloak on her. Roch said he understood that she wanted to see him, but that she could have told Lennon. But Syria replied that she had nothing urgent. After Roch heard that Syria was fine, he said he wanted to talk about the gift. And he decided to use it as a necklace. She thanked him, but didn't want to wear something so ancient on her head. But Roch said that it didn't sound so bad. He probably decided to joke again. Syria was already used to it, and said that she said it because he didn't need to wear it himself. And she decided to joke with him and asked if he wanted to put it on. And Roch said he would wear it only if she put it on. Syria asked him to lean down a little so she could put on the necklaces. When their faces were so close, both Syria and Roch blushed. Roch approached her and thanked her for saving the property, and added that he would always be indebted to her. But this time, the kiss did not happen either. Syria blushed and moved away and said that it didn't suit her at all. And she added that she would rather wear it herself, and Roch replied that she could do whatever she wanted with it. Syria said that this pendant contained divine power. It had more power than an ordinary relic, but Roch saw nothing special in it. She asked him if he wanted to add anything else, and if she should demand that he return. Roch handed her the necklace and kissed it, saying he wasn't in the habit of accepting gifts. And that besides, it suited her much better. Embarrassed, she quickly got up and reported that she would inspect the glacier again next week. Roch asked if she wanted to monopolize all the affairs of his servants like this. She replied that it didn't sound so bad. Syria smiled and told him that she liked it better when people didn't despise her. Roch looked at her with slight sadness and told her that she had completely changed and that it was strange. The next day, Syria wanted to see the prisoners, those magicians who were on the estate. Roch didn't understand why she needed this, and Syria replied that those shamans came to the estate for a special purpose. Syria looked at them and thought that for those who were being tortured, they seemed normal. Lennon said that the Burke's interrogation methods were not as ruthless as she might have thought. Syria approached the main magician and, showing him the necklace, asked if they had come for it. The magician attacked her madly, but Rush managed to push her away. The mad magician opened his mouth to say something and his teeth fell out. This did not surprise Rush and Lennon. Lennon bent down and picked up the magician's teeth and said that he had told him to keep his mouth shut so they wouldn't fall out. With a sweet smile, he put the teeth back into the magician. What a liar. But he said that magicians are not cruelly tortured. Syria pointed out that Lennon said they don't use cruel methods, but Lennon continued smiling sweetly. And Roch dragged her back, as he had found out everything he wanted. Back in the chambers, Elliot said that they assumed this was Mitchell's doing. Roch got angry and said that this scoundrel was beside himself with rage when he found out he was an illegitimate son. And now he was completely angry. And he really believes that the destruction of Hausberg will change the fact of his birth. Although he was angry, Roch seems upset. Lennon said that he was the previous duke's favorite, since he hired armed shamans. It means he has gone crazy. They are as similar as twins. While Syria was wondering why she needed this necklace, Roch noticed it and said that he does not hide an illegitimate child. How funny. She said she knew because he wouldn't do that. Roch said that he finally praised him. Syria laughed and said that if anyone heard this, they would think she criticizes him all the time. And then Roch asked if something happened between them because they looked strange. They were really embarrassed and didn't look at each other, and Syria thought he was trying to hide it. But still understood it. The next morning, after waking up, Elliot knelt down and thanked her for cleaning the Laurel estate. He even cried and said that his life and honor now belonged to her. Syria is not surprised that what happened awakened deep feelings in him, because he should have been in Marta's place. But the tears surprised her. The fact that these two were so embarrassed alarmed the jealous Roch. Suddenly, Lennon ran into the room and said that a group of priests went to the major church. But they were caught by a snowstorm and monsters. Lennon also added that Holy Lena and the Marquis of Hanet were also with them. One way or another, they received an urgent message that Lady Syria and a detachment of knights must leave immediately. This irritated Roch, and he asked how serious the danger was, but Lennon replied that they had not been informed about it. Rush stood up and said he should tell them to all die together from the cold. How serious? He said that if they really needed help, he should send them knights led by Elliot. Lennon said that the high priest himself asked for help. Syria realized that most likely he would refuse because he didn't want to put her in a difficult position. But refusing a request from the high priest would definitely have a negative impact on Hausberg. But she promised to do everything possible for him. She must not allow the high church to start fighting with the squirrels. So Syria told the duke that it was worth helping them. Lennon was very happy with Syria's offer. Roch asked her if she was sure, because dozens of excuses could easily come to her mind. He was worried that she might feel uncomfortable with Lena and said that she didn't have to go. Roch knelt on one knee and said that if the request didn't bother her, then they could go together. She accepted his hand and proposals to go together. Suddenly, they became so romantic that it was even strange. You can understand their friends, who are now embarrassed to see how their friend started behaving so romantically. Finally, their lordship, the Duke of Berk and Sedia Stern, reached them. High Priest Amos greeted them and thanked them for responding to his request. Amos told Syria that she had matured a lot, which was a big surprise to him. He was completely different in the book, and yet such a stern man congratulated her. Roch continued to worry about Syria and asked the priest how dangerous those monsters were. The priest advised Syria to wait in the chambers and that they would bring her the map soon. Upon hearing this, Roch turned to her and asked if she wouldn't mind being alone for a while. This of course confused everyone, especially Syria, and she said there was no need to treat her like a little girl because she was external. Roch explained that this was simply a dangerous place, and entering the tent said they would see each other later. Calling her his lover, Syria herself blushed when she thought that he was acting more romantically. She sat down and thought that Lena and Collies must be somewhere nearby, and that she wouldn't want to run into them. Although Lena is now stern, she will have to see her before the task. And when she was thinking about this, at the same moment Lena approached her. When she entered, she said she heard everything and asked if she had really come to save her. Lena said that Syria couldn't even imagine how scared she was. Syria stood up and said that she came here as Sterna because they called her to help. And since the high priest himself asked her, she had no other choice. Lena started to say something, but noticed the necklace and asked where she had found it. This surprised Syria because she was interested in the necklace. This was not the case in the book. Lena's good girl mask disappeared. She pointed to the necklace and asked where she got it from. She continued pointing, and Syria replied that the Duke gave it to her. Lena looked grim and asked if it was a wedding gift, and she and the Duke had already started exchanging them. In the same grim tone, she said she wanted the same one. This even scared Syria, because Lena is behaving like a true villain. Lena continued saying that since it was a wedding gift, it means that when they divorce, she will return it to the Duke. And now the second leech arrived at Cyrilla's tent and asked if Cyrilla was there. And while the knight was trying to discourage him, they heard Lena talking about Cyrilla's divorce. And the Duke. Syria was very surprised. She behaves strangely, completely different from the character in the book. So she decided to tease her. She took the necklace and said that apparently she was really looking forward to getting it. Lena continued manipulating and said that if he got bored of it, then he could give it to her for her birthday. But Kali's suddenly entered the tent and told Lena to stop talking to Syria like that. And how dare she talk so calmly about the divorce of two aristocrats from the Jerkis Empire? She immediately took the cute side and said between tears that when she divorced him, Syria would also divorce the Duke so she could marry. So she said it. Kali said that even if that were the case, her words still sounded unpleasant. She said she understood everything and left the tent, and Syria wondered why they made such a scene in front of her. Kali's then turned to Syria and told her that she had lost some weight. Syria replied that it was none of his business and that he should go to Lena. She wanted to tell him something again, but suddenly the other knights shouted that the monsters were already here. The knights had already started fighting the monsters, but there were many more than they imagined. Syria decided to concentrate. Her power is capable of reaching the steel constellation within 5 kilometers. If a knight moves outside this radius, his armor will quickly drain heat from him, until the knight dies of hypothermia. That's why it's so important to be very careful when fighting monsters. Syria thanked the goddess that the knowledge Syria received as stern remained in her memory. But suddenly, someone shouted at Syria to turn around. Syria was attacked by a huge monster, but Kali's managed to run to her and save her. His knights ran towards them and began to protect them, while Syria wondered why Kali's risked his life. Kali's asked if she was okay while wondering why he was trying to protect her after everything that happened between them. But the monster hadn't died yet and attacked Kali's. Fortunately, Rach managed to kill this monster. Rach got angry and told Kali's that he couldn't even defend himself. He only noticed Syria, who was all wounded and sitting in the snow. Rach got even angrier seeing her in this state and said everyone must be crazy. He quickly approached her and told the others they could only chat about Esterna's value. Nothing more. Syria wanted to ask him how he knew she was in danger, but didn't have time because Rach hugged her tightly. And he told her that he simply felt it. She returned the hug and told him he could strangle her in his arms. Rausch said that if she had died, he would have buried alive all the nobles who asked him for help. He was very worried and asked what would have happened if he hadn't arrived in time. Syria naturally felt embarrassed by such a confession and therefore asked him to stop. But Rausch only replied that he still knew they were spouses. While the two were having a pleasant conversation, they were watched by a sad Callies, who wondered when the two managed to become so close. But he didn't think about it for long, because Lena shouted his name and ran and asked what had happened to his hand. Other priests told Lena that she must not leave her post and asked her to return. But she didn't listen to them. Lena continued shouting Kali's name and asking what happened, but the priest was already taking her to his home. In the tent, Amos scolded her for neglecting her duties. Amos started shouting that the Stearns play a key role during the battle with the monsters. So under no circumstances should you leave the Knights. He explained to her that she must not flee from her position and asked what would happen if the Knights of House Burke had frozen to death during her absence. Lena apologized to Amos, and he said they had developed a plan that could deal with the remaining monsters. As Amos left, he asked her to control herself, at least for a day. When he left, Lena began to say that she had done nothing wrong and that Syria would have done the same. She decided that Syria and Amos should experience the same terrible feelings as her. Abby continued fighting monsters at that moment and only realized that she had moved too far away from Syria. Another knight who was beside her shouted that a monster had appeared on the right. But when she turned around, there was nothing there. The monster appeared on the other side. Fortunately, she managed to kill him, but then she realized that this knight was trying to keep her as far away from Syria as possible. She realized that he was interfering with her, and suddenly remembered that this guy was running after Lena the whole time. And she asked him if she had forced him to do it. Since it turned out to be true, Lena happily thought about how she had asked him to interfere with Abby. But as soon as she saw Roch, she immediately became nervous. When they crossed paths, she felt a kind of spark. Roch turned to her and ordered her to explain why she did it. Lena turned to him and timidly told him that she hadn't done anything, and then Roch pointed to her hand. She just became more nervous and said that she hadn't done anything. This only infuriated Roch, and as he prepared to leave, he told her that he hoped she wouldn't bother him in the future. As soon as Roch left, Lena said that he made her tremble and that she made the right decision. Kali's was the best option. Her good mood didn't last long when she entered the tent. She realized they had caught the guy. Amos asked her if she had really sent this knight to interfere with Lady Abigail. Lena again started hesitating and dragging her words, and when Amos shouted at her, she admitted that she did it to show that anyone would leave their post for someone they care about. Even Syria, Lena said, Syria was very surprised by her action. She took Evie, risking her life for such a small thing. After all, she knows very well that a knight who goes beyond the range of Esterna's forces can die. Amos said he could no longer turn a blind eye to this, and that he had said she could serve in the main church for a month. And then he would personally deliver her to the capital, but now he decided to break his word. And she will remain in the church. Lena started shouting that she hated the church, and Amos shouted that her own sense of comfort came first, and that he didn't care about the knights. She replied that she didn't see anything wrong with this because she had already been sent to prison. Amos scolded her, telling her she shouldn't insult the knight. But Lena only shouted that she didn't understand anything and that she wanted to open their eyes. Then she ran out. Syria was not lost and asked Amos to talk to her himself. Lena ran into the forest and thought that everyone was unfair to her, that she was Stern's preciousness, and that everyone was scolding her. She didn't want to blame her, but the one who took her place. Suddenly, she heard a voice. The same necklace appeared in the sky, and a voice told her to touch it. And as soon as she did this, black smoke enveloped her and began to penetrate her heart. At that moment, Syria appeared, who was horrified by this image. The black smoke dissipated, and Lena fell into the snow. It seemed like she had just absorbed the darkness. And Rush, in his tent, scolded Lena for continuing to cause trouble. The priest reported everything she had done. The priest got scared while saying that the matter was very important and they needed their knights. He continued saying that the situation was urgent and that the other priests had already gone to look for Syria. And Lena. Rush didn't know that Syria went to look for Lena, so he got very angry. Meanwhile, Syria took Emos to see what condition he was in. Amos complained that no matter how many times he repeated the rules to her, she kept breaking them. And finally they found her. But Lena started shouting not to approach because she hadn't done anything wrong. Amos tried to calm her down and suggested she return to camp, and Syria wondered if she should tell him what she saw. But suddenly, a huge monster appeared behind Lena. After the battle, the knights searched everywhere for Syria and High Priest Amos. Kali's, who had hurt his hand, approached the Duke and asked if he had found traces of Syria. Rach was not happy and told him that he should not worry about her at that moment. He continued scolding him, saying that apparently common sense had left him with the saint, and that he had already dragged the Duchess into a dangerous place. Rach looked at him angrily and added that he was still causing trouble, and that as soon as they returned to the castle, he would have a talk. But the Duke was interrupted by one of the knights, saying that the monsters were approaching again. Syria, Lena, and the high priest were together, and there was a huge monster nearby. The high priest ran towards Lena, but the monster attacked him. Before he could finish telling Lena to flee, the monster killed Imos. But the moment the monster attacked Lena, the Duke ran and killed the monster. Then he approached Lena and told her that he had already told her not to cause trouble. She fell and thanked Rush through tears, and the moon behind her turned red. The moon became huge again, and a force began to carry Lena away. Lena shouted for help and said she wasn't ready yet. But Lena disappeared again, and Rach was left with his arm outstretched. This happened for the second time in the book. Lena came and returned to her world through the moon several times. The first time she disappeared for a short time, so this incident is described in one line. But the second time is different, it took a whole year. It also made Rach and Callies realize their love for her. What both didn't know before is that, luckily, this time the story will be different. And Rausch will not fall in love with her. The omen that occurred was the beginning of the main story that Syria tried to avoid. The place and circumstances of her disappearance are completely different. Only one thing remains the same in the book: both came closer. Syria feared having to simply watch how the story unfolded. She wondered if it was really impossible to avoid a future where both would fall in love with her. And she would die. Since High Priest Amos died from the claws of a monster, they held a funeral rite in the tent where Syria arrived. The priest said that since Esterna, as she broke through the rest of the High Priest's soul, she should now be in God's arms. Suddenly Rach came and asked her what she was doing here. She replied that she had come to place a lock of her hair on the lid of the High Priest's coffin. They say it is good for the deceased, and Rach asked to be allowed to do it, adding that he shouldn't see her in that state. Syria went out and saw how pathetic the knights looked, no wonder, because Lena disappeared. And the High Priest died. She didn't remember if Amos died in the book, but she does remember that Lena didn't disappear here. Lena followed Rach to a frozen lake in the Burke's domain and suddenly disappeared. Rach then felt guilty for what happened, and for the fact that he couldn't save her even though she was very close to him. The feelings of guilt towards her gradually changed, and a year later they turned into love. Syria became more and more worried and asked Rush if he felt guilty about what happened. Rush asked in front of whom, but Syria was too worried and turned away, and said it didn't matter. But the Duke said how could he answer if he didn't fully understand, and asked her to finish. Syria finally recovered, and then asked him if he felt guilty towards Lena. But Rach asked about him again, and Syria said she understood what he was talking about, and why he kept asking clarifying questions. Rach said he didn't fully understand her, and asked her why she could feel guilty. She replied that it was because he couldn't save her, even though she was close. The Duke began to press his forehead with his finger, and said that this is why she frowned so much. Rach still looked at her with a loving gaze. Maybe the story had changed due to Syria's effort. He said that the inner corners of her eyebrows were raised. Syria was embarrassed and said there was no such thing. Rach said that you could always tell from her face what she was feeling. Rach replied that the saint herself decided to escape the camp and that he did not force her to leave. So he does not feel guilty. He wondered why his feelings for her appeared that way in the novel. Syria is now completely perplexed and tried with all her might to change the plot. But every time, everything ended as written in it, but the worst is that her attempts led to the death of an innocent person. Syria's thoughts were interrupted by a little boy who offered her a drink. She was worried because she couldn't discuss everything with Rush. He decided that she was in shock from Amos's death and told her they would go to the castle soon. As soon as Syria took the drink, she realized it was wine. Callies stopped her and told her not to drink this wine. And he handed her a kind of flask and poured the wine for her, but Syria told him to take the glass back. But Collies refused again and said that she was allergic to strawberries. Having said this, he left while Syria shouted at him to take the flask. But Collies told her to keep it. While Syria was shouting, Elliot approached her and informed her that he had finished preparing the carriage. And he had come to pick her up. Elliot approached her and asked her to accompany him, noticing the flask. He asked her where she got it from, and Syria said the vagrant gave it to her. However, Elliot said that this flask belongs to the Marquis because it bears the family crest of his house. Syria was angry because if anyone else had noticed her, there would have been a scandal. Elliot asked what was in the flask, and she replied that there was wine. The priests prepared theirs in the dugout, to which she was allergic. This surprised Elliot, and he said that the Duke would be sad when he found out. Elliot said that now he understands why his lordship always asks to accompany her. Syria said that she barely spoke to him and that she would return the flask to him. She asked the boy to give it to the Marquis. While she was asking the girl this, Roch appeared right behind her and asked if the scoundrel had been flirting with her again. At that moment, Collies returned to his tent, and the priest reported that an urgent message had arrived from the upper church. He said to tell them he would arrive soon, but the priest said they asked for a witness to accompany him. The priest explained that the saint herself had disappeared, so this case would be investigated very carefully. They require someone with strong divine power who was present at the time of the saint's disappearance to come with him to the church. Collies immediately understood that they were referring to Cyrilla and was delighted. The elders gathered and decided that Esterna should leave. Collies asked if they should hand her over, but the priest replied that they would do it themselves. After all, it is unlikely that he or his lordship would be happy with each other's company. The priest added that they will do everything possible to prevent them from crossing paths. This annoyed Collies, but suddenly his flask was thrown in his face, and of course, he managed to catch it. Of course it was Roch, who stood in the doorway and ordered them to continue their conversation. He looked at them threateningly and asked who and where they were taking her. The priest said that the elder had already gone to his tent to inform him personally. Roch asked who had the authority to give such orders, and added that his wife had already been through many difficulties on the way home. And she has no time or energy to walk to the church. Collies looks angry. Roch said that if they need someone with divine power, then he will go, because he is also part of Grand Banshit. So there will be no problems. And then Collies became impudent and asked him how much work he had piled up, that he didn't even have time to walk to the church. He said that although he saved Cyrilla, forcing her to work to exhaustion is too much. Rush didn't step aside and said he was flattered to be so worried about his wife's health. Rush pressed on a sore spot, saying that since he was constantly with the saint, and apparently his attitude towards Cyrilla was like that. At that moment Collies could no longer help answering him and simply remained silent. Rush remembered how he took Syria's flask and told him that he would give it to the Marquis himself, and told him he could take something else. But Syria replied that she couldn't drink the local wine, which was made in a dugout, which would make her sick. She said that he couldn't know anything about this because they spent so little time together that she didn't have time to share much. Roch only realized that they had spent very little time together. He said with a bit of sadness that it was funny that the Marquis knew more about the Duchess than the Duke himself. Now he was worried and wondered if he really knew more than him, because they spent more time together. Roch looked at him and thought that because of this heart time, his face was distorted by emotions every time he heard her name. The Duke approached Collies and told him to wake up, because he seemed to have forgotten that his wife was a saint. And not Syria. Collies said that the Duke forgot that he and Lena got married due to unforeseen circumstances. Just like him and Syria. Roch got angry and said that everything was different with them. Personally, he never ran away from his fiancée during the wedding to have an affair with another. This is a love triangle. Collies asked if the Duke would stop insulting him and challenged him to a duel. Roch was delighted with this offer and said that he had finally offered something worthy. But the priest took Roch's hand and asked him to calm down because something bad could happen. The priest told him to think about the lady. He is sure that she is already very worried about the death of the high priest. And their duel will finally end. It seems these two were only thinking about it. Rach said that it wasn't for nothing that he had his head on his shoulders and would have to postpone the fight. Kali's also agreed. Elliot approached Rush and told him that all the soldiers were gathered. Rush ordered him to select the knights who would return to the duchy. The rest would go with him to the temple. Rush also ordered that he make sure that all the strawberries in the main garden of the estate were picked. Roots and all. Elliot replied that he would discuss it with the lady, because that was her territory. Rush said with a smile that he probably didn't know that only she could torment him like this. Collies noticed the Duke's facial expressions and thought that judging by his expression. The Duke fell in love with Syria, but the story changed and Syria became the main character. When Syria arrived at the estate, she saw the terrible state the garden was in. Evie said the property looked like it had been looted, but Syria asked what kind of thief would dare to break into the Burke house. But Evie had already drawn his sword and said there is a proverb no cat. The mice are free, and he asked to exterminate them all. Of course, Syria replied that there was no need to do any of that. When the boys entered the estate, they were greeted by Bastian and a group of maids. Bastian greeted Syria. Syria said that everything seemed to be in order on the estate, but the yard was a mess. Bastian explained that they felt the strawberries in the garden were too prolific, and that they had to dig up everything to remove all the roots. Syria said she didn't understand why the garden was in this state, and Bastian apologized and explained that the gardeners only obey the Duchess's orders. Traditionally, the estate lands are hers, Bastian said. But since they hadn't had a mistress for a long time, the gardeners refused to make big changes to the garden. Bastian suggested she take the opportunity to give it a new look. Syria replied that she didn't have many options because she couldn't leave the garden in that state. She said she should make a schedule so that everything is well planned before Rach arrives. Syria smiled cheerfully and said that apparently they had a lot of work to do. Marta joked that apparently they left her at Laurel Estate, and Syria asked her if she knew how hard she worked. Syria said that she put the gardeners who tried to deceive her into practice, and, as a result, to House Burke, she ordered them to fertilize the soil and even helped them herself. I carefully studied 24 garden design proposals and selected the most beautiful ones, and of the most justified price. And Bastian said that everything for the main estate had already been done and asked her to go to Laurel. It turned out that Bastian wanted this activity to become a relaxing hobby for her. But she did everything in 3 days. He suggested she go to Laurel, where the garden was smaller, so she could enjoy decorating it. Syria thought that apparently she was sent into exile because she worked too fast. Marta said that Bastian is right, she works too much, she has even lost weight. And Marta told her to come here so she could feed her. She pleased him and told him that his lordship should also come, because Bastian was worried that he wasn't resting enough. Martha said that while they were tied to the estate, they didn't know how hard she worked. She hopes the master finds a place where her heart can be calmed. Syria thought about her words and thought that Lena should appear in a year. And if events unfold as in the book, when she returns, Rouge will give her his heart. It seems she still doesn't believe she can become the main character. She thought she was prepared for any eventuality, but after Kali's betrayal, she feels unimportant. Syria remembered seeing darkness, which is strange because Holy Lena herself is the incarnation of light. She is God's chosen one and owner of his power. Syria thought they were completely different. She can cleanse the shadows only thanks to the necklace. I remember that Lena could perform miracles after receiving this necklace. However, she never had suspicions, because initially she possessed strong divine power that, according to her, it helped cleanse the filth. But what if the necklace is an object that enhances Esterna's magic? Syria wondered. What if in the book it was the source of all of Lena's power, and she herself was simply lying? These thoughts appeared in Syria. Now everything was completely confusing, and Syria was no longer sure if she should rely on the original plot. When Syria finally returned, Rush met her and asked where she had been. She replied that she had been at Laurel Estate for a couple of days, and asked him when he returned from the main church. Rush replied that he galloped all the way to the house. When Syria hugged him, she realized he had a fever. She said he shouldn't be allowed to loaf today, but Syria was worried and said he had a fever. Syria told Lennon about this, who was surprised because he had never seen him sick. Lennon said that not only was he in good health, but he wasn't human in that regard. Syria decided that, since Lennon said so, maybe she shouldn't worry so much. And she asked where the Duke was now. She wanted to show him the garden plan. He said he was finishing work in his chambers due to his hurried departure from the church. He had many unresolved matters left. When Syria went to see him, she realized he was right. Rush was sick. Lennon is so naive. Of course he was sick before, but he didn't tell anyone. Syria decided that he needed medicine and tried to get up, but Rush grabbed her hand. She said she knew he was sick, although he insisted that everything was fine. Syria said Suzette gave him this. It should help. She invited him to take it and went to bed. But the cunning Roch said that he shouldn't touch her and asked her to help him. Syria put her hand on his mouth, and he took the pill. Then Roch said that if you don't take the pill, it will leave a bitter taste in your mouth. He asked for water and Syria was already embarrassed, but still gave him something to drink. Syria kept reminding herself that he was sick, and that was why he was acting like a child. Roch said that he spilled the water and told her not to complain, because few people receive attention from Esterna. Syria said she should have said she was sick, but Roch said that she herself worked so hard that she made Bastian cry. She replied that she would not hide her poor health, and that, moreover, the work in the garden would proceed slowly. And she would have to wait until spring. And now the servants will be busy cleaning Syria. She asked him if he knew that there was a huge hole in the garden. Suddenly, Roch asked if he really looked so pathetic that he had to sit with him for company. Syria said that when a person is sick, they can feel very lonely. Roch asked harshly if she was speaking from experience and if they had treated her badly at home. But she replied that they had treated her badly. She said that she sent him to the ambassadors, family asking them to approve her boat after the year-end party. But they were in no hurry to answer. Roch said that they immediately gave the Marquis permission. Syria said that if Collies were a duke, they would have found many reasons to refuse. She said that it seemed to them that she was worthy of nothing more than marrying the Marquis. They would never admit that she was now a duchess. Roch said that enough talking about them, and he took her hand. He said her answer was no longer important to him, and Syria asked him why he sent the ambassador at that time. Roch replied that he did it for that bastard, because Collies received a marriage license. But then he changed his answer and said he just wanted to fulfill the formalities. Roch asked her if she was free tomorrow or the day after. He wanted to go somewhere with her. To the lake where he normally goes to inspect on the north side, but the south side is much more beautiful. The last few days have been tense. A lake vacation is the best way to relax. She asked what about the monsters. Roch replied that the guests were accompanied by knights, so they would be safe. Then he took her hand and told her not to worry because he was with her. But Syria was worried and said that he should wait until his fever went down, because even his eyes were red. She said he was very sick and his temperature might have risen even higher. Roch said that apparently he hadn't noticed before, but his eyes were always red. When he got so close, she felt embarrassed and moved away, saying that she probably didn't look closely. So he didn't notice. Roch took her hands and asked if she would go with him to the lake, and of course. She agreed. She said that the majestic view of the ice-covered lake would also benefit her. Something uncommon on their continent. Roch asked why. He was carrying an umbrella, and she replied that the sunlight reflecting off the snow can blind the eyes. So everyone carries an umbrella with them. Suzette said that this place is very popular with newlyweds. People come there to learn about the heritage of the land in the Berks territory. On a clear day, they carry umbrellas, which symbolize the flowers blooming around the lake. Syria felt embarrassed remembering how Suzette told her about the newlyweds. So she decided to put the umbrella away, but Rose told her to leave it and said that the maids were right, the views here can be blinding. Syria pulled him towards her and told him that he should stand under the umbrella with her. The sun was shining too brightly, and there was enough space for him. She told Roch that they say if you look at a glacier often, you can fall in love with the Duchy of Berk. Roch asked who told her that. Syria replied that it was Suzette, and he asked her if she felt like she was falling in love. The sweet moment passed when she replied that she was Esterna and knew very well that she was on the other side of the glacier. Roch turned around and said that she was still a mystery to him, and Syria reminded him that he said she was an open book. She asked where else she would find Stern, who was so familiar with the glacier. But his cheerful mood immediately changed when he noticed that the glacier was starting to turn black. As it darkened, Syria remembered this phenomenon as often mentioned in the book. The frozen lake of the duchy turns black every winter and then returns to its normal appearance. But it also happened that, along with the color change, monsters appeared around the lake. Roch said it seemed they would have to spend next week at the estate, observing the appearance of monsters. The series looked alarming, and Roch said there was nothing to fear. In a week, everything would resolve itself. She asked if she looked scared, but Roch said he was only asking because she looked sad even when they were having lunch. Roch said he didn't want her to cry again, and Syria asked him if he liked teasing her that way. He replied yes, and Syria pouted, and said that he had been so kind to take her to see the garden she wanted to see. Syria was about to leave, but Roch stopped her and told her that he still hadn't had time to familiarize himself with the design she had chosen. He said that she could explain everything to him while they walked, for example about the cleaning. But Syria continued in a bad mood. Syria said she plans to plant an oak tree on the site, although this may seem old-fashioned. Roch replied that she can do whatever she deems appropriate. And he decided to joke, asking what would happen if he wanted to plant an oak tree on the roof of the estate. But Roch replied that he really had the right to contradict the Archduchess. Syria continued to tease him and asked what would happen if she planted an oak tree in his rooms. However, this only made Roch laugh, and Syria thought that lately he had been laughing more often. Syria asked if they could spend every weekend at Laurel Estate, and promised Marta she would visit on weekends. She said it would be nice if he came with her, although it would probably be difficult to leave now that the lake was dark. Roch said there shouldn't be any problems because the estate is very close. Suddenly, Lenin ran up to them and told them that a servant from Kellyden's house had arrived. They were given an obituary. Syria opened it and read the name of Mrs. R. A Margres, this is Syria's aunt. Madame Margres never married or had children, but her long tenure as the family elder gave her great influence. But she is the only relative who did not show hostility towards Syria. The lady loved the theater and was kind to the actors. That is precisely why she did not feel hostility towards Syria's mother herself. She must have left her an inheritance. It seems worth a trip to her parents' house this week. Roch said he could send Lenin in her place. But Syria said that they could not force him to fulfill her personal whims, and moreover Marquis Kellyden personally asked her to visit him. Perhaps this invitation is a good opportunity for her, since upon moving into Syria's body, she met her family at the ball. She knew she was on bad terms with her relatives, but since she had taken her place, she wanted to try to establish contact with them. But nothing went well. She still remembers how she felt then. It wasn't anger but fear, so strong that it caused tremors. And at that moment, Syria could not control her emotions. Having lived in her body for so long, she would like to test herself again to see if she can control her emotions in his presence. Roch asked why she didn't wait a week, and then he could go with her. Syria asked in response if he was afraid to let her go alone. She approached him and whispered in his ear that if he was worried, he could ask her to do something for him. Syria continued whispering something to the Duke, and he was surprised by her request. At the Kellydenhof estate, the butler told the boy that Mrs. Syria had arrived. The boy asked if the fool had really arrived. He was sure that she would refuse. She would be afraid of her father and asked what his brother was doing. The butler replied that he was meeting with the head of the Menzel house. The boy said that the father and mother must also be busy and asked if he should greet her himself. Mrs. Kellyden is the second son of the Kellyden house, Syria's younger brother. Syria arrived with Abby and Elliot and was greeted by the butler. She told him that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, but that he hadn't changed at all. The butler asked her if she was doing well, and Syria replied that she was doing well, as long as they didn't disrespect her at home. Syria said she was no longer Keliden, but Archduchess Burke. However, she didn't have to enter through the main gate, but through the side gate. And worse, she was not greeted by a family member, but by a butler. Syria started shouting if he looked like a postman and ordered that his arrival be reported again. She added that he told them that Archduchess Burke had arrived, and the butler ran into the house. Syria then asked Abby how she felt about this blatant disrespect towards her. Abby replied that she could break the front door, and Syria said then she would have to pay compensation, and that she wouldn't want to give a single cent to this family. So Evie shed tears and, drawing her sword, said that she would cut off the neck of anyone who dared to ask her for money. Syria said that everything is fine and that if she ever needs it, she will let him know. And her older brother left the house. The Marquis of Keliden's eldest son, Syria's half-brother, and another relative who despises her. Cassius Keliden looked threateningly at Syria and shouted at the devilish games she was playing, still calling her Syria Keliden. He shouted at her and asked how much longer she intended to continue with this childish nonsense. Syria did not remain silent and told him to watch his language. She is no longer Keliden, and he is obliged to address her as your ladyship. But the boy just laughed and said that she could kneel on him to greet the noble person who deigned to come. Syria approached him and told him that if he came out to greet her, he should do it properly. She said that the knights were watching them, and what was the use of presenting family problems to the knights of House Burke? But the bastard only said that she was badly wounded, which changed him. He extended his hand and told Syria to take it. She was still afraid of him, but still took his hand. Syria thought she was no longer the same Syria, so she had no reason to be afraid. The butler said that they had prepared the best guest room in the annex for her. Syria ordered that it be given to her escorting knight, Abigail. The butler asked her if she was going to sleep there herself. But Syria said why would she use the guest room when she had her own chambers? He replied that this room was not cleaned, and Syria said that those maids were busy doing nothing, and she ordered them to clean it. When Syria went to see her room, she saw how desolate it was. It was clear that the maids hadn't taken care of it at all. She looked at Cassius and realized that he himself knew nothing. Apparently the maids didn't come here at all. Syria decided to tease Cassius, and said that in the Borg estate, even the coachman's chambers were nicer than this one. Cassius shouted at the butler that there was a thief among them, and that he should find out who they were after the funeral. Did he also order the maids to clean here? Syria asked him if he thought he was the only one in a bad mood. But then Elliot entered, and Syria asked him what he was doing here. Elliot said he wanted to check the chambers assigned to him. Therefore, he asked the servant to take her with him. Syria shyly replied that those were her chambers. Elliot was noticeably worried, but Syria tried to calm him down, telling him that he wouldn't bother her like this. Actually, she has to get used to the attitude in House Burke, but the others treat her like this, so she is calm. Elliot said that they are very lucky to have her, and that he is very happy that she is with them now. He is incredibly grateful that she chose the Burke House estate, and he is sure that the others think the same. These words greatly surprised Syria. Elliot suggested that they quickly resolve the problems of her inheritance and go home. These words from Elliot incredibly quickly lifted Syria's spirits, who was already used to being treated badly. The entire Keliden family sat down for dinner, and someone said that the news of Mrs. Margress's death was sudden. But many still managed to come. She was a girl, and continued that the lady was a famous person. Everyone present received mercy from her. The redhead said how well she expressed it, calling her Mrs. Menzel. She continued saying that she often thought about how lucky they were to have her as Cassio's companion. The woman said that Margress's wishes were that her funeral should not be gloomy. She said that she carefully considered who to invite, and now she can see many friendly faces at the table. She was clearly hinting at Syria and finally approached her. Syria was already tired of this. She heard that the representatives of the Western houses are typical aristocrats. They all smile wonderfully while hiding the dagger behind their backs. The girl turned to Syria and told her that her lordship had come to the table much earlier than she expected. She clung to her unpleasant brother and said that judging by the fact that he treated Cassius like a servant when he first arrived, she thought she would be the last to reach them. The vile girl continued manipulating, saying that apparently she likes to attract attention. Messrs. Menzel, now it may seem that he and Cassius are inseparable, but he and Nissus will later become hopelessly attached to Lena. When Cassius finds out that Madame Menzel secretly mocked Lena for stealing her fiancé's heart, he breaks off the engagement. Syria intended to be kinder to her, as such a pitiful fate awaited her. But if she desperately tries to hurt her, she will have to change her mind. Therefore, Syria smiled cheerfully and said that she didn't need attention. Everyone already knew that she was the daughter of Marquis Kellyden and the wife of Archduke Burke. She said she was sure there wouldn't be a single fool here who would act like a child trying to find out who she was. The girl wanted to object, but the woman interrupted her by asking Syria to be kinder because she would soon become part of their family. The aunt also tried to offend her, saying that the Duchess of Burke was not interested in the affairs of the Kellyden house, and that, if she communicated with her, Her Excellency. However, Syria was not offended by this. She said it would be wonderful and called her Marchioness. Syria said that if she had treated her properly from the beginning, everyone here would have behaved accordingly. The woman said that she had really changed a lot, forcing a smile. The woman turned to the Marquis, and Syria thought that she knew him for the first time since she became Syria. The Marquis said he heard that she threw a tantrum, insisting that Jason open the main gate, and he ordered not to bother anyone. She replied that it would be possible to do so if she were Kellyden, and told him that the Archduchess was before them. Syria said that she was accompanied by the knights of this house, led by a commander. So she refused to tolerate any disrespect towards her husband's surname. And most importantly, she doesn't want to become a source of disagreement between the Burkes and the Kellydens. The Marquis did not expect this, and said that she had really become different. He said that in the entire empire, the only thing talked about was that she fainted during the wedding ceremony. Syria wanted to answer, but the boy interrupted her by shouting that she was fine. He even stood up and started shouting that the rumors were lies, that there was no need to even try to verify them. It turns out that the Marquis received a message that he almost died, and that's why he called here to personally verify the truth of the rumor. Syria stood up and said that, according to Nissus's words, it turns out they knew what happened. But they still didn't consider it necessary to send at least one letter to House Burke. She said they embarrassed her, and anyway, "I am your daughter," he added. Syria continued saying that when she was vomiting blood and was on the verge of death due to the furious power. They weren't worried about that. Her father asked if her divine power had really gotten out of control. Syria stood up and said she could ask the commander of the Knights of House Burke. He was a respected man who would not lie. He looked sadly and added that for her sake, surely because she is not worth it. When she went out, her older brother ran after her and asked if she liked making a scene after a long absence. Syria said that she didn't fix anything, that she really could have died, and she told him. He added that he himself saw how Mrs. Menzel treated her, but still sees only her as the problem. She was trembling all over. She didn't feel well. She was trembling after meeting her family. She ordered him to let her go. She thought simply by being next to Cassius. Syria realized that the problem was not the relationship between Marquis and Syria. Something happened between them. She again ordered to let her go. Cyrilla's condition got worse and worse. She couldn't say a word. She started to choke. The butler ran towards them and pushed him. Syria was still in shock, and the butler shouted at her that she shouldn't have done that again. The butler shouted that Syria hadn't recovered from what happened yet. The next day arrived, and she still couldn't get over yesterday. The horror was so great that she couldn't even scream. It seems something much more serious has happened than anyone could have imagined. The butler is aware of what happened. Probably, if we investigate a little, we can find something out. She was in her father's office, and the Marquis asked her how much she had suffered in the ceremony, since she hadn't fully recovered yet. Syria replied that yesterday she talked about everything, and that if he doesn't believe her words, he can familiarize himself with the church records. The Marquis meant that wasn't why he asked, but Syria said she also had a question. She said that he still hadn't answered the Archduke's request to approve her marriage to him. It turned out that the Marquis himself was unaware of this request. He asked if there was a request for services from the Duke. The servant replied that when Syria left the house, he ordered not to bring her anything concerning her. He said he cancelled his order and ordered the letter to be brought. But the servant replied that he had gotten rid of the letter, and the Marquis shouted that he hadn't ordered him to do so. The servant replied that Mr. Nissus assured him that there would be no problems because of it. Syria thought that Nissus hated Syria and the book, but had no idea that it was he who broke all ties between her and the Marquis. She said that in any case, she wanted to get his consent, because the Duke saved her during the wedding ceremony. Syria said she owed him her life, and that the only way to repay him was to become a perfect duchess. The Marquis said that they say when people are on the verge of death, they change. And he added that he would write to her. She said she wanted to deliver the letter to him herself, and the Marquis agreed. And he added that he would be waiting for the letter, and she called him father, which surprised the Marquis. Syria thought that for Marquis Kelidon, the word father sounded strange. Apparently, Syria had never addressed him that way, and we see a family photo where Syria is not present. Syria realized that she had called him Marquis her whole life, and this thought awakened a feeling of loneliness. But after a couple of minutes, Syria found herself in a garden simply full of people. Of course, she remembered that the Marchioness had worked very hard on the invitations. But this was too much. She thought it looked more like a market than a funeral when she noticed a boy she knew. But then the boy called her and asked her to give him some time. The boy said he knew she and the late Mrs. Marguerite were close, and that she should break her heart. However, he ordered that a wake be held at her funeral. Syria thanked him for telling her. The Marchioness should have told her. She said there would be dancing, and that if she hadn't chosen a partner yet, she would like to propose her candidacy. The boy approached, and Syria asked him to keep his distance. But then Collies appeared from behind and pushed him, saying that he had already agreed with her. Collies said he asked if he had anything to do with her partner. Then Collies told him to be careful. There are many who are attracted to Stern's fame. Syria pushed his hand away and said that she knew very well herself. Syria told him that he could take care of himself so that he could leave. The Marchioness said it was lucky they met, because she was worried about not finding a dance partner. She continued shamelessly, saying that Marquis Hanet was the most suitable partner for the Duchess. Syria asked why she had decided that, and the Marchioness replied that no one else suited her status. But fortunately, she brought Sir Eliot here and told the Marchioness that she already had a partner. She told the unpleasant old woman that she would dance with the commander of the Knights of House Burke. The Marchioness could not calm down and said that the Marquis was more suitable for her. After all, his title is the highest among those present, she stated. Syria began to approach her and started telling her that the Marchioness had no intention of serving her. By getting so close to her, she said that the Marchioness only wanted to drag her into a scandal. But if she cannot trust someone to vent her anger, then that person should be her father. Collies continued following Syria, and she told him that he should address her properly. Syria realized that he refused to acknowledge her status and said that he was only playing games with the Marchioness. Collies said that she was very generous with the Marchioness. Syria replied that she understands how difficult it is to control oneself after her husband's betrayal. After all, she knows this feeling very well and said that if their conversation ends, she will leave. The priest thanked them for attending the inheritance distribution ceremony for Mrs. Margress. All her assets were divided among her legal heirs. The Marquis asked Syria if what she chose was enough for her. The land contract was certainly not a small thing. But these lands are not just expensive plains, as indicated on paper, but are contaminated with demonic energy. and whether she wanted to take the coral island that Nizo chose or the ruby necklace that Cassio took. It seems the Arches were not very happy about this. But Syria smiled and said she was happy with her choice. Why intrigue those lands stern? Macris said it well. The lands left by the lady are so contaminated that people cannot even set foot on them. In the novel, Cassius chose it and then gave it to Lena. The saint used her divine power for purification, and then discovered a hidden mine there with valuable magic crystals. Perhaps if she uses that hoop, then her strength will also be enough for purification. Nissus simply smiled and said that the abandoned lands were useless. Syria decided not to pay attention to him. Only her head would get angry when arguing. Since yesterday, Cassius and Nissus seemed depressed. Apparently something happened. But the main thing here is that all her work is finished. She has 3 more days to endure, and it will be possible to return home with Rach and the others. Meanwhile, Kali's, as if possessed, kept sitting in his chambers and repeating Syria's name. Like a madman, he asked Syria how she could say such a thing, how she could look at him with that gaze. Kali's continued claiming that he had no intention of staying married to Lena, and that he had been waiting for her all this time. And another image appeared before her. This image asked her, with a malicious smile, if she hated Syria. She continued saying that her anger is unbearable. She betrayed you and deserves death for it. Kali's completely ignores his mistakes and blames Syria for everything, completely distressed. He continues saying that he must kill her. The voice reminded Kali's how Syria looked at him with a cold gaze and asked if he wanted to let her avoid him more like this. And when Kali's replied that he didn't want that, the voice again ordered to kill her, and a feather with a sharp tip appeared in Kali's hands. But then he noticed the bracelet that Syria had given him before the ceremony. Kali's remembered how Syria looked at him with love when she gave him this gift. At that moment, Kali's completely lost his mind and stabbed the pen into his hand. He realized that he was starting to go crazy. Towards the end of the evening, a banquet was held, and Syria changed her clothes when she entered the hall. She was not very happy with who she saw. The first to meet her was Nissus, who was also not delighted with Syria. Syria asked him what he was doing here and where Marquis Hannett was. The guy replied that he had business, so he asked Nissus to replace him. Nissus started asking Syria what she was talking about with her father, because after meeting her, he was no longer the same. But he stopped. Syria wondered if he was curious to know if Kali still felt something for her. After all, among the aristocrats, there is the opinion that the blame for breaking his engagement lies with him. Although of course there are rumors that he got tired of her and ran away, Nissus interrupted her train of thought and offered to accompany her. Naturally, she refused this offer and entered the hall herself, which was full of people. When she wondered why the Marchioness invited so many people, Nissus invited her to dance. Nissus said he wasn't going to stand separated all night, and Syria replied that she would dance with Sir Eliot. Then Nissus asked where Eliot was because he couldn't see him, but it seemed Syria had a plan. She asked Abby to make sure the butler couldn't give Sir Eliot the suit for the banquet, in order to avoid dancing. Syria told him to mind his own business, and Nissus said that because someone had told his father about him. His punishment was to stay with her for the rest of the day. When the two started arguing, the Marchioness Cassius and his fiancée approached them. And Cassius told Syria to stop acting like a child and dance with Nissus. But Syria repeated that she intended to dance only with Eliot. Madame Menzel also started complaining that Syria was behaving rudely. And she recalled that she had publicly rejected Marquis Hannett. While Menzel and the others were complaining, Syria noticed that the people behind them started gossiping about her. And suddenly, Kali's came out of the crowd and asked Menzel why he had decided that Syria had humiliated him. He stood between Syria and Menzel, said he wasn't feeling well, and asked his lordship to give him time to rest. While he was discussing this with Mrs. Menzel, Syria noticed that Kali's hand was bandaged. Kali's turned to Mrs. Menzel and told her that it was her words that humiliated him. Then the Marchioness intervened and asked everyone to calm down, because they had gathered here for the sake of Mrs. Margris. Then she said that since Syria had rejected Nissus, she should dance at least once with Collies. After all, we couldn't allow the funeral banquet to end on that note, while Syria continued to watch the people who kept gossiping. Collies started saying something to Marquise, but Syria stopped him, saying that she accepted to dance with him. Apparently, she was afraid of new rumors about her and Collies. Syria went into the chambers to change her shoes and, angry at them, said that the Marchioness had the talent to turn everything upside down, and added that she wanted to return home. At that moment, Cassio entered, and, hearing what she was saying, said that apparently his company was a burden to her. Cassius added that she could show them some respect, and Syria replied that she had already shown them respect. Suddenly, Cassius took her hand and told her that if he touched her, she would faint, while Syria shouted at him to let her go. Cassius asked her why she hated him so much for what happened then. Apparently about the incident after which Syria hated him, she decided to find out everything for him. And she asked him why he did that at that time. Cassius gestured with his hand and shouted that it was an accident, and that she herself thought so, and agreed to keep everything a secret. Syria tried to make sure that if she held on a little longer, she would finally find out the reason why she was so afraid of him. She told him that ignoring the problem would not solve it, and started thinking about how she could provoke him. And then she remembered that above all, he wanted to hide his act from his father, so she asked him what he would do if she told his father everything. This completely enraged him, and he pushed her, shouting. She continued shouting at him to let her go while Cassius threatened her. The butler ran up at the screams and tried to stop Cassius, but he simply threw him aside. Then he simply left the room, shouting that she was obsessed with the past. When he left, Syria asked the butler what kind of mistake Cassius made. Cassius was standing by the balcony when Syria approached him and said that they hadn't finished talking yet. He said that Jason, the butler, told him everything that happened 10 years ago on a winter night. The butler started telling her that she and Nissus had run away to the frozen lake behind the estate. But then Nissus returned alone, and in tears told his father that he didn't want to live with her, and that he didn't like having her close. So he left her alone at the lake. The Marquis became enraged, and Jason and Cassio went to look for her. And Cassius was the first to find her. Little Syria lay in the snow, all frozen, and when she saw Cassius, she called him brother. Jason continued covering up the truth, and told Syria that Cassius was afraid to show her to the Marquis in such a state, so as not to impose an even harsher punishment on his brother. So he tried to hide it, but it turned out that the ice in that place was cracked. A blatant lie, Cassius deliberately tried to drown a little girl, his little sister. But Jason still said it was an accident and that he made a mistake due to his youth. That's all Jason said, but Syria told Cassius that she had recovered her own memories. She said that he deliberately put her head in the water, trying to kill her, and that no matter how small she was, she could see that she was drowning. Cassius addressed her again by her surname Kelidon, and Syria said that he still called her that. And she asked him why he didn't erase her from the family tree. Syria asked if she didn't have the title of Duchess, if he would want to dance with her, and even answer her questions. It simply ended up in Syria's body, and she still often had the feeling of being pushed into a dark frozen lake. And no matter how much she suffered, she couldn't escape. It was also impossible to catch her breath. The feeling that she was going to die tormented her, but it turned out that they were really going to kill her. And nobody wanted to save her, nobody cared. These thoughts made Syria feel bad. She began to fall from exhaustion, but fortunately Roch ran towards her and supported her. Roch is the only person who saves her again and again. Syria looked at him, and tears sprang from her eyes. The last thing she said, before losing consciousness, was his name. Roch became incredibly nervous seeing Syria in such a state, and asked her to open her eyes. He remembered how she asked him to pick her up at the Kelidon house. If the Duke himself showed up, everyone would be scared. Besides, it will be easier for her to survive this trip if she knows that he is coming for her. Syria said, smiling. Roch looked at her and said that he had come all this way to pick her up, but he did not expect to see her in such bad condition. Of course, Roch got very angry, and taking Syria in his arms, he asked Cassius what the hell he had done to his wife. A little later, in Syria's chambers, she woke up and saw the Duke washing his bloody leg. Syria jumped up and asked him when he arrived, because she didn't expect him for another 3 days. Roch said that he could not bear to be separated any longer, so he left early. He added that he asked her to be careful, but that she didn't seem to succeed. Syria apologized, and then Roch said that if she really felt sorry, she should tell him what Cassius did. She replied that he wouldn't like this story, and it happened a long time ago. Roch remembered that the Laurel story is also a long story. Syria said that her story was not great, and that he would laugh at the fact that she was unable to deal with something so small. Roch replied that the truth is he couldn't get over the past, and Syria still revealed the truth. That Cassius tried to drown her in the lake. Roch was surprised. At that moment, the Marchioness and her children burst into the chambers. He asked them what they wanted, and the Marchioness flattered him, saying that the Duke himself had honored their house, and that they were obliged to greet him properly. Inizo whispered to Cassio, because the Duke knelt before Syria. Roch got up and said he only needed to discuss something with him. Cassius and Roch went outside, and Roch threw his seals at him. In this way, he challenged him to a duel. Naturally, Cassius started making excuses, but Roch did not allow him to continue speaking ill of Sirius. Roch threatened him that if he could not control his tongue, he might cut it off. Cassius realized that no matter what he said, the Duke would not listen to him, and he decided to simply defend himself against his blows until the Duke calmed down. Without even having time to raise his sword, Cassius was hit by Roch, and he fell to the ground. He began to spin on the floor, screaming in pain, and Roch made a small hole in the lake. Roch grabbed Cassius by the hair and told him that he should take a deep breath. It wouldn't be interesting if he died quickly. Roch seemed crazy. He put Cassius's head in the water and began to remember little Sirius. Cassius considered her the only thorn in his family, and it infuriates him that she bears his surname. And her appearance was a mistake that could not be erased. She did not blink when she drowned in that lake. His pride did not allow it. It was all the fault of the dirty blood running through her veins. Or he realizes that talking about what happened is useless. And rightly so, no one here cares about her. If only she would disappear, if only she would leave home, Cassius thought. He hated the innocent girl. He was a vile guy. Roch did not stop and submerged Cassius in icy water, and rightly so. Syria and Abigail, as well as the Marchioness and her knight, came out and saw Cassius's position. Before leaving, Roch told Syria not to worry and that they would just talk. He said it was so coincidental that she didn't suspect anything. But then there was a commotion in the street, and when she went out, she saw the most amazing sight. The Marchioness started shouting at Syria to stop her husband. Syria replied that they were having a duel and that she had no right to interfere. But otherwise, she wouldn't want to do anything either. The Marchioness was not satisfied with this and grabbed Syria by the hand and shouted that if necessary she would kneel. And she would beg her husband to stop and that she should apologize immediately for what she had done, and ask him to forgive her brother. But at that moment, a glove flew towards her. The Marchioness's knight picked up the glove and asked Evie how he dared to disrespect his mistress. Evie ran out of patience and challenged this knight to a duel. Evie said that he would pay the Duchess with his own head for such an attitude. The knight arrogantly said that since she insists, he will remind her that it was she who provoked this situation, and then she shouldn't regret it. Of course, Evie took care of him in a matter of seconds if it concerns the commander of the Keliden Knights. So it is clear what they value in warriors. Cheerful Evie with a smile told Syria how quickly he dealt with him, and at that moment, Marquise felt unwell. After all, Syria and Rush returned to the chambers, and Rush checked with Syria if Marquise had lost consciousness. Syria replied that this is true, because Abby knows how to press so that anyone is surprised. She and Kasha were taken away and will be helped. Syria was cheerful. She said that her heart hadn't been so light in a long time. Rush smiled and said that if he had wanted to, he would have killed Cassius right there. Syria was surprised, and said that such a thing could not be joked about, and Rush replied that he was not joking. Because Cassius attempted her life. He wouldn't think twice before finishing him off. If he had to choose what to do, he would declare war on the Kelidans, filling this whole damn lake with their bodies. Said Rush. Syria took his hand and said that when he said that the past must be lived, at that very moment. She stopped worrying about this situation. He did not convince her that it was an accident, he did not accuse her of being too emotional. And he did not pretend that everything was normal, but rather took her side. And Syria really needed to hear this. She thanked him for what he did. Rush smiled sweetly at Cyrilla, and she noticed that before he hadn't paid attention to that slight crease on his face when he smiled. When she realized she was too close to him, she felt embarrassed and said it was time to sleep. "Tomorrow we have to get up early and prepare to go home," she said as she got into bed. Syria was in her father's office and told him that she was leaving today because the Duke had many things to take care of. The Marquis asked Syria to honestly tell him what Cassius did yesterday. He doesn't want to deal with the consequences without knowing the situation. Syria interrupted him and told him that Cassius tried to kill her when she was a child. She reminded him of the night she got lost to Nissus. That was about 10 years ago. Cassius lowered his head towards the lake and hugged her so that she couldn't break free. Syria added that he could ask Jason for details. The Marquis got up from his chair and started shouting that she could have told him when she arrived. Then he wouldn't have brought them together, and there was no need to keep silent. Syria replied that after the accident at the wedding ceremony, she lost half of her memories. Jason told him what happened. The Marquis slumped into his chair and asked her if she had changed so much because of the loss of memories. Syria said she had a question and asked when she was brought to this estate. The Marquis replied that she seemed to be 3 or 4 years old. Syria noticed that she was the only one missing from this portrait. But when he appeared, she was already living here. She told the Marquis that she was finally convinced that he was no different from the rest of the family. Turning around, she added that she hoped she would have no reason to see him anymore. When she left the office, she was met by Roch, who had come to accompany his precious Duchess. And in other chambers, Cassius shouted why Kellys did not want to communicate with him. The butler replied that it seemed the Knights of Houseburg told the servants what happened at the lake. Cassius started shouting that he would fix everything while only the servants, and not the aristocrats, knew about it. When he shouted that if everyone found out that he tried to drown Syria, Nizo entered. And hearing this, he was very surprised. Nizo approached and started asking that it was no coincidence that she fell into the water, but that it was his doing. Cassius said that this only happened because he left her there, saying she was bothering him. Nissus shouted that he didn't leave her, but that he was simply lost, and asked how Cassius could push the child into the icy water, especially the girl, and reminded him that when it became known that she would be externa, he used his status for his own ends. This, of course, did not make them guilty in any way, as the Marchioness began to shout at Nissus that she really wanted to complicate her brother's life by digging up the past. Nissus trembled as she said that what happened would greatly affect his position in society, and that it would be better if he thought about how to fix everything. He didn't listen to her and thought that she hated him for avoiding them. He wanted to teach her a lesson. How I mistreated that child all these years, Nissus said. Nissus admitted that he was simply crazy, and Cassius and Mother, all of them, before fleeing the rest. Upon returning to the estate, Syria began to check the glaciers. Lenin ran up to her and told her that checking the glacier every day was a bit unnecessary. Syria replied that the check was part of her duties, which she had already neglected for a short time. And besides, her character did not allow her to rest until all the work was finished. Lenin asked why, when he looked at her, he remembered the students exhausted by the strenuous research and the demands of the former professors. He said that she had recently returned from a long trip and suggested that she rest for a couple of days. Lenin decided to use Abby to force Syria to rest a little and said that Abby had not recovered from her fatigue. But Abby, of course, didn't understand anything. She said she was as cheerful as a cucumber and ran to inspect the surroundings. Syria said that sometimes Abby doesn't seem like a person at all, and Lennon replied that he was even happy about it. He added that it is believed that non-human races still exist, despite their modest number. Lennon reacted strangely and changed the subject, saying that the Duke had his first day off in a long time, and that he was inviting her to dinner. Syria started to answer, but as soon as she saw Lennon's reaction, who was grinning from ear to ear, she asked him why he was smiling. He replied that it had been a long time since they rested together, and that this dinner could end in different ways. Syria was embarrassed, turned around and said that they were invited to eat together and that nothing would happen. And towards evening, Rach and Syria drank wine, but Syria was already drunk. Syria started denying that she was fine and that she wasn't drunk at all. She even knew how to read. She picked up the bottle of wine and started erasing the wine label, but Rach said he already had enough to drink. Rach continued saying that he was impressed by her resistance, as she had been drinking since the beginning of dinner. But Syria continued claiming that she wasn't drunk at all, but that the wine was simply very tasty and impossible to resist. And she said that Rush also drinks and manages well, to which Rush simply laughed. Syria asked him why he was laughing, because she said everything bluntly, and moreover, he should be more drunk than her. Drunk Syria persistently tried to prove that she wasn't drunk, and now wondered why Rach was still sober. Rach tried to calm her down and asked her to put the bottle back in its place. Otherwise, he would definitely drop it. Syria kept wondering if this was really strange, and if she was drinking wine alone. She accidentally said out loud that she had a glass of grape juice. Rush was surprised, just like Syria herself. Rush decided to show Syria that he had the same wine in his glass as she did, and handed it to her. She decided to try it, but as soon as she picked up the glass, the wine spilled. And then she completely spilled all the wine from the glass onto Rach's snow-white blouse. Syria apologized, stood up and started ironing his shirt, but this only soiled it even more. When she noticed that Rach's blouse was completely wet, she started taking off his blouse. She said she would wash it herself and then return it. It seemed like she didn't understand at all what she was doing, and only the sober Rach at that moment became embarrassed and stopped her. Rach was already completely red. He looked at her and touched her lips. He told her that if she didn't want to, she should tell him now. And then he will stop immediately. It seems Syria only now understood the situation. Rach moved closer to Syria. She thought she should refuse, and that it was okay to reject him. But she didn't have enough strength. And so the first kiss of our heroes happened. Syria continued stroking his chest, thinking that the blouse was very cold. Rach, of course, noticed this. He was all red and asked Syria if she was doing this on purpose. Syria only realized what she had done and started ignoring him and saying that she didn't do it on purpose. While Syria was telling Rach that his blouse was wet, the bottle next to his hand started to rock. As a result, the bottle of wine fell and broke, and Rach sighed with fatigue. Rach said he wouldn't drink with her again. Syria asked if it was because she spilled everything. But Rach replied that it wasn't for that reason, but because he had never had such a strong desire for his marriage to be approved by the imperial family as now. Later, Syria found out that the knights agreed to go with her to pacify the monsters on the Corn's Plain. This news made her happy. Lennon said that his consent was not required for this. On the contrary, they should thank him for this opportunity. Syria said that she was also grateful that she had many things planned to check there. If they clean these lands, they will be able to secure the passage to the cave with the magic crystal. This is his plan. But she couldn't concentrate because Rach kept looking at her silently. She couldn't stand it and asked him why he was looking at her like that. But Rach didn't notice he was staring and said he was just looking. Syria thought that since he entered the office, he hadn't taken his eyes off her. Rach admitted to staring at her and apologized, adding that he must have been captivated by her beauty. I wouldn't like to be in Lennon's place now, although Syria was also surprised. Lennon approached Syria and asked her what happened between them yesterday. But Syria timidly replied that nothing happened, but by Rush's sweet face. It was clear that she was lying. Then she got up thinking that she wouldn't get drunk anymore. Rush asked where she was going, and Syria replied that she was going to prepare for an expedition. Before leaving, she turned to him and asked Rush not to stare at her, but that she would help the knights with their preparations. The remaining 2 boys were lost. Lennon tried to ask what happened yesterday, but Rush immediately rejected him. Evie approached Syria and replied that it was an honor to accompany her again. Syria also happily greeted Evie. Syria said that on the map the plane looked small, but in reality it felt huge. Evie replied that this was still a plane and asked her to be careful. He told the knights. And they said that although this place is small, people do not dare to go here, because this place is infested with monsters. Before Evie could finish talking, one of the knights ran up to them and told them that they had noticed monsters. He said that the monsters surrounded the carriage, probably attacking someone in an ambush. If they don't hurry, the traveler might die. There was a girl sitting in the carriage. The monsters had already grabbed her, but fortunately the knights arrived in time. And they freed her from the monsters' clutches, and Syria caught the girl. The girl was already covered in demonic energy and begged to be saved, and Syria calmed her down. She looked at Syria. Then she lost consciousness. Abby approached and asked her if she was okay. Syria started cleaning her of demonic energy. We couldn't leave everything like that. This is the first time Syria purifies someone while wearing the necklace. Syria barely touched her, and the demonic energy instantly disappeared. Incredible. After the cleansing, Syria asked if everything was fine with the knights. And Evie replied that they were going through the plain to finish off the remaining monsters. And her husband headed north. Syria was worried and asked if everyone was dangerous in the north, but Evie asked her not to worry, because he himself was the biggest danger here. Evie drew attention to another problem. The entire land of the plain turned black like this. After what happened, Syria became convinced that with this necklace, her divine power became many times more powerful, and can even cleanse an area of this size. She touched the ground and cleansed. It turns out it was the necklace that cleaned the Laurel estate, which is why in the book, Lena always wore the necklace. If this is really the case, someone who relies on a third-party object can be called a saint. Lennon greeted Cyrilla and Abby with a smile and said that they were probably terribly tired. He said that he even cried when he found out that they returned safe and sound. Abby asked what was wrong with him. Lennon replied that he was simply incredibly happy to return to his lover's house. And Syria decided to tease her and asked if this was why she was happy that she had eliminated half of the demonic energy from the Corn's plane. Lennon didn't even deny it and added that it was really amazing and that within a week they would start using the roads there again. Syria said that everyone had to try hard to achieve this, and she herself thought that if she hurried, she would not completely experience the scale and limits of the necklace's capabilities. She thought that she was still not sure if it was the same necklace from the book, and Lennon asked her if she was going to her room. Syria replied that if there were no other things to do, she would rest for today. But when she turned around, she bumped into Rush. Rush said that he would like to discuss an urgent matter with her, but Syria thought that he would calm down in a week. But this doesn't seem to have happened. Realizing that Syria was looking at him, Rush approached and said that he was angry the last time she looked at him like that. However, today she herself doesn't take her eyes off Rush. Syria quickly walked away and said that she didn't do any of that. And Rush said that he could admit that he was captivated by her beauty. Syria quickly turned around and said that if it was an urgent matter, then she would go. But Rush stopped her and told her not to tease him anymore. Rush took out an envelope that was sent from the Imperial Palace. It said that their marriage had finally been legalized. Suzette, Bastian, and Lennon were with Rush in the office to receive the letter. Bastian said that they granted it incredibly quickly normally. The approval of marriages for high-ranking nobles takes at least a year. Lennon said that the emperor agreed so quickly so as not to provoke the wrath of House Burke. And Suzette hit him, telling him to behave with more respect towards his majesty. Poor Lennon replied that in the lands of House Burke, it was important to speak respectfully only about his lordship. And his lady. Although the lady should now be addressed as Her Grace the Duchess, said Lenin. Bastian asked what Roch would do, and Lenin replied that he knew how, because he had told his lordship the news the night before. Roch told Syria that they could go to his estate in the capital next month. Bastian and Suzette were very surprised. Suzette said that she had never traveled anywhere in winter in her life. It even turned out that he came by direct order of the emperor. The three began to discuss this news. Lenin said that only the Duchess could influence him. Suzette said that the estate was already abandoned and that it was worth renovating it. While Bastian and Suzette were arguing about how to get there, Roch was not in the mood and replied that he didn't know. Roch replied that he was not sure about going there now, which surprised the three boys. Lenin asked why he had decided that, because he had heard with his own ears that he was talking about a trip next month. Roch remembered how Sari reacted to this news. She hesitantly said that their marriage was now officially approved. His facial expression greatly surprised Rush. Abby found Syria, who was sitting alone in the street, and asked her what she was doing here while eating the turkey she stole from the kitchen. She said that now there is a festive atmosphere throughout the estate. And Abby heard that official approval came from the emperor yesterday. Syria replied sadly that now their marriage is legalized, and she is really married. Evie said that if something bothers her, she can share it with her. She admitted that she is actually afraid of marriage. Until yesterday, their union could be considered temporary, but now it is not. Syria said that she didn't expect the agreement to come so quickly. It seemed to her that she had a year. Evie asked why she was afraid of marriage. She really still couldn't get that scoundrel out of her head. Syria admitted that, of course, she thinks of him, but not in the sense she speaks. She said that what was wrong was diminishing, that Rausch would do the same to her as Callie's. After Abby heard the reason for Syria's worries, she stood up and pulled out her knife. Abby said she was going to slit Marquis Hannett's throat, and Syria grabbed her legs to prevent her from leaving. She asked Syria not to stop her, but Syria said that if she killed someone, she wouldn't be able to get her out of prison. Syria said that Roch probably understood everything. He was surprisingly good at reading her thoughts. She remembered that Lenin suggested they take advantage of the opportunity to have another wedding. In the capital, it is possible to organize such a thing that the imperial family itself would envy Syria's scale. She was worried about what would happen when Lena returned. Despite her efforts, the main plot of the story remained unchanged. All attempts to influence it were in vain, and if the person marrying Lena couldn't survive this again. Syria said she wasn't sure about anything right now and thanked Abby for listening to her. But that she had to think about it herself. In the end, it turned out that Rush was already by her side, and touching Syria, he asked what she needed to think about. Syria asked what he was doing here, but Roch asked the question himself and said he was lost. Rush looked at Syria and asked, "What had I done to upset you?" Roch was really worried. And Abby quietly slipped away so they could talk in private. Their conversation began. Roch said that even when Hannah raised the entire property because of the saint, she didn't stop checking the glacier. And now the same thing is happening, Roch added. And he asked her what she had done wrong. Roch said that she could at least share it with him so he could ask for forgiveness. But Syria asked him who he thought she was. Syria said she was simply stunned by how quickly the emperor's permission arrived. Roch asked what difference it would make if they got it in a year, and Syria replied that it would make a big difference. Syria just became more withdrawn, thinking that in a year Lena would have appeared. And Roch would have married her. Roch said that since there was a difference, she should explain it to him, and Syria asked him out loud if he truly didn't understand. Then she shouted that they would have to divorce because it was only a temporary marriage. Roch was upset and asked why they had to divorce so she could return to that scoundrel Kali's. Syria asked why she suddenly remembered him, and Roch asked why if she wouldn't divorce him. Roch asked her to stop considering their marriage temporary and admitted that he didn't need anyone else but her. Syria asked him if he needed her so much because she was an externa, and already a bit wildly said that it should be convenient because her precious house really needed her. And from now on, she will be more diligent in fulfilling her duties of checking the glacier. Rach told her that he perfectly knew that this was not what he meant. Syria just got more confused and asked what else was the reason, and if he really forgot how they got married. She went on to say that all this time she had lived with a feeling of debt towards him, and that she feared she wouldn't be able to repay it. Never Rach asked her what she would do when she paid it off. Syria replied that the slave, having paid his debt, was free to go wherever he wanted. Rush took her hand and asked her if it wasn't the other way around, and where she would find a master who was so worried about the emotions of his slave. Rush explained that her feelings are incredibly important to him. They are his main priority. Syria turned and wanted to ask to be let go, but Rush asked her if she was really afraid that everything would end like with Kali's. Rach said the saint had disappeared, but Syria told him that he could return at any time. He asked her if she was really worried that he would fall in love with her. Seeing his expression, Syria thought that he was probably tired of her, if only the emperor would approve her marriage. And continues talking about divorce. Syria kept worrying when Rach looked at her and told her that he was not Kali's. She said she knew and apologized, but Rach said he didn't need her apology. Only her. Rach continued saying that he didn't care that she was stern. It didn't matter that she was engaged to someone else. To him, she was her. And then he asked her who saw him. Syria thought that to her, he was the hero of the novel, whose love for the heroine was stronger than anything in the world. The one who married her, and not the villainess, she still considers him an ordinary book hero. Rach interrupted her thoughts, telling her not to think about unnecessary things, and that she should look at the person standing in front of her right now. He said that he was interested in what her heart felt and not someone else's. Hearing this, Syria began to remember all the moments when Rach saved her one. And another time, how gentle he was with her, and she started to cry. Through tears, she admitted that she didn't know, but she definitely didn't hate him. Rach drew her to him. Rach said that was enough for now before kissing Syria. Touching her lips, he noticed that she was cold and suggested going somewhere warmer. They entered the bathroom together, and Rach, seeing Syria, asked if she was really thinking about that bastard Kali's again. Rach said that he had already told her that if she didn't want to, she should tell him now. And that, like last time, he wouldn't be able to stop, but Syria replied that she couldn't refuse him. Although she herself thought that her doubts had not disappeared, the thoughts that Lena would return and change everything, these thoughts still torment her. But now she only feels the warmth of Rush's body and doesn't want to think about Lena. She sees the fire in his bright scarlet eyes. Rach looked at her with a smile. Rach Burke, who was never in that story, is here with her now, and it's time to acknowledge that he is not just a hero from a novel. He is the one who understands her and values her more than anything in the world, and he is her husband. A month later, our newlyweds finally arrived in the capital, and Syria immediately headed to the Burke Cross in the capital. Syria was happy. It had been a long time since she was in the capital. Everything here was completely different from the lands of Burke. She turned to Bastian, who had also come to the capital, and told him that there is no piercing wind at any time of the year. And that spring is like spring. Syria added that every street was majestic and dazzling, but pointed out that the estate itself was quite deserted. Bastian first apologized to her. Then he began to explain to her that this property is as large as the imperial palace, but that there is nothing here, and maybe it's the thieves' wine. Evie immediately offered to look for the thieves and kill them, but Syria rejected. And then Bastian said that his lordship spends most of his time on his estate, which is why the residence in the capital looks so deserted. He said that she could take advantage of this wonderful opportunity to decorate everything here at her discretion. Bastian started to say that this was not serious yet, but Syria had already started running. And she decided to get down to business immediately. Because of this, Bastian, frightened by her incredible energy, asked her not to rush and to discuss everything with the Duke in a relaxed atmosphere. He probably wanted to reassure her this way. Syria listened to him, agreed, but remembered that Rucha would not be here for several more days. While driving here, Rush told Syria that he had not been to the capital for a long time, and that it seemed the emperor had urgent business with him, so he asked her to go to the estate and to arrive as soon as possible. Syria replied that she could wait for him there, and Rush said that he was very embarrassed to send his wife alone, kissing her hand. Remembering this, Syria felt embarrassed and thought that Rush had been acting strange lately. Since that day, he started touching her more and more without warning. Bastian noticed that she was distracted and asked her if she was okay. Syria was embarrassed and replied that everything was fine. She went upstairs and said that the first thing she intended to do was go to the hall when she saw a portrait of Rush's father, his second son, and his lover. Neither Rush's mother nor he himself appeared in the photo, just like Cyrilla. Of course, this reminded Cyrilla of a photo from her home, just like Cyrilla's father. Rush's father considered only one of the families as his family. He ordered Bastian to remove this painting. He wants to hang another one, the one Marta sent from Laurel. Lenin looked tired. He told Rush that today he had worked very hard and set the limits. Rush replied that this is what he always does in the capital. This is why Lenin suggested leaving through the back door, so as not to face the angry nobles. Rush asked if this was too much, and Lenin took out a card and began to remind him of what he had done a couple of hours ago. It turns out that Rush called all his knights who were helping in the fight against the monsters. And Rush replied that he originally sent them there because the emperor insisted. And they have been there for a long time. It is time to return. Lenin shouted that he did not do this because the Kelidan lands were close in the west. He also refused to accept help from Duke Howard in the fight against the monsters. Rush explained that he was friends with the Kelidan, all for the sake of his duchess, and poor Lenin shouted that if he continued in the same vein, he would be infinitely angry, but Rush did not listen to him. He told him that tomorrow he could find faults with him, and that at night, a married man has other things to do. As well as Syria made him different. Having accepted that he had recently married, he headed for the entrance, leaving poor Lenin in a state of shock. As Lenin said, a crowd of dissatisfied aristocrats was waiting for Rush. They ran and began to complain to Rush. But Rush, of course, didn't care. He thought that these fools did not understand that all the power of Habsburg was transferred to the Duchess. I like feminism. Lenin remembered something and started asking Rush why he hadn't done anything yet. Wedding ring. Lenin thought he would go through all the jewelry stores in the capital when he got approval. Rush replied that everything has its time. He remembered the day they got married and couldn't make up his mind. Syria woke up and thought that although it was raining outside, it was not cold at all. But it was very cozy and warm. Rush wished her good morning, and Syria said that she felt like this had already happened. Then Rush hugged her tighter and told her that he never remembered waking up with her. His hand slid down her leg, and he asked her to stay with him while he tried to memorize every inch of her body. Syria replied that she had a lot of work to do, that she needed to finish decorating the estate and meet with Begonia to choose a new dress to go to the imperial palace. She took his face in her hands and said that he also said he would be busy today. But Rush shamelessly denied it all. Then Syria reminded him that he had an audience with His Majesty, so they didn't have time for that. But Rush didn't listen to her and picked her up in his arms, kissing her on the way, telling her that there was plenty of time, and that His Majesty was a very understanding person. Syria herself remembered that in the novel Emperor Auburn IV was described as a person of very good character. And his two sons literally became Lena's slaves because they fell madly in love with her. Even for such a novel, this is too much. It is strange that everyone is crazy about Lena. Rush brought Syria back to the present when he bit her shoulder and told her to consider how long he had waited for moments like this. Syria thought that this was not fair, because how could she refuse him when he looked at her like that? After an intense morning, Syria changed her clothes and went downstairs, thinking that she should have refused the morning offer. After all, her neck is covered with Rush's marks, and she will have to wear something that covers it. She thought that Rush didn't behave like that in the novel when the two priests greeted her. Syria decided that she couldn't stop thinking about it. Even in a holy place, she had an important task planned for today. She arrived at the Supreme Church of the capital, where an archive of prophecies is located. All prophecies collected over several millennia are kept here. Only a few have access to them, such as Esterna. Syria is one of them. She asked if there was a new prophecy. It happened last winter. It happened when a snowstorm struck. Syria immediately remembered the day of her wedding. The prophecy says that, when the holy relic of the 5 stars is found and returned to its rightful owner, and the evil will finally be stopped, Syria thought that it was about her necklace. Syria thought that this might mean that, when Lena gets the necklace, it will be over. Suddenly, they called her. The man greeted her and asked if she remembered him. Duke Dietrich is a devout man who is also mentioned in the novel. He was a follower of Saint Lena, who helped her find her place in capital high society, and at the end of the novel practically became her father. He was on bad terms with Cyrilla, who was the complete opposite. The Duke said that he could not attend her wedding, and regretted it. Syria thought that an eternity had passed since that disastrous wedding, and he was just trying to hurt her and make her angry, but still she managed to smile and said that his words flattered her. She began to state the reason for her visit to the church, while the priest began to tell her the reason. Then he lightly tapped her and told her that she had come here to pray in front of the Esterna emblem. She, of course, did not reveal the real reason for her arrival. Syria said that she stayed at Burke Estate for so long that she wanted to see the Esterna emblem in person again. Turning to him, she asked him to allow her to finish the prayer. Although the prayer was the first excuse that came to her mind, the Esterna emblem really looked impressive. Syria continued to worry about her future, hoping to learn all the plans for her. When she touched her necklace and it suddenly shone and revealed its power, Syria realized this. Whereupon, she brought her necklace closer to the Esterna emblem, and the necklace only revealed more of its power. The force was so strong that the Duke fell to the floor. Syria ran to him and tried to help him. A dark power came out of the Duke's mouth. Lenin, who was waiting for Syria outside, said that he heard the Duke suddenly lose consciousness. And if he had known this would happen, he would have gone with her. Syria wondered what she had done. The necklace began to shine, and she only held it in front of the stern emblem. Although it felt like she was plunged into a trance, she wondered if this was the evil spoken of in the prophecy. If it is because she still has the necklace, it was the other Syria who was evil. And it is unfair that she needs to be punished for her wrongdoings. In general, when the Duke lost consciousness, he remembered something. But she decided it didn't matter. Those thoughts only justified her actions. Syria realized that after what happened, she could not ignore the prophecy. And if God wanted Lena to have the necklace, then she just needs to find a holy relic that looks like it and give it to her. Then she told Lenin that she wanted to secretly obtain the holy relic. She said she was sure he knew how to get it, and Lenin replied that sometimes relics were sold on the black market. Lenin was a little worried and said that place was illegal and they often sold strange things. And Syria asked him if he really thought she would buy something marvelous. Syria told him not to worry. She is a respectable externa and will accept nothing except the holy relic. But Lenin replied that this wasn't the point, but that the black market was known for selling strong men as slaves and healthy ones. When they finally arrived at the black market, they saw the condition of the men. Syria turned around and said she wanted to go home already. Selling and buying holy objects is unusual in itself, but this is excessive, said Syria. Syria began to worry about what would happen if someone found out that Esterna was here. And Abby replied that there was no need to worry about that. She even dyed her hair. But Syria asked why everyone was staring at them, and Abby replied that it wasn't about them. All because their companions stand out too much. Rush asked if he was also to blame. And Syria said that this is why she asked to be released alone. And Rausch asked her if she really thought he would let her go alone to such a terrible place. Rausch added that he was glad to be stubborn and went with her, and Syria said that his presence could ruin her plan. She realized she had no other choice, grabbed him and told him to be careful, calling him darling. Syria hoped this would be enough for people to stop considering him a slave. Suddenly, Roch pulled off his scarf and kissed her on the lips, and he had no intention of stopping. He told Syria that he thought she wanted him to kiss her too. The crowd was displeased, which was a benefit to their plan. And Roch said that the plan was to show them that they were married. He succeeded, and now all the attention is focused on Elliot. Roch admitted that he was the one who should have been dismissed. After all, here they sell knights who were caught trying to escape an expedition to hunt monsters. Or second-tier sorcerers. Everyone looks at him because he looks like the perfect knight that he is. But he himself doesn't seem to realize this, which is what makes him so charming. Evie declared that she would not allow his plan to be ruined and told Syria to trust her. She approached him and loudly asked him how his health was and shouted that he was impotent. And that this is why he had come here. Abby kept shouting so everyone could hear that she shouldn't worry. They could find some kind of relic that would help with his impotence. Everyone fled quickly after hearing this conversation. Syria was surprised, and Roch was pleased with the effectiveness of this method. Mitchell, who looked exactly like Roch, watched them and said that Duke Burke really deigned to grace them with his presence. A sorcerer said that 2 weeks ago they discussed this loudly near the church. Mitchell said he couldn't believe that someone like the Duke would agree to go to an illegal auction for his beloved wife and, therefore, fall into their clutches. He said that if the Burke house had been his from the beginning, none of this would have happened. Mitchell said that, when he gave the signal to the sorcerers, they would let the girl live and kill the rest. The auction has begun. Although the auction is famous for human trafficking, today many holy relics will also be displayed. Syria said she felt the divine power coming from that necklace, and Rausch asked her if she was going to buy it. But her strength was not that strong. It was completely insufficient to get through Lena. She still didn't understand the prophecy. Lena from the book had never been as greedy as wanting to get someone else's things. But she was clearly obsessed with this necklace, as if she knew about its power. But Syria believed that no matter how strange she was still a saint. Syria kept thinking that she needed to get a relic with powerful divine powers, and then secretly sell it at an auction. And then he sent it to Elena, and the husband showed her the box, saying that this was the item they were waiting for. The tiara of a princess from a fallen kingdom found in the palace, as soon as Syria saw it. Her eyes shone, and she raised her hand. It seems Syria bought a lot of relics. Abby remembered that Syria claimed that one relic would be enough for her, but she bought almost all the relics that were at the auction. And she replied that she wanted to personally assess the wealth of House Burke. And she herself thought that this should be enough to trick Lena, both in the prediction and in the original plot. Syria told Abby that she would go after the Duke and asked her to take care of her purchases. She returned to the hall and looked for Rush. Upon seeing him, she ran and hugged him. But something tells me it's not him. Syria started saying that she walked so fast that she lost him, but then Mitchell approached her with a smile. And when he tried to kiss Syria, she realized that it was not Rush who was in front of her. And stopped him. She called Mitchell, and he said with a creepy smile that apparently her brother was talking about him. Mitchell grabbed Syria and said he heard she was charming trash, and meeting her in person made him even more eager to steal her. He said she was elegant, and that's why Esterna means star. And he lunged at her, about to kiss her. But Syria was not going to allow it. Syria bit his ear until it bled, and he furiously threw her to the ground. Mitchell continued insulting Syria, and Abby appeared from behind with a sword and asked him how he dared to talk to Syria like that. She hit him, and he fell to the ground. And when the girl saw this, or rather Lennon, who was hiding under the guise of a girl, he started screaming. Lennon started crying and saying that it was definitely over, but Syria told him not to worry. Mitchell didn't expect this. He had no idea that Lennon had been here all this time. Syria said confidently that he was here from the beginning. She said that one had to be crazy to spend so much money at a black market auction. He fell into their trap from the beginning. 2 weeks ago, Lennon said that the house where the auction takes place is actually run by Mitchell. Syria asked if he was the owner of a black market auction house. Lenin replied that only that explained why all the sorcerers were walking around freely there. Roch admitted that on Laurel Estate, he called sorcerers from that same house, which means they were connected to Mitchell. His subordinates posed as slaves at an auction so they could buy them and be able to sneak onto the estate. He was clearly determined to attack the Borkhouse. They had to think about how to stop him. That's why they kept an eye on the auction house. But he must have realized this, because one day his trail disappeared and he had to press to have the next opportunity. That's why Lenin shouted then that they were going to the auction house. Roch then said that they managed to convince them that House Bork intended to acquire something there. And he added that she should stay here. He himself would get the holy relic that she wanted. Syria replied that Mitchell wanted her necklace, and that he would be more likely to show up if she were there. She told him this was important to her. She wanted to know why the necklace was so valuable that they sent sorcerers to look for it. Elliot told Roch that they had surrounded everyone in the East Wing, and that the slave traders had been identified and detained. Rausch asked what about their target, and Elliot replied that they had caught him alive. Mitchell was tied up and surrounded by 2 knights. Rausch approached him and told him how come it took him so long to look for him. Rausch, a little annoyed, asked if he had always looked like this. And Elliot replied that he had close ties with sorcerers, so maybe it was some kind of trick. Then Rausch examined him and noticed that a piece of his ear had been torn off. And Lenin hesitantly said that the lady had bitten him, and Roch asked why. Lenin replied that Mitchell tried to touch her lips with his. So when Roch heard this, he went crazy and kicked him. Then he stepped on his head and told him to tell him everything that happened and not leave out a single detail. In his chambers, Sari had already changed her clothes and was sitting at her table when Rush burst into her room. He ran to her and told her that he had asked her not to go with him. Syria replied that it was nothing, that he never touched her. He only tried. Rush began to say that he was incredibly worried, but Syria pulled him towards her and kissed him. She asked him not to be angry with her because everything went quite well, but it didn't end the way Rush kissed her. He picked her up and put her down on the dressing table while Syria told him to wait. First, they had to discuss everything. But Rush leaned down and kissed her leg and said that she started everything and now wants to talk. Syria took his face in her hands and asked him if Mitchell was still alive. Rush replied that he was still alive. Then he said that, when he finds out why she needs this necklace, she should tell him everything. Rush asked if even after what happened, she was still interested in the necklace, and why she was so reckless. He pushed the hair off her face and asked her not to make it difficult for him to protect her. Roch explained that she still cries in her sleep at night and sometimes begs for her life. When this happens, Roch feels pathetic because he cannot help her. He would like to enter her dream and find out what scares her so much. Syria initially wanted to say it didn't matter, but then said it was about the prophecy. One day she read a similar text. It said that she would die young, that the man she was torturing would slit her throat with a sword, and that she would suffer a miserable death. Apparently, he was just retelling the novel. Syria told Rausch that he shouldn't worry about it. Then Rausch asked what was wrong with him. She replied that the prophecy said that he was not her husband. Hearing this, Rausch said it means this prophecy is not true. Syria replied that, until recently, everything turned out as it said. During the wedding, that man almost killed her. Roch asked her if she was talking about Kali's, and when asked why he stood there like a fool while all this was happening, Syria said that, in the prophecy, she didn't pay attention to him. When asked why he did this, Syria thought that he was the main character of the novel. And she told him out loud that he did this because he married a saint. Roch continued interrogating Syria, telling her that after marrying Lena, he stayed there and watched her die. Syria said that she tried to influence the prophecy, and as a result, many things changed. But sometimes, she is afraid that everything will end as it should. Roch realized that she still feared for her life, and taking off the ring he wore around his neck. He asked her if she knew what kind of ring it was. The ring of House Burke. Roch gave it to her and told her to keep it from now on. And Syria asked him why he would give it to her. And Roch told her to press the stone in the middle 3 times, doing what he told her. A thorn sprang out of the ring. "The tip of this sword contains a deadly poison," said Roch. He took her hand in his and told her that if one day she realizes that he plans to betray her, as the prophecy says, she should use it on him. Roch explained that he is still afraid of her, so no matter how much he swears allegiance, this is the only way out. He hoped that the value of her life would be enough to mean something. Syria looked at him surprised. He took her in his arms and asked her to sleep well tonight. Syria thought that, although she was a heroine now, she didn't need to worry about her so much. She wondered why he would go this far and didn't need to be so kind and understanding of her fears. She didn't understand why he was doing all this. In the morning, Syria approached Lennon, who had been working nonstop for a whole week. She complained that she no longer had the strength and would like to personally hit Mitchell the next time they met. Syria said that he could do whatever he wanted if it calmed him down, but first he must eat. Lennon started his meal, and Syria realized that she didn't remember his last name. She noticed that from his table manners, it was clear that he was one of the aristocrats. The question about the last name caught Lennon by surprise. He replied that many years had passed since his house and family were destroyed. He survived only thanks to the Duke. Syria was worried she had offended him, and chaotically, saying she just wanted to know where he was from. "And that's it." Lennon replied that he was born in Mula. Mula is an island located in the south. Lennon said sadly that there is nothing special there, and besides it is very far away. Then he took his lobster and said that this lobster was simply delicious. Tears of joy even welled up in his eyes. Syria said he was exaggerating, but Lennon replied that everything was really like that. And when she was near, even his faith became stronger. Lennon remembered Duke Dietrich, who lost consciousness in the high church. They say he spent several days in bed and afterwards never went to church again. Perhaps due to the shock. Syria thought he was a nearsighted person. When Lena returned, she ran there as if nothing had happened. She tried to remember what he was like in the novel, but all she remembered was that he almost kissed Lena's foot. What a pervert. It seems he even made a castle in a port city near the capital look like a church to show his hope for the saint's return. And as soon as she returned, he gave it to her without a doubt. Lennon suddenly said that maybe that's why he sold his brand new castle. And his lordship considered this an excellent offer and immediately bought it. It seems everything that belonged to Lena is now with Cyrilla. Syria loudly asked for the Duke to sell his castle to Rush, and Lennon cheerfully replied that it wasn't the best thing for the Duke to accumulate everything that, in theory, could end up in the hands of a saint or a marquis. Now Syria didn't understand anything at all, but let's go back to Kali's. His servant reported that the eldest son of the Kalaidnov family had sent him a letter. Kali's immediately ordered him to burn it and not accept any more letters from him. The boy wanted to explain something to him about the importance of the letter, but Kali's replied, "There are no excuses, and that Cassius should be grateful that he had only cut off communication with him." Kali's wondered why he didn't know anything about what she had been through. He looked sick, then asked what happened with Duke Burke since a duel started during the banquet. The boy started explaining everything to Kali's, who kept wondering why she never told him what happened. Why she had to find out like this. He thought that maybe she didn't want to look weak, so she just modestly stood by his side. But in the end, she told him everything. These memories of that day weighed more and more heavily on Kali's. He asked how things were going with his gift for Syria. The boy replied that everything was going according to plan and begged Kali's to rest. He really looked terrible. It seemed that demonic energy had caressed him, like the rest of Lena's servants. Kali's thought he didn't care, no matter what happened to him, no matter who she chose. He didn't want to marry anyone but her. He continued looking at Syria's photo. And our heroine was in the gallery at that moment. Rush said he should have bought her a gallery instead of a castle. She asked him what he meant, and Rush replied that he just realized that she was interested in painting. Syria replied that, of course, she would look at all the paintings since they were in an art gallery. And since he brought up this topic, She decided to argue with him about why he acquired Duke Dietrich's castle. Rush realized that Lenin had already told her everything, although it should have been a surprise. Syria said that such surprises would give her a heart attack when someone approached them. The boy said he was very happy to see him from afar and apologized for interrupting their conversation so rudely. Sir Bellegarde, this is the second Prince Bellegarde, who again fell in love with Lena and fought for her with Rush. He greeted the Duchess and told her that the last time they saw each other was at her mother's tea ceremony, which must have taken place before our heroine came to this world. The prince told Syria that his mother was looking forward to her visiting the palace again. Syria didn't understand why he said that, because everyone knows that she and Syria don't get along in the novel. After Syria, the pathetic marquis's daughter dared to buy the jewel that the empress had her eye on. She refused to be in the same room as her, but perhaps since she is a duchess now. The empress wants to make friends. The prince decided to invite her and the duke to go with them, but Syria replied that she had a lot of things to do, since she had only recently become a duchess. And she quickly escaped, saying she could talk to Rush, who was looking at the prince very amusingly. The more she comes into contact with the novel characters, the worse she will feel in the future. While Syria was thinking about this, the girl didn't notice and bumped into her, but immediately caught her. She suddenly remembered her, and the girl said she was very happy to have recognized her. Her name is Marceline Palvas, Duke Palvas's wife. Marceline said she was really looking forward to meeting her, and Syria asked her how her recovery was going. The girl replied that she suffered no harm, only the carriage was hit, and thanks to Syria she was saved. Marceline asked how she could repay her, and Syria replied that she shouldn't because she was happy to see her again. The two girls quickly found common ground and happily communicated with each other. Syria thought that Duchess Marceline, a very valuable reward in herself, to get from the Corn's Plain to the mine with crystals. It was necessary to cross the lands of the Paul Bass. The Duke protected them from the outside world to protect them from monsters. But he will be happy to let her pass since she helped his wife. Syria thought it was good that Rush organized the expedition at the right time. Turning to him, she saw how a crowd surrounded him. It immediately becomes clear that he is the main character, even if objectively evaluated. He is an incredible man. But those people only exist in fiction novels. Syria looked at Rush, forgetting the Duchess with a loving gaze. The Duchess realized this and said that she and her husband seemed to be very close, and that now she looked at him with eyes full of love. Syria became even more embarrassed and realized that she was truly madly in love with him. The boys were coming down the stairs, and Lenin said this was ridiculous. A week has passed, and Mitchell has not moved yet. Syria asked if his injury was that serious, and Lenin replied that they had done everything possible to revive him. He wanted to talk about his injured ear, but stopped and said he would never mention this incident again. But Syria said that she saw nothing wrong with his action. Apparently, she was so distracted by the talk about Mitchell's ear that she lost her footing and fell, but Roch caught her in time. Looking into his eyes, Syria thought that he was really looking at her with love. The words of that dear Duchess embarrassed her, and now she is ashamed. Lenin said that even in the dungeon of the High Church, it is dark and slippery. And that is what is fascinating. Everyone approached the cell where Mitchell lay, but of course, he didn't move. And Syria was restless, since he looked like Roch. Syria asked him if he really hadn't moved since he went to prison, and Lenin replied that they poured water on him. And they shook him, but it was in vain. She realized that in that state, he couldn't tell her about the necklace, and asked Lenin if he had brought what she asked for. Lenin brought the Esterna emblem that was in the High Church. Syria asked if it was difficult to beg for it, and Lenin replied that they told him that if she needed it, she could take it whenever she wanted. She asked them to wait outside because she might wake Mitchell with Esterna's power. And if her assumption is correct, there will be another explosion when she brings the necklace to the emblem. She doesn't know if it will release that much holy power, but even a portion will be enough to wake him up. As she suspected, when she brought the necklace to the emblem, an explosion occurred. Rush ran towards the explosion, and Syria said that something strange was happening to Mitchell. Black smoke coming out of his mouth, just like the Duke. Lena's teacher sat in front of another emblem and asked when she would finally return to them. Because many were waiting for her. Syria approached him and greeted him. The man, apparently, was not waiting for her. She said that the last time they met was at the Burke house, and the priest said that many devout believers came here to pray for the return of the saint. And of course, he had to be here, said Syria, and asked him if he felt belittled after losing his role as her mentor. This infuriated the man, and he told her that if she wanted to tell him something, she should at least respect the sacred character of this place. But Syria replied that she had also come here to pray, because after all she was an externa. She took out her necklace and walked towards the emblem. As expected, there was an explosion of divine power, and Lena's teacher fell to the floor. And again, the same black smoke coming out of the teacher's mouth appeared. Since she lost consciousness from this, it means that the necklace only affects those who are under Lena's influence. Lennon ordered the knights to check all possible places to catch anyone trying to leave. But not to kill. Elliot said they were all just rats, and Lennon replied that if it weren't for the Duchess, they would never have known about their real base. Although he was surprised when she started screaming and demanding that they take her to the sorcerers. She intimidated them all, and they told her the location of the base. Lennon said she was amazing, although sometimes she scared him. A knight ran up to Lennon and Elliot and told them they had found something strange. It might be just a wooden chest, but it is similar to the Emerald Sea chest at Laurel Manor. Next to it were documents. It was written there that they could not extract the stigmas from the sealed bones in the house of Burke. While we pray to return the stigmas of the bones that were taken from us, we will preserve the rest of Burke's memorandum in these demonic shadows, Lennon read. It seems that Lena is also somehow involved with the sorcerers, and in prison. Sari finally managed to wake Mitchell up. In front of him was our powerful couple, and Roch, with a savage look in his eyes. He said they had a lot to discuss. Mitchell tried to remember where he was, but he remembered being in a state of suspended animation. And nothing else. When he suddenly noticed the chest Cyrilla was holding and started shouting where they got it from. Rush got angry and grabbed him by the hair and told him how he dared to ignore him. He leaned closer to him and asked if that chest had really distracted him so much. Rush said they found it hidden under boxes in his hideout. And since he cast a spell on it himself, it means it is very important to him. Roch said he thought he had associated with the sorcerers because he was crazy. But his subordinates told Roch something very interesting. Mitchell and his mother are actually sorcerers. They also said that it is necessary to have pure blood to use magic, and like the former Duke. Although he was crazy, he wasn't a sorcerer. It turns out he wasn't a bastard of the House of Burke. Roch took him by the hair and asked what he needed at home to go through so much trouble with the disguise. Mitchell asked how he found out, because his subordinates would never tell him this. Roch replied that he found out, as well as about the house he owned where the auctions were held. All thanks to the lackeys he sent to Laurel Estate, Mitchell started shouting that they would have never given up. It turns out that he used a spell on them that time. There were many memory-affecting spells to prevent this from happening. He wondered how he managed to find everything out. Roch said that's not what he should worry about right now, and that if he wants to stay healthy, he had better answer all the questions. He pulled documents out of his pocket and said that the records he stole only briefly described the rings and where they were kept. Roch asked why he had to go so far to hide them. Mitchell shouted if he had deactivated all his spells and how someone like him had managed to do it. When Syria approached him, Roch immediately told her to stay back, because Mitchell was still dangerous. Mitchell started shouting that it was her who did everything, but that after all, the stars moved away from Sterna, and she should have no strength left. Roch grabbed him by the hair again and told him that if he dared to look at her again, he would tear his eyes out. Mitchell replied that he was crazy, like a madman running with her, just like him. He started shouting and asked Roch how he thought his mother managed to bring him to the House of Burke. Mitchell asked if he was interested in what the person who gave them the opportunity to be part of the family was like. The former Duke was obsessed with his wife and believed without reason that she might run away from him at any time. Anxiety took hold of him, and he resorted to the sorcerer to ask for a spell to keep his wife by his side. Mitchell asked him if he thought it was a lie and what the point was in him continuing to hide it. He said that Roch himself would soon experience his own personal hell, just like the former Duke who gave his memorandum to the sorcerer due to possession. And then he too will sell his soul to take possession of this stern. Syria approached him and told him not to listen to him and asked him to talk to him. Roch replied that it was dangerous, but Syria said that Abby would be there and that she would make sure her fears did not come true. Syria went in and told Mitchell that she would be brief and asked him how he knew about the demonic shadows. The demonic shadows were an important concept in the novel, and Lena found out about them in the second half of the stories. So, unless Mitchell, like her, had read the novel, he couldn't have known anything about them. Mitchell asked why he should answer, and Syria said she wasn't going to talk for long. And it seems he forgot that she can use divine power. There was another explosion, and Roch ran towards Syria. But Abby was holding the door and asked Syria to hurry up. Syria asked him how he knew Lena and why he needed the tiara. Mitchell replied that he knew nothing. He kept shouting that this is what he should offer to his moon, his only moon. Mitchell said that it was originally meant for her, that the whole world was created for the moon. But Mitchell didn't even appear in the novel, which means he didn't know who Lena was. However, he is as obsessed with the tiara as she is and knows demonic shadows that only she knows about. Apparently Lena from the novel was familiar with him. It seems Lena was not white and fluffy initially. Therefore, Mitchell and the sorcerers fell under the influence of the edge, like Duke Dietrich. And his teacher. Syria used too much power and can't even think anymore and fainted. The creepy dream appeared again, where she continued running away and someone asked Syria if she still felt like she was in a novel world. The whole of this world and everything in it was created for the moon. These are Mitchell's words. That creepy girl appeared again and said she shouldn't have let her go. Syria kept running away, when suddenly, instead of the hall, she found herself on the road. And a car was approaching her. She finally woke up from this terrible dream. She realized she had lost consciousness. It seems this is possible if you overdo the divine power, and Roch, who was sitting next to her, called her by name. He asked how many days she had been like this, and Roch replied, 4 days, she slept this whole time. And never woke up. Syria started explaining that she had never used such strength, but Roch tiredly said that he promised her he wouldn't worry. And she promised and asked to trust him. Syria realized that the necklace was not on her neck, and Roch apologized and said that he had already trusted her once. So that she wouldn't put herself in danger again, he seemed very annoyed. Roch added that he broke the damn necklace. Apparently he was very angry. While she was sleeping, he thought about how he could live if she didn't wake up. The last few days were unbearable and every breath painful. He asked her why she didn't try to convince him. Instead of lying about how she would remain safe, she should have told him her plans. Syria said she did this because she was afraid that the necklace's power would affect him too. 2. Roch looked at her sadly and knelt down, saying he allowed Abby to stay by her side. He asked her why she was sure nothing would happen to him, and Syria replied that it had nothing to do with the prediction. The explosion of divine power did not affect her, but everyone who had been associated with Lena in the novel. Duke Dietrich and Master Viscount Ison suffered the divine power of the necklace. Syria is still not sure why Mitchell fell under the influence. But one thing is certain, it will also work on Roch, she thought. Roch said that the issue was that, in that damn manuscript, he was the husband of a saint. He was about to leave, but Syria stopped him and told him that she just couldn't get out of her head what was written there. She had a feeling that if this happened, she would die and she was afraid. But what is worse, her pain and fear do not give her the right to inflict the same trauma on others. Syria started crying and said she regretted that he had to worry again. Roch sat down next to her and told her that she was strange and that he knew she would apologize. He leaned closer to her and told her that it was time to end this prediction and asked her if she could say what time period it affected. And once they pass it, she won't have to worry anymore. Rach asked her to stop mentioning that he would become the husband of a saint, and that he had no intention of breaking his marriage vow. He just wants to know when it will end, regardless of the changes. When they reach that point, everything will be over, said Rose. Syria, through tears, asked him why he was so kind to her, and he replied that it was because he loved her. Looking into her eyes, he repeated that he loved her with all his heart. She moved closer to him and told him that she loved him too. Rose collapsed onto Cyrilla and asked her to stay in that position for just a couple of moments. Then he got up and told Syria that she always forgets that they are newlyweds, and started kissing her. The next day, Syria woke up and saw a necklace lying on the nightstand. She returned the emblem to him and thanked him for allowing her to borrow it. The priest said that who else, if not Sterna, has the right to wear it. And there are several emblems, so nothing will happen if they lent her one. Perhaps it was because she used all her divine power, but in reality, she felt better despite losing consciousness. Still, she decided to be more careful from now on, because she didn't want Rach to look at her like that again. He has every right to be angry, but he still returned the necklace, Syria thought while taking it off. She hoped she could repay his kindness, when suddenly Rach appeared. Syria asked him what he was doing here, and Rush replied that he had come to take her home. Since she was not on the estate, she wanted to explain what she was doing here, when suddenly the divine power of the necklace revealed itself. Syria was incredibly scared for Rush and ran to him. She took his hand and asked him if she should call a doctor or a priest. But Rach asked her to calm down. Rach said he was fine and that he wasn't a beast who would be affected by divine power. But Syria didn't listen to him and decided to take him to the doctor anyway. Of course, the doctor immediately confirmed Rausch's words that everything was fine with him. Rausch thanked the doctor and let him go, and Syria repeated that this was impossible, and that he shouldn't have been fine. To this, Rausch asked if it was because he was one of those who would surely be influenced by the divine power of the necklace. Syria began to doubt, but then both the Duke and the Master, who were close to Lena in the novel, lost consciousness. She didn't let go of Rush, and he asked her if she would keep touching him like this, but Syria shouted at him to let her go for a second. And Rush replied that she herself started everything. Finally, Syria began to think that this world was different from the one described in the novel. Her Rush barely swapped partners with Lena. And this means that those affected by the necklace are not those from the novel. Syria asked Rush if he had ever had contact with Lena, and Rush asked her why she would touch him. But Syria was not referring to physical contact, but to conversations. And then Rush remembered, the day of her disappearance, by bumping into each other while passing, her hand started to bleed. If it was enough to hurt her, then maybe there was something wrong with Lena's divine power. And the necklace has no effect on Evie at all, and she never met Lena. Syria is externa, so she is an exception. Maybe only those who have been in Lena's presence for a long enough time will be affected by the necklace. From these thoughts, Rush interrupted her with his kiss. After the couple spent some time alone, new marks appeared on Syria's neck. While brushing her hair, Rush asked her if she was okay, because she looked pale and Syria reminded him that someone wasn't letting her sleep at night. Rach replied that it was really his fault, so he decided to comb her hair. Syria said he could let Suzette take care of the matter, but Rach replied that she and Bastian went to Laurel Estate. Mitchell's fate will be decided there besides Rach. There are other people who need to stop what Mitchell started. Syria asked if they shouldn't go there too. Could she tell him something about the past Duke? But Rach replied seriously that he didn't want anything to do with this scoundrel. No matter what he says about the former Duke's obsession with his wife and the search for sorcerers, it won't change the fact that he is a scoundrel who, for some reason, ended up turning his back on his family out of pride. Rach said that she is the most important thing to him now, and that, therefore, there is no reason to think about him anymore. He leaned in to kiss her, but Lennon knocked on the door, calling Syria. Rush was not happy about this at all. But Lennon continued and said that a letter had arrived with news about the lands he inherited from the family. Syria got dressed, and already in the office, Lennon showed on the map where a cave with crystals had been discovered that was very close to Duke Palvas's territory. Without the help of his house, it would have been difficult to find it. Syria thought that the search took a little longer since she didn't know the exact location. Lennon said that the Duke even allowed them to stay in his villa, which is nearby. A very generous offer on his part. And Lennon started wondering why the Duke would be so kind to them. Syria knows for sure what happened. In the novel, the Duke was famous for his loyalty to his wife. When she was killed by some monsters, he started wearing pink things in memory of her. How sweet. How good that Syria befriended the Duchess and not him. Lennon asked her if she had higher powers. He asked her how she knew there would be a cave with crystals in these abandoned lands. Syria replied that she just assumed it. Syria said she wanted to give him a part of what she got from the cave because he helped her in her search, despite her tight schedule. But Lennon replied that his lordship was already paying him a lot, so there was no need for more. And besides, he was too busy to spend money. Then Syria asked him what she could do for him other than money, and Lennon said he would like her to forgive him for a mistake if he makes it in the future. Syria asked what mistake he was talking about, and if he killed someone, she wouldn't cover it up. A truly strange request. She asked if his service was more valuable than money, and Lennon replied that. Of course, to him, his promise was more valuable than any treasure. Then they arrived at that very cave. Syria said that the demonic energy in this place is so strong that they cannot get close. Evie finally was by her side, and Syria asked her if she had brought Stern's emblem. And Evie took out the emblem and placed it behind Syria. A week in the novel, Lena managed to clean this place in a week. Syria wondered how long it would take her if she used the necklace. She took it off and brought it to the emblem. Its effect the last 2 times has been impressive, but this seems like a miracle. The cave has been completely cleaned. In just one day, she cleaned a huge area. Lennon said he had never heard of a divine power of such magnitude. Lennon continued to admire Syria's divine power and wondered what would happen if the capital found out. But Syria didn't listen to him. Her thoughts were that Lena would immediately find out what happened when she returned from the moon. She knew that Syria's innate strength was not very great, and she started wondering if Lena would treat her differently. Or start demanding the necklace again. This clearly means that there is a connection between Mitchell and Lena, since they are the only ones obsessed with the necklace. Syria thought why she needed it, and since the necklace is so important, it's strange why she auctions it in the novel. Maybe she knew Lena would have it, because in the novel she didn't know where the necklace was. Lena is a mysterious saint who came from the moon and was consumed by it, and Mitchell can serve her. Syria was already tired of those thoughts and complained about the soap opera she was in. An incomprehensible love triangle. When she leaned against the cave, black smoke was coming out of it, and she asked to change direction to the other side. Lennon said they had already started digging in a different direction and asked her why she suddenly changed it. He added that sometimes he was curious to know what secrets the lady kept, and when he tried to find out the details from Abby. She immediately rejected him, frightening Lennon. Suddenly, the workers shouted that they had broken through. There was a wide passage. Lennon said there were probably magic crystals there, but Abby forbade going there. Abby decided to go there first and check everything, and Lennon said that if she finds something she should tell him. She went in and then shouted not to come here, and to quickly call the lady to tell her that Constellation steel had been wrapped. Syria entered this passage. She was sitting on the floor with her hands around her knees. She seemed unimpressed. Lennon approached her and told her that they had sent a message. Her light was shining, and they had communicated with the temple. Lennon said they should arrive soon. It's about Constellation steel. This is the only material that can be used against monsters. And the last cave with Constellation steel opened 100 years ago. Syria replied that she was already tired of surprises. Syria got up and asked Lennon to stay here for a while she spoke with Abby. Lennon got scared and said that this place is full of Constellation steel, so the farther away she gets. The colder it will be here, Syria told him she would still be nearby. Syria found Abby and happily ran to her. She apologized for making her wait and asked if she was cold, and Abby replied that the nights in her service never felt the cold. Then they headed to the cave, and Syria said she had a strange feeling about this place. But she wasn't sure there would be so much constellation steel behind the wall. This was not mentioned in the novel. Jacqueline was also stubble. She couldn't help but feel the steel nearby. Syria didn't understand why things were only getting more complicated. Evie brought the emblem and placed it behind Syria when suddenly the wind blew. Although she was in the cave, and Syria heard a voice. The voice asked Syria if she still felt like she was in a novel world. Syria tried to examine the territory, and suddenly a huge man appeared behind her, with his mouth and eyes closed. When the huge man touched her, she suddenly moved to her room. Syria thought this must be a dream. She turned around and saw herself lying on the bed and reading a book. Almost a year had passed since she found herself in the novel. Syria thought that then she would never have believed that she had moved to another world, and suddenly asked if he had always looked like this. Upon opening her eyes again, she found herself in that very cave. And a huge man wrote Tubin on the emblem. Syria asked if Tubin was his name, if he wrote these words and how to understand them. Because he asked her if she believed she was in a novel. She started screaming that since it couldn't be otherwise, what she was reading then. Tubin wrote, "At least remember the name of the novel she read." Syria realized that she didn't remember it. She started shaking and asked him if he knew the plot from there. Tubin wrote that at that moment he returned because he wanted to live. The last thing he wrote was a necklace, and Syria started shouting what about the necklace, and how he managed to go back in time. She kept shouting at him, but when she opened her eyes, she found herself in her room. Roch immediately hugged Syria, who kept shouting at him to let her go. The doctor said she was physically healthy, except that her body was weakened by such a long sleep. Rausch said irritably that, in his opinion, a healthy person can sleep for a week. Rausch said he didn't call him here to hear about impotence. Syria asked Rausch to help her get up. Approaching her, Rausch told her that she could be free. The doctor added that he would send her medication. Rausch asked Syria to accept them when they brought them and to eat, without overexerting herself. Syria asked what happened to Abby. Abby immediately approached her, and Syria asked her if she had returned Esterna's emblem from the cave. And Abby said she would take care of it immediately. When Abby left and Syria apologized to Roch, he asked her why she was apologizing. And Syria replied that she made him worry again. Roch asked her if she expected an apology. So the first thing she did after waking up was to ask for forgiveness, and he asked her why he ordered Abby to bring the emblem. This annoyed him. He asked her if she expected to calm him down with beautiful words, and if she wanted him to keep waiting silently. A whole week passed. All this time, he was tormented by the ignorance that led her to such a state. While waiting, he told himself that as soon as she woke up, he would do anything for her so that this wouldn't happen again. But even now, he cannot help. They are so close, and he knows nothing. Roch said he didn't understand, that he didn't know what made her cry again. Syria just started crying harder and asked where she was and who she was. She is no longer sure about anything. They told her that everything she knew before was a lie. Syria cried and asked him if she was crazy. Rush hugged her and told her that if that was the case, he would be too, because he couldn't stay sane if his wife passed out. He hugged her and assured her that everything would be fine between them, that she was still stern. And his wife. Syria calmed down and asked to sleep for a while because she needed to confirm something. She said that as soon as she woke up, she would explain everything to him. Rush replied that if that was necessary, then it's fine. Upon meeting Tubin again, Syria said she was curious to know why he mentioned the necklace. It turned out it was necessary to get here. It's surprising that if you press the stone, you can find yourself in another world. And although she still didn't believe what he said last time. So she asked him if this wasn't really the novel's world, whose Syria he lives in. And if he was sure that he had gone back in time. Tubin replied that Syria Stern was her real name. And when she tried to argue with him, Tubin asked if she remembered another name. Syria said, "How is this possible? She had a past life. She remembers a lot about herself when she graduated from college. This cannot be fiction." Tubin replied that her memories were incomplete. Otherwise, her body would have shattered into a million pieces. When Syria asked him why he didn't remember everything, Tubin started bleeding from his mouth directly onto the emblem. Syria got scared and asked him to stop, and that he was scaring her when he asked her to break his seal. Otherwise, she will never know the truth. Syria asked how to do this and why she should trust him. After all, now he looks like a monster, and Tubin held out his hand to Syria. Syria took his hand and felt the divine power, or rather, it feels even more familiar. This is Stern's power. With Sterna's power, which she herself wields, Syria asked him if he was really here to help her. Tubin started writing that the reason why her name is similar to the saint's name. Syria interrupted him and asked if he was talking about Lena. She shouted that her name sounded like hers, how she woke up, and asked how long she had been unconscious. Rach, who was lying next to her, replied that she had been sleeping for 3 days. And then he greeted her. He said that this time she returned early. Syria asked since when he had been here. Rach said that he tried to rip off the necklace, but despite this, it was still intact. Syria asked him if he could sleep, but Rach stopped her and kissed her on the forehead, saying they could talk about this later. And now guests, uninvited guests, were waiting for them outside the door. The high-ranking priests, upon learning that she had found a cave with constellation steel, instantly ran here and are already waiting for her. And that they needed to talk to them. Rach also reminded her that she promised that, when she woke up, she would tell him everything. She asked not to laugh at her, but she believed she was on an adventure. And after telling all the details, she said that he could consider her crazy, because it was impossible to believe. Rach smiled and said that he believed everything she said, and above all, that he didn't think she was crazy. Syria apologized for making them wait. The priests replied that everything was fine, and that it was an honor to meet her. And besides, they are now incredibly happy that a cave with constellation steel has been discovered, thanks to which they can protect the knights from the threat of demonic monsters. They said that their temple would extract the constellation steel, found by Stern, very carefully, because the technology to process steel is only available in the Supreme Temple. Syria replied that, of course, she trusted the priests, as long as they adequately fulfilled the conditions she proposed. They replied that, of course, they received recommendations, in which she asks to make weapons with constellation steel. This is still under discussion, but they will try to resolve it as soon as possible. But Syria said that is not what she is talking about. Syria remembered that she had one more request. She would like to obtain the property of the Esterna emblem. She decided that now she would communicate with Tubin more often, and that it would be more convenient for the emblem to remain with her. The priests replied that this was a request under consideration. However, it is extremely rare for the Stern emblem to be handed over to a private individual. So the reception of the emblem may be further delayed. Syria said that she sent a letter to another Stern mute, but received a negative response. The priests started getting nervous and said that this is why they had found another worthy person. Another suitable person turned out to be Marquis Hannett. They said that the conditions for obtaining the emblem were strict. Syria added that if she returned it now, she would not be able to borrow it again in the near future. Syria said that she would simply take away the Esterna emblem and throw him out immediately. Rach suggested cutting off his limbs first before throwing him out. Rach's suggestion made Syria laugh until she realized he wasn't actually joking. Rach said that he really didn't want her to communicate with the saint or Marquis Hannett. Syria asked if it was because Kalalis killed her in the past and Lena was his wife. Hugging Sarilla, Rach said he would never do such a thing in his right mind, that he couldn't leave her. Syria explained that he hated her in the past, and Rach replied that he found it hard to believe. He kissed her and told her that every time he sees her he feels joy. She reminded him that the doctor advised him to rest. Rach replied that despite this, she still hugs him. Syria said that when she hugs him, she feels Stern's energy in him. It seems that after meeting Tubin, She became more sensitive to the feeling of Stern's power. Roch asked her not to reject him in bed every time because he felt Stern's strength in him. Syria was embarrassed and said that was not the main reason. Roch insisted that she tell him the real reason. And Syria, embarrassed, replied that it was because he was good. Roch continued teasing Syria, and she decided to respond in the same way. And started teasing him herself, but in a different way. While kissing her, he remembered that Lenin had told him that they had discovered the reason why they chose Marquis as the guarantor of the emblem. According to the priests, the Marquis himself insisted on personally presenting the emblem. So they couldn't do anything. The girl was getting ready for the imperial banquet in honor of the harvest sowing, and asked everyone to work harder. She said that for them, it was important to preserve their reputation. Her subordinate ran up to her and told her that a guest had arrived. The girl replied that they were already full of orders and ordered him to be sent back. But Rush entered the hall and said that he had come here because his wife recommended this place to him. The boy bowed to the Duke, and the girl asked him what had brought him here. Rush replied that he had to meet a person. Rush said he was looking for a suitable suit to meet his wife's ex-fiancé. The reaction of everyone in the hall was appropriate. The day of the delivery ceremony of the Esterna emblem has arrived, a delivery comparable to the celebrations of the imperial family. The girls who attended the ceremony admired the Duke, who looked dazzling today. Judging by the fact that the boutonniere and cufflinks are decorated with blue jewels, which means he is thinking of the Duchess, the girls started envying Syria. Kali approached Roch and greeted him, but the courtesy quickly faded, and asked him where Syria was. Roch greeted him like a saint's husband, and replied that his wife was waiting for the emblem in the prayer room. Kali said that his marriage to Lena was temporary. But Rausch didn't care. For some reason, Kali's decided this was important to Syria, which in the end was not the case. Rausch got angry and grabbed him by the shoulder, telling him that no matter how much he wanted to challenge him to a duel, he couldn't do it now because his wife was waiting for the emblem. Therefore, Roch said that he should not thank Syria, but the Duchess of Berk. Kali said that he received authorization thanks to Esterna's faith. He took Syria's hand and kissed it, and that he is ready to give her the emblem. Syria was not happy and asked, since when they kiss Esterna's hand when handing over the emblem. Kali's looked very tired and asked not to ignore him this way, but to let him hit him. Or scold him. He said he was completely isolated from Cassius. She saw how sometimes he exchanged letters with them, and asked him why he kept silent about that incident then. Syria asked him if he meant it was her fault for not talking about him. Kali's immediately replied that this was not what he meant, and that if he had known that, he wouldn't have hurt her. He started saying again that if only they had married as originally planned. But Syria interrupted him, shouting that there was no point talking about it. Syria pushed him away, saying that all his words were meaningless because it was his choice. She shouted that nothing would change because he kept repeating about divorcing Lena. Syria asked him if he still believed that she would come back to him. Kali started saying that he would just like to return everything, but Syria knows very well that nothing will change by going back in time. Even if you go back in time several times, in the end Kali's feelings will remain the same. Syria asked that the fact that he left her would never change. Kali's fell to his knees and said that a new prophecy about Lena's return had arrived at the high church. He started saying like a madman that he would divorce her immediately and prepare the vow ceremony again. And this time he definitely wouldn't be late and asked her to give him a chance. Syria replied that this was nonsense, and then Kali's asked her what he should do for her to come back to him. He took her hand again and told her that he would do anything. He just had to ask him. This performance was watched by Roch, who was clearly not happy about it. Elliot and Abby also saw this. Elliot was very surprised, but Abby was ready to kill him. Elliot asked him what he was going to do. Abby replied that she was going to slit his throat. Roch told them it was time to go back. When Syria herself approached them and asked him when he had arrived, he hugged her and replied that he had just arrived. Abby almost betrayed him by calling him a liar but Elliot stopped her. At the banquet, everyone stood next to Syria and said they still remembered the emblem delivery ceremony, which took place in the afternoon. Everyone admired Syria. They said there was no doubt that Syria Stern was heaven's beloved. But Syria understood that if she were truly loved by them, the prophecy would not have come true. Lena will return soon, but anyway, Syria has consolidated her position as an externa. And life will never be the same again. Since the start of the banquet, Rush hasn't left her side, and even now he is next to her. It seems he is protecting her. Lately he has been acting strange. She remembered how he hugged her. When Rush stepped out and Syria ran after them, Rush asked that this banquet was in her honor. And Syria replied that the banquet was coming to an end anyway, and that she still had something to tell. Rush asked what was wrong, and Syria hugged him and asked him if she could kiss him. She thought something was bothering him, and he seemed upset. It seemed to her that it was because of her encounter with the Marquis. Rush interrupted her by telling her that he wanted her to shut up with a kiss. Syria replied that he was just worried about her, because she would always worry about the person she loved. The declaration of love surprised Rush, and he kissed Cyrilla first. He said that people say that husbands who doubt their wives are not attractive. Rush thought this was not the case, and didn't mind at all that she controlled him like this. While the two shared a sweet moment, distressed Collies continued to hit the floor with his hand until it bled. He remembered what Syria told him in the prayer room that time. Syria told him that even if he organized a new ceremony and died right there, she wouldn't care. Collies started admitting that everything was over between them. There was nothing left. He asked her what he could do to atone for his sins before her, and looking at the moon. He asked her to answer him. Syria was standing in front of the stern emblem when they shouted at her if she was sane. It was Nissus. He complained that she sent a letter with such content, and now she pretends nothing happened. Nissus said that she wrote to him that she felt unwell, that it was urgent, and that he should come to the capital as soon as possible. Syria said that she lives a lonely life and didn't even attend the emblem ceremony. And only this could bring him here. Nissus was not happy, and Syria apologized for lying and said that indeed something important had happened. Syria took out the necklace and presented it to the emblem. It had a strong effect on him. When he fainted, he regretted that he was about to vomit blood. Abby told him not to covet it. The doctor said he only had mild signs of malnutrition, but otherwise, he was fine. Syria said she felt no pity for him, and Abby replied that if she wanted, she could kick him out right now. But Syria had another request. This morning, she received a long-awaited message from Tubin, and that's why she asked to find a blue diamond. Nissus finally woke up. Syria said she was already starting to worry about having to take his body out of the mansion. Nissus asked her if she had called him to take revenge this way. Syria replied that she didn't understand what he meant and explained that she had called him to give him a gift. She threw the tiara at him and said it was quite an expensive holy object. Nissus asked what he should do with it, and Syria replied that it was just a gift. In fact, the gift was just an excuse. Whether he sells it at an auction or gives it to someone else, Syria will only thank him if thanks to him it falls into Lena's hands. Syria then asked him if he had ever met Lena, but Nissus had never met her. Syria replied that of course she didn't see her, because she locked herself in the Kelidon estate. Nissus started shouting that they had another estate in the capital. But since he never met Lena, his reaction to the divine power is even stranger. If, as she supposed, the same thing happens to everyone who is related to Lena, regardless of contact with her. But this did not happen to Raj. It would be good to know what effect demonic energy has on people. She finally returned to Nissus and told him that he must be tired and that he could return. Nissus started shouting that she forced him to come here and that now she was kicking him out. Syria reminded him that the Kelidon had an estate in the capital, and he could spend the night there. She added that she had already notified the cook so that he could eat before leaving. She said that they told him he collapsed due to malnutrition, and Nissus asked her why she didn't treat him like a guest. Nissus wanted to tell her something, but then stopped and apologized. the only relative who admitted that she had behaved like a complete weirdo. He said he didn't know his brother had done that to her that day. Nissus misunderstood everything. He thought she was simply mistreating his family, and if he had known earlier, he wouldn't have tormented her. Syria replied that he was not mistaken, that she hated not only Acacia, but his entire family. And that's why she treated them that way. When the Empress set her eye on a blue diamond, her stubbornness meant that she even had to sell the castle to buy it. But no one even asked what happened at the lake, and she still wanted to pay for everything. Syria still feels that she is not the real Syria, although memories that were not in the original story keep returning to her. What did Syria do to her? She gathered her courage to explain everything to Nissus. Syria said that his parents thought it was very generous of him to give her some jewels. As if that was enough to make up for it. She told him not to be mistaken, that she was not going to forgive his family, and he simply gave up. Syria returned to the prayer room and asked if Tubin was nearby. She said she brought him a blue diamond. She said it was very strange because she had no idea where this diamond was kept. And that was not the case in the novel. This means that Tubin told the truth. She wondered what she could do now, accept everything and live without any explanation. She brought her diamond to the emblem, and the emblem swallowed it. Syria started shouting at him to return the jewel. Suddenly, her divine power awoke. So much power appeared despite her not even touching the necklace. Suddenly, Evie appeared behind her, and when she saw Syria's power, she said she was a saint. For someone who wants to become a saint and representative of a single god in this world, there is a requirement. It consists of needing to have a sufficient amount of divine power, exceeding that of all the high priests combined. Syria didn't understand what Tubin did, but now she can calmly master divine power even without a necklace. And her number will probably exceed the strength of all the high priests. Tubin wrote the number 2, and Syria wondered what this could mean. She was interrupted from her thoughts by Lenin, who showed her a blue crystal. It was the first time they extracted magic crystals, and they succeeded. Syria took his hands, and Lenin said it was of the highest quality, and that now the whole empire would be interested in their achievements. They are more likely to want to know how she cleaned the cave than her achievements, but it is better that the whole empire soon learns about her divine power. It's good that she no longer has to rely so much on the necklace. Still, she was annoyed that Tubin took her gem away like that. Lenin said there are magic crystals there, and not just stones. All rich aristocrats will agree to buy them at any price. Magic crystals contain a much higher concentration of magic than stones. But they are so rare that they were only used to create jewelry for princesses. However, it would be a shame for so many crystals to gather dust in the boxes of rich aristocrats. In the novel, or rather in her memories, when Lena discovered the mine, an important event occurred. She turned a large amount of magic crystals into consumable energy sources. As a result, the price of magic crystals and the value of magic users increased drastically. As a result, Lena greatly widened the gap between herself and those who specialized in jewelry. In the magic tower. Because of this, she started thinking she needed another use. She asked if she could contact the magic tower. Its biggest sponsor is Duke Howard, and when Roch refused his request to help kill monsters in his territory, their two houses practically became enemies. Syria said it seems there is no other option, and that she will have to visit another auction house. Of course, the series succeeded. We are shown Duke Howard, who was greeted by two servants. The first thing Duke Howard noticed was Syria. He immediately realized that she was Rucha Burke's wife. He was angry with the House of Burke, from whom he lost a lot of money. He remembered how he asked Roch to help him. But he replied that he had no free nights, but the Duke perfectly understood that the reason was his closeness to the House of Keliden. When Duke Palvas approached him with the same request, the Duke fulfilled it without problems. Howard dreamed of his own capable knight. Suddenly, the werewolf they were trying to contain broke free and ran towards Syria. But Evie quickly repelled his attack. She threw the werewolf back into the corner with a single blow, surprising all the guests in the hall. Seeing her strength, Howard was surprised and said that he had found a suitable knight for him. Syria said she didn't expect the Duke to be fooled so easily. The Duke instantly fell in love with Evie. Rose asked what she thought about a slave beast man attacking her in the auction house. She said she had no reason to be afraid. The Duke now needed an experienced knight to clear his territory of monsters. Syria showed him how cool Sebai is. That's why she wants to hire her fortunately. She can use this to make a contract with the mages. Rach asked how she could have known this beforehand from the novel's plot. She replied yes, and asked him if he wanted her to tell him some things about the future. Surely. Rach replied that he was already lucky with his wife if he kept tempting fate. Heaven would punish him. Syria said she bought him jewels. Since they are in the capital, they will have to attend many events. Rach asked what kind of patterns were on the sign and if she had approached him herself. Syria replied that the Duchess said it was an important part of the gift wrapping. She said she had never approached before and asked if it looked bad on her. Syria said that if he didn't like it, he could return it, but Rach replied that it was his favorite part of the gift. Rach said he had never received anything more beautiful in his entire life. Syria accidentally pulled down her robe and asked him why he wasn't wearing anything under the robe. Syria started laughing at him because she had never met such obscene people. The look on Rach's face was priceless. Rach took her face in his hands and said that now he seemed to understand what it was like to be tricked by her. After all, Syria said she hoped to just sleep today, but that way he wouldn't be naughty in the morning. And yet, she loves him. She brought him her jewels and admitted that everything suited him well. In the morning, Howard put the money on the table and said he had given her an amount equal to what the night order team of the House of Burke was paid. Howard asked if that wasn't enough to accept working in Howard's house, or if she needed anything else. He said he knew that serving the stubble was a great honor for her, but if she agreed to work for him, he would try to arrange meetings with Stubble Mute as often as possible. But Evie herself was unimpressed. She didn't know who Mute was and thought she only wanted to serve Syria. She remembered how happy Syria was, the number of letters with invitations. Syria said that Howard was begging to meet him. Syria said she plans to use this as an excuse to talk to the mages serving him. Abby was a little annoyed when Howard said that if she joined him, she would immediately start as vice commander. She told him that she could easily defeat his commander in a duel, and that she was sure he could make her a better offer. And in Kali's house, a guy approached them and asked if he had come to make sure that the laurel silver tree was still growing. Kali replied that it would be a gift for his fiancée, so it should get stronger. The boy felt embarrassed and told him not to worry, because he is one of the Rumen. Half human, half nymph, and he is sure he can handle the tree. At the right time, Lady Esterna will understand his feelings, the boy added. And Kalis replied that he hoped so. As a guy ran towards them and told them that a message had just arrived from the Imperial Palace, that they needed reinforcements from the Hannett house. In the territory of the Pulba's house, the knights were attacked by a sudden wave of monsters. Kalis fought with his knights and ordered everyone to gather to regroup. The priest said that they could always rely on him and thanked him for responding to their sudden call for help. Kalis asked if they managed to cope so quickly thanks to the knights of the House of Burke. The priest said that his knights had already gathered, so they wouldn't cross paths. Suddenly, one of Kali's knights shouted to him that the moon had turned red. Anne was approaching. This is Lena's return. She came out of the moon and started falling from the sky. Mitchell in his cell, like a madman, repeated that the day had come and Lena woke up. They told her that she had returned for the second time. She jumped up and asked what had happened to Priest Amos and where he was. The new high priest said that Amos had gone to heaven. He explained that he would serve her now, and that he was sure the high priest had honored her until the end. Lena cried and felt sorry for Emos, and the new high priest asked her to calm down because he needed to tell her something. The priest surprised her by announcing that she was pregnant. Kali shouted that this meant Lena was pregnant. The priest replied that they did not know the term, and the saint herself remembered nothing after being swallowed by the moon. So Kali's asked whose child it was, since they had barely touched. And the priest asked him if he remembered the miracles described in the Holy Scriptures. Among them were stories of saints who conceived children from the union with divine power. Colleagues asked if this meant that his divine power had conceived a child within her. But the priest replied that they could not know for sure. But still, there is no divine power in Lane's world, which means only Kali's could do such a thing. The priest said that the Supreme Church possesses secret holy relics where various sacred objects can be found. Among them is a sacred relic that can determine the time and place of the union of divine power and conception. As he found out, Saint Lena became pregnant in the plains of Texugana right before disappearing. The priest said that he remembers that on that day, and in that place, he was not the only one who had divine power. Colleagues asked if it was likely that the Duke had conceived a child, and the priest replied that not only he would do such a thing, but also Syria Stern. Syria was on the estate cleaning the shadows. She said she thought she had cleaned up all of Laurel Estate last time, but shadows keep appearing whenever she lets her guard down. It seems she should thank Abby for causing a stir and making her come here. She defeated all the knights of the Howard house. It will be necessary to stay here for a while and take care of the estate. When Syria got up, she noticed another bruise on her arm. It's good to be able to use divine power without the necklace, but now she gets a bruise every time she tries too hard. Even a little bit. It seems she saw similar bruises on Lena's body. Suddenly Syria was called. It was Rush. Syria asked if something had happened, because Lennon said he went to Palviz's lands to kill monsters. But without answering her question, Rush picked her up and told her they were going back. He continued kissing her, and sadly repeated that he missed her very much. Syria realized he was acting strangely and asked him what happened. And Lena came running towards Kali's, and Kali said she shouldn't have left the room. Lena shouted that it didn't matter, because they said she was pregnant. She asked him not to believe them. Kali stopped her and told her that he understood she was confused. But this pregnancy was different from the usual one. According to the priest, the child was conceived with divine power. In that case, it is so weak and valuable that it cannot live in the human body for more than 3 months. He said she should wait a little while, and then they would take the child to the sacred tree. Lena was beside herself and said she had never heard anything like that. Then Lena asked him if he knew whose divine power had caused this. Kali's replied that he wasn't sure, but maybe it was his, and Lena replied that since it was his power, then it was fine. She was afraid the child could belong to a stranger. While Lena was happy that the child was hers, Kali's was only worried that the child might belong to Syria. That's why he told her he committed to taking responsibility. In the office, Syria got angry and, slamming the table, asked Lennon if he understood correctly that Lena was pregnant with his child. He replied that he only said the child was conceived with the help of divine power. Syria asked if Roch knew about this, and Lennon replied that he, as Grand Banchet, could also be involved, and Syria understood why he behaved so strangely at that time. Roch was also sad in his office. He asked Elliot if there was any girl in the world who would be attracted to a man with a child. Elliot was worried, but replied that it was very possible. The High Church has a relic that can tell whose child it is, but the saint must restore enough divine power to pass the test. Roch looked at the moon and said the moon looked sinister today, and Lena in her chambers said the moon looked amazing. Lena admired the moon and said that the moon absorbs people and returns them as if nothing had happened. She said Kali's told her that he would take responsibility. The priest said that he had a strong sense of duty. And Lena said she wanted to see him. The priest told her it was too late and that he was probably already asleep. But Lena still ran towards Kali's. Upon opening the door, Lena immediately smelled smoke. A boy approached her and asked her not to come closer, because this incense acts as a sleeping pill. And Kali said Syria's name in his dream. It turned out Syria had already come towards them and was arguing with the priests. Ebai also came with her. She reminded them that it was they who said that the saint could conceive her husband's divine power child, and therefore they shouldn't expect her to behave calmly. Syria said that if they didn't want to start preparing the divorce ceremony from Stern, They should immediately open the vault with that sacred relic. She heard that they have something that can determine the owner of the divine power. The priest replied that only a saint with enough power can activate it. They told Lena that they could check whose power it was. Lena said she wasn't ready yet, and the priest started explaining that she didn't have enough power yet. But if Syria uses hers, they will be able to use the relic in a couple of days. Lena was surprised and asked them if they meant that Syria was as strong as her. And Kali's continued to suffer while he slept. Thoughts about killing Syria continued to appear in his mind, and when he opened his eyes, he saw Syria telling him that the weather was wonderful and that he should go out. The dark force told Kalis that it was just an illusion, but Kalis didn't care. He approached her and hugged her, thinking that letting her visit him was an illusion. But it seems this is not an illusion at all. Kalis himself realized that his fantasy couldn't be that realistic. Rach appeared and pulled him away from his wife. Then he threw the glove at him and told him that if he had a burning desire to die, he could ask him. He said he didn't expect the head of the noble house of Hannet to want to die in such a miserable way. But Kalis was too tired when Lena ran to him, and the priest asked Rach to calm down. Syria also said that they would soon experience divine powers, and that there was no point in wasting energy. She looked at Kalis. She was worried about his condition. He looked exhausted the last time they saw each other. But this was too much. Lena asked Sari why she was here. And Sari didn't even have time to answer before Rush picked her up and told her they were going back. In his chambers, Rach said he felt pathetic for showing his cruel side in front of her. Sari replied that she had only thrown the glove at him. This was exactly what etiquette should have done. And that he couldn't do anything since his wife was so charming. This calmed Rach. He hugged Cyrilla and told her that he didn't want to experience anything like that again. And admitted that he really wanted to kill him on the spot. Syria assured him that very soon they could go home. In Kali's room, while the priest was tying his hand, Lena shouted that the servants had told her everything. Syria uses divine power to try to determine whose power conceived the child within her. Because the child is not his. And Duke Burke, that's why he came all the way here. Lena looked very scary. She asked him why he lied to her. Kalis replied that he couldn't surprise her like that, but Lena shouted at him to stop changing the subject. Lena shouted at him to tell her if she was pregnant with Duke Berg's child. The priests tried to calm her down by telling her that he could be one of her possible candidates. And anyone who was on the plane could become the father. And Lena asked, even Syria, she hates her and refused to be her friend, so why does she keep getting in the way? Then she asked Kalis if this was why he wanted to take responsibility. It's about her. Lena got even angrier and asked how everyone could betray her. Then she simply ran out of his room, while Syria was transferring the power of the relic. How Lena ran towards her and asked if she knew that no one knew whose child it was. Syria replied what else did she expect? She wanted to hear how terrible it would be if she got pregnant by his power. She understands her disappointment, but should blame God, not her. Lena told her not to raise her voice and that Kalis, upon learning that the child could be his, wanted to take care of him. She said it infuriates her that everyone pities her. It is against the father of her child, being someone else's spouse. And if this divine power belongs to Syria, then she is obliged to divorce the dukes and marry her. Syria replied that if she was saying this out of anger, then she agreed. The poor priest was in shock. He approached her and told her that in return, he wanted her to take responsibility for her words. Otherwise, they would mean that she was trying to take advantage of her and deceive her. Her patience is not enough to forgive her intrusion into her life one more time. The duke's result appeared. The priest did not delay and said that the saint's child was not his. It makes sense, after all, they barely crossed paths. The priest said that, until now, the Marquis was behind the pregnancy. And to find out, they plan to test her as soon as she gets better. However, they ran out of the sacred power that feeds the relic, and Lena still cannot help them. Therefore, Syria stood up and decided to help them herself. She revealed her strength and said that this strength would be enough, like the last time. The priest was impressed and asked where she got so much divine power from. Two priests were discussing Syria's power. One of them said that after she found a cave with star metal, her power increased. The boy asked if it was possible that God had sent them two saints. The other replied that it was disrespectful to say that, and Lena listened to their conversation. Her hands began to tremble, thinking that Syria could now also become a saint. But suddenly a voice told her not to worry, that everything would be as she wished. She agreed and decided that everything would be as she wanted, and only she would be a saint. When suddenly she saw Kali's, who found out the child wasn't his, shouted that the child came from the Duke. Lena quickly hid to listen to everything, and the priest replied that this was not the Duke's son. Then Lena thought that apparently the child could really belong to Syria, and that's why she decided to meet her. Syria told her that they say the child is not the Marquise, and it seems she is the only one left, and asked if she was ready to marry her, and seeing Lena's reaction. She said she never wanted this. Lena shouted that she hadn't lost anything, she was holding the child, she was scared. And she could only be there. She shouted that he proposed to her just to annoy her, that she didn't need him, that she couldn't be blamed for this, and that it was his fault for losing everything. Syria replied that she was going to test her strength. The child was not the Marquise nor Rush's, but maybe not hers. And there is a possibility that the child doesn't belong to them at all. Lena started shouting what she meant. But Syria didn't listen to her and decided to test her strength. The priest asked her not to rush because she had already used a lot of strength. In fact, Syria was very tired, but she didn't want Lena to notice. She wondered what was going through her head while watching her use this power. Roch at that moment asked Lenin how he could allow Ceres to overexert herself again. Lenin replied if the Duke understands how much pressure is being put on her. Everyone is interested in knowing whose child it is. And there are already talks about which family he will live with, said Roch. Callis said he didn't have to worry about that he had already decided where the child would go. Roch said he didn't remember being involved in the argument and asked who decided everything. Callis replied that he had decided that the child would be raised in the Hannett house, which incredibly infuriated Roch. Roch took off his glove and threw it at Callis. He saw that the knight had a sword and said that he should have calmed down after yesterday. He took the sword and shouted at Callis why he still didn't listen to what he was telling him. Roch hit Callis with the sword without removing the scabbard and then started beating him. Lenin started shouting that someone was going to die when Abby appeared. She asked for help stopping the Duke, but Abby shouted that it didn't concern her because the Duchess had lost consciousness. Upon hearing this, Roch stopped hitting Callis and turned to Syria. And the next thing shown to us is Syria in Roch's arms. She immediately asked where they were, and Roch replied that they were in his rooms, and that she had been sleeping for 2 days. Syria hugged him and told him that he must have made him worry again and asked him if he was angry. She said she was just worried. Lena suddenly became pregnant. But the child was not hers, nor the Marquise, who started saying he would keep it. If he had known this would happen, he would have asked Abby to kill Callis. Roch hugged her and told her that would have made him happy. She asked him what he was doing while she was sleeping, and Roch replied that she had bruises on her arms. So he treated them with a salve. It won't take long, so he asked her to wait for him. Sari said that he is always very kind to her. And he himself is not worried because he has to go through so many trials because of her. But Roch replied that he loves her and is willing to do anything. And he doesn't have to worry since she needs him because he is happy to help her. Then he said he loved her very much, and she continues talking about divorce. She replied that she was only threatening to let him use the secret relic. Syria explained that it was not her intention and that he should have told her everything anyway, and apologized to him. Roch replied that everything was fine and asked her to rest, but first she had to inform him about the result of the check. It turned out the child was not hers. The priest said they didn't consider the possibility that sacred power could be natural. I thought the child was Amos's, but oh well. Lena asked how to understand this. The priest replied that this divine power belongs to God, directly to Saint Mary. The priest said she was his only representative. Lena thought all this was very strange. But if the girl belonged to God, she would finally be recognized in this world. As the servants approached her and handed her a bouquet of flowers from Kali's, and Lena said that maybe he wasn't such a bad person after all. However, she will never forgive him for trying to use her. Until now, she stupidly allowed any attitude towards herself, but now everything will be different. She decided that now the world would be as she wanted, and asked the girls to tell Kali's that she still didn't want to divorce him.